Elf age I can pick up attributes Chapter 101-150. Chapter 101-plan 3. Zhang Jing glanced towards the door of the room. Then, with a thought, the elves have returned to the Pokeball. Then, he hurried to the door and opened it. Standing outside, a graceful figure. Yu, who was assigned to him by the Ku family. Ku Yu had a kind smile on her face. After Zhang Jing opened the door, she said to him gently, Mr. Zhang Jing. Both Star City Elf Academy and Anbei Elf Academy have sent people. I want to see you now. Magic. The people from the Metropolis Spirit Academy are already on their way. Zhang Jing nodded slightly. When he came, Ku Yu reminded him. Of course he was already prepared. Sweet pastry, in the eyes of these elves' academies. Zhang Jing's mind moved as his eyes passed over Ku Yu. Then opened the 1-3 soil mouth and asked, Do you have Ku's contact information? Ku Yuan. Ku Ling's uncle, the principal of Ku's family. Wen Gao. Ku Yu was a little stunned, but then nodded in response, I have. In that case, help me contact him now. Zhang Jing's tone was firm, I want to talk to him about something very important. But Xingcheng and Anbei. Ku Yu hesitated for a while, and after seeing Zhang Jing's firm gaze, she didn't say any more, but directly took out the elf picture book. Secretary, in the elf club examination undoubtedly made her a role as a contact person. Served by the land, it is Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing not only won the potential evaluation of QGA S-class, but also in the sub-competition, he performed even better, and Ku Yu would naturally try his best to meet Zhang Jing's requirements. Bai Yi. Zhang Jing's strength and status improved. It also represents the improvement of her status in the Ku family. Blue Star's Elf Pokédex is directly connected to the communication function. After Ku Yu took it out, she read it a few times. Then she sent a communication request. Soon. Communication is connected. Ku Dao's slightly familiar low voice sounded. Yu, what's the matter with contacting me? Uncle Ku. Ku Yu is quite respected. After calling him for 10 days, he explained, Zhangjing trainer has something to contact you. After the voice fell, she reversed the direction of the elf Pokédex. The picture book screen was given to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing's gaze, I saw that it was Ku Yuan in one picture. River view. Ku Yuan's eyes lit up after seeing Zhang Jing through the video call. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, I was just about to contact you to congratulate Pan, but I didn't expect you to come here. Your performance in the points race can be said to be quite good. He shook his head. You don't know. We watched the whole process of your first. There are seals on the road, and even the King of Heaven praised you powerfully. After his voice fell, there were 2 light coughs in the picture book. After the courtesy, Ku Yuan asked, This is the first time you have contacted me. What's the matter? Straight about the 3 of the Elf Academy or the Elf exam? Ku Hu made a guess. In his opinion, Zhang Jing contacted him at this stage. Just 2 things. The Elf exam, and the selection of the Elf Academy. After his voice fell. As soon as he saw the screen, Zhang Jing shook his head. Not at all. Ku Yuan showed a surprised look. Another sighed. After Zhang Jing shook his head, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I have discovered Ibrahimovich's new evolutionary direction. What? Uptack. Before Ku Yuan could react, a figure suddenly squeezed in on the screen. Some shocked voices rang out. Post Young L. King level trainer. Jizzy resistance. Xu Yang looked directly at Zhang Jing in the picture and then asked. What did you just say? Zhang Jing had just heard the light cough. There are some vague guesses, but now it's not much surprise to see Jizza and Heart. The presence of Jizayang can undoubtedly make his plan more smoothly implemented. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing reiterated. I discovered a new evolutionary direction for Ibrahimovich. After a pause, he continued, It's different from fire. The fourth evolutionary direction of the mind, thought. His face calmed down. Asked, where is the evidence? Hearing this, Zhang said in a hurry. You should know. The initial elf is an Ibrahimovich. Not long ago, my Eevee completed the evolution. And it is the evolution achieved without the use of evolution stones. His palms covered the Pokeball around his waist, and his mind moved. With a slight sound, the figure of Dao appeared beside Zhang. Fairy elf on. The fairy elf was quite intimate and immediately rubbed Zhang calf after appearing. Beside, Kuyuyu has been in shock since Zhang spoke. Although she's not a great training home, but the big environment here is obviously also aware of the elf information too. Ibrahimovich's three evolutionary directions are recognized by some people in Land Xingtai. And now equals. Zhang said that he discovered the fourth evolutionary direction. This undoubtedly gave her an amazing shock. Looking at the fairy spirit, Kuyuyu sighed unconsciously, so cute. The lethality of fairies to young girls is undoubtedly quite shocking. After releasing the fairy spirit, Zhang swivels the lens of the wizard's illustrated book Fangshe. Enter the fairy spirit into it. Kuyuan and Jizayang both saw the appearance of the fairy elf. Zhang calm voice sounded. This is Ibrahimovich's fourth evolutionary direction. The attribute of the fairy system. I named it fairy elf. Zhang tone was calm. Thoughts flashed in his heart. After Ibrahimovich evolved into a fairy spirit, he has some ideas. It will undoubtedly cause a sensation if the fairy spirit 2.7 spirit that has not appeared in Blue Star is released. And will cause some coveting. In this case. Then take the initiative in your own hands. In the early days of the advent of elves, when the Blue Star Elf Alliance had not yet been established, new information about elves was discovered every day. Such as the Blue Star Spirit Alliance was established. And after the information from the spirits, such related discoveries were much less. But also exists. Be cautious with this little one. Sneakily ______. When the whole world knew that Zhang had a fairy spirit. And know that Ibrahimovich has. Will instead. Not so many people care. Philo reminds you. _-66005_ Support original works of /d.ea100. Com. Chapter 102 Pioneer Badge 4. The reason why Zhang chose to contact Kuja. I just want to make this matter bigger and publicize it. By then. Instead, it won't be that much of a hassle. Fairy essence. Does it have fairy attributes? Within the screen. Kuyuan and Jizayang looked at each other. One of them is a strong trainer who has reached the Heavenly King level. Another. It is also close to the existence of the Quasi-King level. Each other's vision makes them know what this means. Fairy spirit. But restrain the powerful dragon elves. And some of the skills and abilities mastered by goblin elves are peculiar and can often play an excellent role in battle. After thinking for a moment, Jizayang looked at the fairies in the picture. With some emotion, he said, as early as we first knew that Ibrahimovich had 3 evolutionary directions, we made pre-roots. Ibrahimovich, who has 3 evolutionary directions, will O5 have other evolutionary directions? Is it still possible? Evolved into nothing but water and fire. A spirit other than the 3 attributes. I didn't expect _ It will eventually be discovered by you, a rookie trainer who is taking the elf exam. I just don't know if Ibrahimovich still has the 5th kind, as for the 6th kind of evolution. Zhang smiled slightly and replied calmly, I'm lucky too. He is quite aware of all the evolutionary directions of Ibrahimovich. However, these should not be published yet. Announcing the existence of fairies. So that he can send fairies to fight in an upright manner in the future. And the fairy elf was beside Zhang. It can also explain that he will know this evolutionary direction. But If Zhang Jing proposed other evolution methods, it would be difficult to explain where he, a rookie trainer, learned about these. In screen, Ji Ziyang's face was positive. Then he said solemnly, Zhang Jing, you have discovered Ibrahimovich's new evolutionary direction, which is a great achievement for the entire Blue Star Elf Alliance. I will report to the League immediately and apply for rewards for you. For trainers who have merit, the League will never treat them badly. If nothing else, C. Ibrahimovich's evolutionary direction will be named after you, the discoverer, and it will be called Fairy Spirit 1. Then thank Ji Tianwang first. Zhang Jing laughed. Ji Ziyang's voice changed, and he asked, Zhang Jing, you have successfully let Ibrahimovich complete the evolution, do you have any experience? Ibrahimovich did not complete the evolution through the evolution stone, so in your opinion, what factors made it evolve into a fairy? Sub-elf. Hear Ji Ziyang's compulsion. Zhang Jing's moonlight turned, showing a pensive look. Then, he opened his mouth and said, it should be the feelings and relationship between the trainer and the elves themselves. Zhang Jing said in a speculative tone, my Ibrahimovich and I are quite close. After it evolves, I can clearly feel that it is more intimate with me. I once heard that after the tacit understanding between the trainer and the elves reaches a certain level, special mega-evolution can be carried out. Since the tacit understanding can affect the evolution of the elves, then I think the relationship is related to emotions. It should also have a certain impact on the evolution of the elves. Ji Ziyang showed a thoughtful look, then nodded in agreement, you're right. He continued, you guys talk first, I'll report the news. Talking. He took out the special communication equipment he carried with him. Turn around and leave the screen. While Zhang Jing and Ji Ziyang were talking, Hu Yuan kept watching quietly. Now that Ji Ziyang has left temporarily, Hu Yuan couldn't help but smacked his tongue. Zhang Jing, I thought that your performance in the points competition was already given to you by you. Mine was the most amazing. I didn't expect to now, you brought me another cool joy. This matter was reported to the Alliance by King Ji, and after confirmation on Equals Day, you will most likely get the Pioneer badge issued by the Blue Star Elf Alliance. Pioneer badge. Zhang Jing recounted. It was the third time he heard the term. That's right. Hu Yuan seemed to see his doubts and said, the spirits are coming to so far but 10 years. We hear equals 2 generation. They are all the pioneers after the advent of the elves. Quote. With your intelligence, should also know that although we have a lot of relationships with the elf world, but the real relationship, it's not as peaceful as it seems. Hu Yuan explained earnestly the information they provided to us about the elves must be concealed a lot After all, the elves are in their world, I don't know how much they exist. What you found, the fourth evolutionary direction of elves, is likely to be one of the information they concealed That's why, the Alliance has a special order. Once a trainer finds some secret information related to elves, report it to the Alliance, and after confirmation, you can get the Pioneer badge issued by the Blue Star Elf Alliance. A trainer who holds the Pioneer badge, in any elf center around the world, you will have a lot of convenience. In itself, within the Blue Star Elf Alliance, trainers who hold the Pioneer badge will also be respected. All in all, a lot of benefits. When he said this, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighed, I never thought of a new student who is still in the elf exam. Human trainers have the chance to earn the Pioneer badge. Zhang Jing nodded, his face calm. He was not surprised by Hu Yuan's explanation. Anyone who can become a high-level person is not stupid. He can find that Blue Star's elf information is not complete at the beginning of time travel based on the information he knew in his previous life. The Blue Star Essence and Uran Alliance can naturally also perceive it. Probably because of this, only then did the Pioneer badge exist. Blue Star's trainers were encouraged to explore the secret information of the elves. Zhang Eng's thoughts turned Z. As a veteran fan of spirits, Once all the information about the elves in his possession is revealed, it is estimated that the entire Blue Star will have a big step forward in understanding elves. However, before there is enough strength as a support, Zhang Jing was not prepared to do such a thing. Bai Yi. Even for this Blue Star, which is similar to Earth, he also lacks a sense of belonging. There are 3 things in reading, recommendations. Dang_66005 supports the original works of /b.fa1u.com and Uptak. Chapter 103 free entry and exit 5. After chatting with Ku Yuan again, Zhang Jing said, I hope the news from Fairy Elf. Best to get it out as soon as possible. Heard, Ku Yuan revealed, with a somewhat stunned expression, and said doubtfully, what do you mean? Zhang Jing replied calmly, in the next elf exam, the Fairy Elf, as one of my main force, will definitely appear. I don't want to cause some unnecessary trouble at the time. As the second principal of the Ku family, Ku Yuan is naturally not a fool. After a little thought, he understood Zhang Jing's intentions. Mean. A sprite that Blue Star had never seen before appeared in the hands of 2 rookie trainers. The shock and the chain reaction this brings are quite amazing. It may even put Zhang Jing into some unnecessary danger. S face immediately became solemn and said solemnly, the relevant news will be released soon. He looked at Zhang Jing and continued, if you can completely determine this evolutionary direction, Alliance Shinran will also publicize your matter. After all, this can arouse more people's interest in exploring the secret information of elves. I'll make arrangements at once. Zhang Scenic nodded. The 2 communicated again for a while. Communication disconnected. Zhang Jing let out a long breath. There are sequelae that may be caused by fairy spirits, but they have not yet occurred. Just Bin He took control. And also turned to the side that worked for him. Once the news came out, Zhang Jing successfully obtained the Pioneer Micro-Chapter. So for the Elf Academy who wanted to recruit him, it is undoubtedly a disguised achievement. I want to recruit a tomb with a river view. Then, to propose more favorable conditions Zhang Jing turned and looked to his side. Ku Yuyu is staring at the fairy hair. Fairy Elf, but this is the first time to appear in Landshinger. Ku Yuyu felt that she was quite fortunate to be able to become one of the first few people to see the fairy spirit in Blue Star. However, for her gaze, Fairy Elf is the same as never seen. No response. Fairy Elf is quite close to Zhang Jing, but not at all to others. After a light cough, Zhang Jing said, take me to see them. Hear Zhang Jing's voice. Ku Yuyu suddenly came back to her senses. With a subconscious smile on her face, she nodded and said, okay. After she finished speaking, she looked at the moonlight again the lovely Fairy Elf. Finally withdrew her gaze and took the lead. Zhang Jing thought about it, and the Fairy Elf returned to the elf ball. Then, he followed Ku Yuyu. Send each. Follow Ku Yuyu. The river view is in the hotel. Road C moves forward. Ami. On the way. The real person of the real thing put his eyes on Zhang Jing, and after seeing Cheng's face, he couldn't help showing a shocked expression. Because of the points competition. Because of the wonderful performance of the first, View Fish. He can now be said to be the most popular rookie trainer in the entire country. Walking on the road, no one knows no one, and at least most of them have heard of his deeds. Finally, they came to the hotel, Z meeting rooms. Ku Yuyu pushed open the door and gestured to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing stepped into it. Only see. 2 seats in the meeting room. After seeing Zhang Jing get up, the 2 quickly got up. Ku Yuyu followed behind Zhang Jing and introduced. Zhang Jing trainer. This is the head of Longcheng admissions at Anbei Elven Academy. Sun Wenbin. Zhang Jing and the moonlight look past Enter and is a man, about 30 hair appearance. Suit and leather shoes. Gentle. Zhang Jing nodded slightly. Beside. Ku Yuyu spoke again, this is Star City Elf Academy. Representatives who come. Ling Shang. Ling Xiang is a young man in his 20s, dressed casually. Zhang Jing also nodded in greeting. After Ku Yuyu's introduction, Ling Xiang and Sun Wenbin looked at each other. They saw the hostility in each other's eyes. Come here, E. They are the rival. Ku Yuyu led a few people to their seats. Just after they sat down, meeting room L suddenly sounded footsteps. Several people's eyes looked over. I saw the figure of Shi Dao stepped into the meeting room. In front is a middle-aged woman in a women's suit with glasses. Serious look. And behind her, there is also a role that looks like a secretary. After entering the meeting room, the middle-aged woman glanced, opened the mouth to explain. There was some traffic jam on the way here, but it looks like I'm not too late. Immediately after, her moonlight fell on Zhang Jing's body. There was a kind smile on her face. She raised her hand to stop the fight that Ku Yuyu wanted to introduce. Forget it, he said in a soft tone. Second, Zhang Jing. Hi, I'm Qian Ying from the Magic City Fairy Academy. And I used to be the teaching director at the Magic Capital Academy. After her voice fell, Ling Xiang and Sun Wenbin's expressions could not help but. The Magic City Fairy Academy looks at it from all aspects. The rankings in China are ahead of Star City and Anbei. And they never imagined that Zhang Jing would directly attract the teaching of the Magic City Elf Academy. Director. This is the first part of the elf exam, Jishu. The Dean of Education is already a powerful figure in the academy. Hello. Zhang Xinic nodded his head. The smile on Qian Ying's face was even more prosperous, and she slowly said, I think you must have some understanding, Zhao Daz, about our Demon City Fairy Academy, classmate Zhang Jing. I don't know what kind of conditions other colleges provide you, but the conditions of the Magic Capital College will only be better than them. It will definitely not be worse than them by one. Qian Ying's tone is full of confidence. The Magic City Fairy Academy also has the confidence to say such a thing. Waiting for Zhang Jing to answer, Qian Ying continued, and two, I can make a promise to you here. As long as you choose Magic City Fairy Academy L, we will provide you with a free entry to the fairy world after the fairy test. A talented trainer like you must know something about these things. You should understand how valuable this place is. I believe one. I'm afraid no academy would be more sincere than our Demon City. After her voice fell, the whole meeting room is quiet. Down cold. Needle drop can be heard. _Ang_66005 support the original works of Fei Lu Novel Network B. Chapter 104 Dimensional Channel 1. The free entry and exit of the wizard world. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. After just crossing into this world, Zhang Jing had an in-depth understanding of the history of Blue Star with the thought of being prepared. 10 years ago, after 10 days of eternal night, elf descends. And shortly after the arrival of the elves, the people of Blue Star have discovered that in random places around the world, there are mysterious passages like vortexes leading to unknown places. That it is the Dimension Channel L. The dimensional channel connecting the fairy world and the Blue Star world. During that time, it was undoubtedly the most chaotic time in the entire Blue Star. Not only for Blue Star, but also for the Dry Elf world. The unregulated use of the Dimension Channel has brought the trainers of the Elf world to the Blue Star. The human beings of the Blue Star have arrived in the Elf world. The differences in world culture make humans who arrive in another world seem out of place. Turmoil, confusion, caused by this. Until the establishment of the Blue Star Elf Alliance. After the establishment of the Blue Star Elf Alliance. Cooperate. The Elf Alliance in the Elf world. Both sides with iron-blooded wrists. The confusion was quickly resolved. Then, there are also clear provisions on the usage restrictions of the sub-477 yuan channel. Not everyone is eligible to use the dimensional channel. Blue Star's trainers, who want to use the dimensional channel to go to the elf world, need to go through a special qualification. Difficulty is not low 1. Not only that will work. In the elf world, there are also relevant provisions. Trainers from the elf world want to come to Blue Star. Undergo a similar review. Nuclear. However, after the two worlds came into contact, no one knew about the vast Blue Star. How many dimensional channels are there? The same goes for the wizard world. Even the Elf Alliance cannot completely grasp every dimensional channel. According to some information Zhang Jing saw on the internet, on the underground black market of Blue Star, there have always been high-priced sellers who entered the elf world. Presumably the same is true of the wizard world. After all, there are not many humans who are curious about other worlds. To this, the Elf Alliance also has a way to deal with it. Qualified to obtain regular places. The Jingyuan Pokédex will undergo special procedures for identification, which is equivalent to the storage of an identity card. And buy places on the black market. Those who go to the elf world through private forces are naturally the black households. Will cause an alarm immediately after entering the spirit center. Real-time arrest and repatriation, with relevant punishments. This is the collision and contact between worlds. Whether it is Blue Star or elf world. Don't care about it. Quite cautious. Therefore go to a place in the wizarding world can be said to be quite precious. Qian Ying, as the teaching director of the Magic City Elf Academy, the quota she mentioned is naturally through the official channels. Qisheng Wagwo Shangjian has a relationship with the elf world itself. And Zhang Jing heard clearly, what Qian Ying said was, free entry and exit. There are two places to enter the wizard world. The former is a temporary quota issued because of certain things. There is a time limit. And another. This is exactly what Qian Ying said about the free entry and exit quota. This is a lifetime quota. As long as you choose Magic City Fairy Academy, then you can get this place. Zhang Jing's mind flashed. Face. He is confident that with his growing strength, he will definitely be able to get this spot in the future. Since there is a channel to obtain in advance, Zhang Jing will naturally not mind By -1. He himself is also quite curious about the elf world. Zhang Jing turned his head and glanced at Ling Shang and Sun Wenbin next to him. The faces of these two. Color is a bit difficult. Star City Elf Academy and Anbei Elf Academy. Although, then not go to the magic capital, but if you are willing to pay the price, it is possible to get such a place for Zhang Jing. But that's a decision made by the top of the academy. Their identities. Compared to Qian Ying, it was far worse, and she had no right to make such a decision. Zhang Jing retracted his light. He looked at Qian Ying. The dean had a kind smile on his face. Staring at him. Pondering, after the sound. Zhang Jing opened his mouth and said, Director Qian, after the elf exam is over, I will give priority to the Magic City Elf Academy. Because of the Ku family, the Magic City Fairy Academy itself was within his consideration. The conditions put forward by the other party are so superior and sincere, which makes the priority of the Magic City Elf Academy in Zhang Jing's heart a little higher. Seeing this, the smile on Qian Ying's face became even stronger. She thought for a while and said, based on your performance, with the progress of the elf exam, it is estimated that many colleges will come to you in the future. It may even attract the attention of foreign academies. I can be confident. Let me tell you, no matter how superior the conditions they put forward, the Magic City Fairy Academy will not let you down. As long as your performance is good enough. We never treat any talented trainer who chooses us badly. Speaking of which, she seemed to have thought of something, and instead said, I remember, you have a glitter Shinado. Zhang Jing responded and asked, what's the matter 2 inches? Can you release it so I can take a look? Qian Ying said. Zhang Jing's heart moved. Side glow. Shining Shinado's figure has already appeared beside him. Just after the debut, Shinade Duo's soft voice sounded in Zhang Jing's heart. Ask him. Qian Ying's eyes fell on Shanae Duo's body. She looked at it carefully after a while and clicked her tongue, shining elf. It's still Shanado. And Guang looked at Zhang Jing. Qian Ying's tone became more serious, and she said solemnly, the next elf exam. You have to continue to work hard to perform. If your performance in the entire elf exam is shocking enough, if the academy helps you run it, there may be a chance to get that one's attention. When the time comes, it will be of infinite use to you. That one. Zhang Jing frowned slightly. However, seeing that Qian Ying didn't want to talk, he didn't ask any further questions, but nodded and replied, I will. Even without Qian Ying saying Zhang Jing will do his best in the next elf exam, and he will not slack at all. Bai Yi. For him now, the elf exam is not only a single exam also represents a package of event packages. To miss one, Fei Lu reminds you, reading 3 things equals collection, recommendation, and sharing. Chapter 105_First Battle 2. Next. After exchanging 2 sentences again, the pedestrian said goodbye and left. Ling Shang and Sun Wenbin left in a hurry. They come here. Naturally, he came with the task of, come. But now. The ranking of the Magic City Elf Academy is already above Xingcheng and Anbei. The conditions put forward are more than excellent, which puts them at a disadvantage. To Noah. If Zhang Jing is really admitted, the free entry and exit of the fairy world is undoubtedly only one of the additional conditions. Other conditions. It's bound to be pretty amazing. The elf exam has not yet ended, and Zhang Jing has not made a final decision. This leaves them room for further action. Undoubtedly, the next step is the game between the academy bosses. Zhang Jing returned to the hotel room. 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, he also felt a little tired. He lay on Pang and rested. Then, he took out the elf picture book and brushed the discussion. Simply browsing the information on the Equals fan forum, Zhang Jing couldn't help but teacher tongue. After leaving the examination room, the scene he encountered made Zhang Jing already know about the popularity of his first view fish. And now, after shopping around the internet, Zhang Jing found out that he still underestimated his own reputation. Now the elf exam has just ended. The heat is high. Taking the rookie trainer forum as an example, Zhang Jing glanced at it, and most of them were related to himself too. E.g. Double Flash, Yiquan God and Zhang Jing's spirit lineup. What level 3 inches? Don't talk, don't be black. Zhang Jing's elves will take the exam this year as a guaranteed first-class scholar uptack. Zhang Jing fan group carrying cards. Which one do you think Zhang Jing will choose? Elf Academy. Apart from that, most of the other topics are also related to the spirit examination. Although this worm did not explicitly mention Zhang A, most of them also have a certain connection with Zhang Jing. District Champions Ranking. Top 3 champions in the Jai district of the points competition in my heart. Wait. This makes Zhang Jing deeply aware that he, such as in GT, has changed from a little person with no reputation to a star trainer who is well known in China. He has become the idol of countless newcomers looking forward to the path of a trainer. After all, in their eyes, Zhang Jing's experience is also quite legendary. Ordinary origin. Famous for finishing the exam in the first place in the liberal arts exam. After being slandered by others, he performed superhumanly with points competition. Break the quality of everyone. Just as Zhang Jing was browsing the rookie trainer's altar. Time. Above the Pokédex. OS. Suddenly a forum message popped up and found Ibrahimovich's 4th evolutionary direction. Close double angle bracket. Zhang Jing's mouth twitched. This title, How to See How It Feels Like a Kind of Earth IC, fan. _ But then, his face equals positive. Click into it. Inside explained the situation in detail. The champion of the number 177 division, and now the new trainer who was in full swing. Zhang Jing discovered Ibrahimovich's new evolutionary direction. Fairy type. Fairy elf L. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over, and the mouthfish showed a smile. Apparently, Hu Yuan attaches great importance to his request. It has been arranged so quickly. Exit the news interface. Zhang Jing refreshed equals to the next forum. Only see. There are related posts about the elf exam. Instead of equals. It is exactly the post about fairy spirits uptack. Ibrahimovich's fourth evolutionary direction. Fairy attributes. With the Zhangjing, such as today's famous name. Second, it aroused countless people's desire to discuss L. Zhangjing just swept away slightly, and then closed the forum. He got up from the bed and hurried out of the hotel. The second link of the martial arts exam from the Spirit Society. There are 3 days off. He wants to take advantage of these 3 days to improve himself as much as possible uptack. Release the fire-breathing dragon and confirm the direction through the map. After the downward direction, the fire-breathing dragon will spread its wings under the command of Zhang Jing and rise into the sky. At the same time. About the river view. The news of you fairy elf is known by more and more people. Gradually caused an uproar. Suburbs of Longcheng. In a forest. Zhang Jing checked the map. Then commanded the fire-breathing dragon to descend. Jumped down from the back of the fire-breathing dragon and retracted the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Zhang Jing's qiguang swept around. Here, he deliberately chose. Near Dragon City. Locations with higher elf levels. Come here equals. Naturally, in order to improve the real uptack as much as possible. Precisely. It's to elevate the Fang's land. The power of sharks. The aptitude of the flash fang shark is quite amazing, which makes it the capital to rapidly increase its strength in a short period of time. Zhang Jing took it as his trump card. Whole cards. Naturally, there must be enough strength to support uptack. After taking back the moonlight, Zhang Jing's thoughts moved. Bang! With a slight noise, the flashing fang shark has already appeared beside Zhang Jing. After the debut, Chen Kailu shark's qiguang immediately looked towards Zhang Jing. Because it holds the power of the dragon_Chen Fang Lu shark, a dragon-type elf, has a lot to do with Zhang Jing. Innate intimacy. The fangtooth shark, ready to fight. To 10 days of instructing, Zhang Jing led the Fanglu shark to walk quickly along the path in the forest. Just after they walked out not far, Zhang Jing met his first opponent. That's a wild Tai Tai Li. The information of the big tail standing being activated by the Wisdom Eye skill in an instant was already understood by Zhang Jing. After mastering the skill of discerning eyes, Zhang Jing is already familiar with probing before fighting. As Bo always said, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will never fail in 100 battles. Wisdom skills are his advantage. Naturally, make more use of it. Is it ILX 36 level? __. Although the aptitude is a little worse, it is enough to provide the fangtooth shark with combat experience. Zhang Jing's thoughts turned in his heart. Dawei had already noticed Zhang Jing and the Fanglu shark, and now his body was standing in place and looked at Zhang Jing's direction vigilantly. Its eyes stared fiercely, showing a trace of fierce expression. The appearance of Odachi himself can only be described as cute, but now he pretends to be fierce, but it makes it look a bit funny. Zhang Jing felt a little unbearable to look directly. A stern voice sounded. The fangtooth shark, ready to fight. After the voice fell, Zhang Jing's eyes equals the power of condensing the dragon to directly activate the factory uptack_. Uptack support Filu Novel Network, /b.fa_100.com, original works. Chapter 106_lift 3. Dragon Power. Feel the movement, the turbulent power in the body spurts out L. Front 2. Yulu shark seems to feel something. Suddenly a low growl sounded. It was busy standing in place. The attributes of the famous items that are known to be pressed have been enhanced. When is the power of the dragon? Enough in the battle. Enhance the comprehensive attributes of the dragon elves. To know. The strength of the dragon elves themselves is quite amazing. Cooperate with the hold. Can. Enough strength. Simply worthy. The dust-toothed land shark's eyes are tightly anal. The invisible momentum rippling around. The change of that dust-toothed land shark. On the opposite side, the hair on the whole body is a little protruding and the hind legs are abruptly stepped on the whole body. Come to L. The big star turned into an electric light. Rapidly approaching, landing on land. Zhang Jing never spoke. Jian Lilu shark's eyes are serious. He is already ready to fight in a blink of an eye. Daxingli has already sprinted to the top of the distance. Its body jumped up and flashed. Just then, Zhang Jing's voice suddenly sounded. Dust-toothed shark, dragon. The seeds of the dust-toothed land shark suddenly rose. Light flashed above. Melon skill L is fighting the moment it starts. A figure suddenly fell out. That's Odachi. Of pain on its face _ the body is in midair. Then _ it hit the ground hard. Zhang Jing's eyes looked over. I saw it after holding Yun to the ground. End. There was no movement. Grab, skill fragment at the end of the battle. One-hit kill. This is a real one-hit kill. The Western elves are only in the moment of confrontation. Zhang Jing's eyes were quiet. Point of satisfaction. For this battle result, he was expected to be able to display skills that are amazing. In the solid level, it belongs to the general existence of hegemony. And, equals. This fangtooth land shark in Zhang County, but has the hidden characteristics of rough skin. Rough skin, opponents will lose a certain amount of stamina when hit by touch-type moves. The characteristics of rough and refined skin are the same as those of the reverse. The instant news of the confrontation just now. Taiwei Li was not only injured by the dragon's claw, it also suffered from the back injury caused by the rough skin. And the most important thing. Under the blessing of the power of the royal dragon, it seems that Daxingli and teething land shark are close in level. But the actual dust-toothed land shark can exert its strength far beyond its level. Dust-toothed land shark, use beautiful. Actually, it's still dust. The first battle of the tooth shark. He has never been stingy with the name of the elf as a robite land shark tilde. He didn't stay in place for too long. Immediately take the flash dust-toothed land shark to move forward to find an opponent and move forward in the second way. Its aptitude itself is equivalent to your public level. It can be described as rapid progress. With previous accumulation, plus the harvest of this knife battle. After turning on the lucky charm to grant it, the fangtooth land shark successfully mastered it. Leading the shark, Zhang Liang came to a mountain of tears. Zhang Liang checked the map. Then Sheng Wei points to. Xiao Shenmo said, this is it. Inside the cave, it is the combat power of one of the plant breaths with the highest level of elves around the Dragon City. Naturally, Zhang Jing will not go to battle in a step-by-step manner. It will undoubtedly allow him to gain more combat experience on the west side of the entrance passage to the cave. Lighting equipment is arranged. Thousands of dollars are provided. Compared to the Phoenix Mountain Cave. Apparently people come here a lot. Therefore, there are many traces of cancer that humans have been involved in. Walk briskly on your side, toward the inside. Kiran L. Zhang Liang's ears moved slightly. Great improvement after mastering the special power of the Western species. He heard the sound of wings flapping. Zhan Lu Shark also noticed this. Elvish and light looking at the same time. The two figures with their wings activated came over from the inside. Zhang Zuo's eyes looked over. Eyesight. Name, Tezui Bat. Poisonous property, flight. Characteristic, mental power, penetration. Stealing quality, middle grade, advanced soil, rice, prisoner. Suck job, ultrasound, sister arm attack, high-speed stars. Suck blood. Mouth bat L. 3.8 evolution L of supersonic bat. Big mouth. Mantas also spotted riverscapes and fangtooth sharks. There was an eerie glow in the light. The bat wings flapped suddenly. With its bat wings flapping, boomed straight towards where the riverview and the fangtooth land shark are. The moment Zhang Cheng's voice sounded, he himself also suddenly retreated towards the rear. Next, the air knife slammed into the ground. Gravel splashes. Seeing that the blow is not heavy, the big mouth of Tazuibit, Lu Ran made the sound of stabbing the county. The disturbing voice made Zhang Jing couldn't help but approach it quickly. Let it live. 160. Li. 1D8100. Com, and later. Chapter 107_2 days and 2 nights 4. The moment Zhang Jing's voice fell, Fangtooth land shark stepped on its right leg, and its entire body turned into an electric light. L gallops away. In an instant up-tack. It has already rushed over half the distance and approached the big-mouthed bat up-tack. The fangtooth shark, the dragon melon. Zhang Jing's voice sounded L. The fangtooth land shark's right leg stepped hard, and the whole body jumped high. Its claws are raised, the light above, flashes L. A moment L. It already has the copyright of the novel resource and belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to genuine novels and refuse piracy. Big-mouthed bat L flying in mid-air. The passage space is quite limited. Therefore, the height of the big-mouthed bat is not high. The fangtooth land shark jumped down hard, and it has reached the same height as the Tazui bat. The dragon melon slammed down. Meanwhile, the big-mouthed bat suddenly charged towards the fangtooth land shark. Flashes on its bat wings. Wing attack. However, the two elves are due to their size. The bat wings of the Tazui bat have not yet. When it hit the fangtooth land shark, the dragon claws that the fangtooth land shark swung down had already hit the Tazui bat fiercely. The big-mouthed bat only felt an irresistible force coming. Then the body involuntarily fell towards the bottom. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. He opened his mouth again and said, Fangtooth Lu shark, use 2 slashes to get rid of it L. Under the action of Juquan, Tazubat's body fell downwards. Meanwhile, because of inertia, the fangtooth land shark also lost its strength to rise and fell freely from midair. The body of the big-mouthed bat fell to the ground. On the face, there was a slight sway. The Jono land shark that landed on the ground chased after the victory. The right leg kicked fiercely on the body of the big-mouthed bat. Then, facing the kicked body of the big-mouthed bat, the claws of the fangtooth land shark slashed again. Banger! The body of the big-mouthed bat fell heavily to the ground. Made a dull sound. It has stopped moving. Under the dashing combo of the dust-toothed land shark, coupled with its own powerful skills, the big-mouthed bat hardly made any effective resistance. Has lost the ability to fight. Nice job, Pointy. Tooth shark. Zhang Jing praised. Fang Lu shark looked back at Zhang Jing, showing a kind smile that did not match his face. Then, led the fangtooth land shark L Zhangjing to continue forward. The thoughts flashing in his mind should be cold. Most of the shark's current skills are melee combat skills. Compared with its long-range skills, it is quite small. Well, the third sense allows you to buy a few one-off skills. The machine often learns a few applicable skills, thereby enhancing the offensive means of the Dust King Lu shark. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart. For him, the elf coins in his hand are enough to support him to buy a one-time skill machine. Although through synthesis skills, granting skills also allows elves to acquire new skills. However, the drop of skill fragments is random after all, and Zhang Jing prefers to enhance the skill power of elves by giving them skills, instead of letting the elves learn new skills through empowerment. Zhang Jing quickly thought of more things. As a trainer, there is bound to be a chance to get in touch with doubles battles. Nowadays, there is a pair of S in my elf lineup. Beautiful partner. Sandstorm team. Shakira will have the characteristic of Yangsha after it evolves into Bagheera. And the Shakira, which evolved from the fangtooth shark, has the characteristic of being sandy. Both perfectly match the mountain. This is the cooperation of two quasi-god elves, and the strength that can be exerted will surely shock everyone. Zhang Jing thought about his future love in his mind. Leading the fangtooth land shark, Zhang Jing is rapidly improving. Strive to improve the reality of Zhana Lu shark as soon as possible. Uptack. 2 days later. Deep in the cave. Zhang Jing leads the fangtooth land shark to continue to deepen. After going deep into the cave, the arranged lighting equipment gradually disappeared. The interior of the cave darkened, but fortunately Zhang Jing had prepared a lamp, but he was not bothered. However, instead, he gave birth to Pikachu to learn flash skills. Thus the idea of dealing with this environment. Actually, in the points competition village, when he entered the Phoenix Mountain Cave, he had this golden head. But soon after the points race ended, he came here as soon as possible, hurry up to improve the strength of the tooth land shark, so there is no time to execute it. 2 days have passed. The fangtooth land shark in Riverview. It can be said to be a rapid increase. It has reached Ls 451. Became the highest level elf in Zhang Jing's current elf lineup. During these 2 days, Zhang Jing does not know how many battles he has gone through. In the past 2 days, he had absolutely no choice to return to the city. Instead, he was completely immersed in the elf battle. Very little time to rest. Supported by the number of terrifying battles. Cooperate. The aptitude of the fangtooth land shark itself, coupled with the experience given by Zhang Jing, has produced such an amazing effect. It can be said, this is a miracle. Unparalleled miracle L. The fangtooth land shark is getting closer and closer to the level required for evolution. The higher the level of the elf, the more difficult it is to improve. In the recent period, Zhang Jing also has noticed that the level of the fangtooth land shark is getting slower and slower. And of the sharp 840 tooth land shark, the level of the elves here is no longer ahead of the dust tooth shark. Without leapfrog combat, these elves provide less and less combat experience to the fangtooth land shark. Fortunately, Zhang Jing's original purpose has been achieved. He never thought that he would be able to directly let the fangtooth land shark complete the evolution during the interval between the elf exams. After all, the level of difference is too great. He just wanted to take advantage of this interval to improve as much as possible, and now he has successfully achieved his goal. His eyes swept around. Zhang Jing took out the elf picture book and glanced at it. If he remembered correctly, today is the essence equals round of the Lingwei examination Wu Kei. The time for the announcement of the county body rules in the cooperation clearance link. After opening the elf Pokédex, Zhang Jing frowned. It seems to be because he is now deep in the cave. The signals of the elf Pokédex are. After thinking for a while, Zhang Jing looked at Fang Lu shark beside him. Tooth shark, let's get out of here first. The sharp coin Lu shark roared closely and followed Zhang Jing's side. After 2 days and 2 nights of fighting, the tacit understanding between Zhang Jing and Chenya shark has reached a peak. Through the lamp to illuminate the front, one person and one elf walk silently. Just as they were not far away, the fangtooth land shark's footsteps suddenly paused, and he looked at Erfilu to remind you. 1 Ang _66005B. FA100. Com, and 1. Chapter 108 Self-Destruction 5. Zhang Jing has been paying attention to the Fang Lu shark. Now that the Fang Lu shark has a meal, Zhang Jing subconsciously stopped in place. After 2 days and 2 nights of fighting, Zhang Jing and Fang Lu shark had developed a very high tacit understanding. And because of the existence of the power of the royal dragon, the fangtooth land shark is naturally friendly to Zhang Jing's soil. In these 2 days of battle, because of the constant use of the power of Vibrant to help the dust-tooth land shark recover from the injury, It even made the Fang Lu shark's feelings for him increase rapidly. At the moment of seeing the action of the fangtooth shark, Zhang Jing immediately reacted. The fangtooth shark has found an enemy. The perception abilities of elves are quite amazing, especially caves like this. This is where the dust-toothed land shark likes to live, and its perception here is quite keen. Zhang Jing looked in the direction Fang Lu shark was looking at. Then, his eyes narrowed subconsciously. Was quite quiet inside the cave. After the river scene and the fangtooth land sharks all stopped, there was only the occasional sound of the wind blowing. In Zhang Jing's ears, I can clearly hear from far to near. Footsteps _ Soon. Front corner. A figure turned around. Zhang Jing held the lamp and illuminated the past. He could see its appearance clearly. That's one. Rumble Rock. Rumble Stone's evolution L. Under the lights, this Longyan's eyes narrowed subconsciously. Subsequently, on its face, anger suddenly appeared. Invaders, of Zhangjing and the fangtooth land shark. It's quite angry. A body full of rocks formed into one day. It didn't hesitate. With the rumbling sound, the rumbling rock suddenly rolled towards the fangtooth land shark. Zhangjing immediately retreated Z distances and handed the battlefield to Fang Lu Shark 1, and then the insight skill was activated. Name, Rumbling Rock. Property, Rock. Ground. Trait, Hardhead 6 Sand Hidden. Level, IV46__. Qualification, Middle Grade, Elite Level. Current skills, Megaton Punch, Bump, Round, Sand, Endurance, Rockfall, Invisible Rock, Slam. Self-Destruction, Rock Avalanche. Earthquake, Sacrifice Collision. Elite Longtime _ Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. He said in his heart, the qualifications are not bad. However, Zhang Jing had no intention of capturing it. From the point of view of theft, and every elf in his hand should be ahead of this rumbling rock. The most important thing. Zhang Jing has long planned for Ping's own elf lineup, but Longyan is not in the plan. Even if there is a system, the number of elves that Zhang Jing can cultivate is limited. He wrote too. It's about quality, not quantity. Longyan's body shrunk into a ball, rolling towards the Fang Lu Shark D. The fangtooth land shark stood there. The fighting intent rose in his eyes. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. The power of the dragon. Launch. All of a sudden, under the blessing of the power of the royal dragon, the eyes of the fangtooth land shark showed a fierce and even more light air cushion. With the constant use of special powers, Zhang Jing's ability strength has also been slightly enhanced. This makes the power of the royal dragon to improve the flash dust-tooth land shark even more uptack. Just when Rumble Rock was about to hit the fangtooth shark, Zhang Jing's voice suddenly sounded L. Dust-tooth land shark, dodge. Facing the rumbling rock that is close at hand, the fangtooth land shark did not panic at all. Its right leg steps on L. The whole body jumps up L. To know, the evolution of the fangtooth shark can even fly. The fangtooth land shark relies on the dragon fin behind itself. It can also do some help. Its body leaps up. Ferocious. Rolling forward. Longyan jumped straight into the air. At this time, Zhang Jing's voice sounded again. Dust Fang Shark, Dragon's Wrath. Ru Shan. The body of the sharp coin land shark is still falling in midair, and its dragon mouth is open. A low growl. A shock wave containing a strong impact is brewing in front of you. Rumble Rock because it never hit the fangtooth land shark. The body froze in place. Stretch out and just turned around. Haven't waited for it to act. Oncoming. It's the wrath of the dragon with a powerful attack. At once. When Dragon Fury hits the break B of Rumble Rock, the shock wave suddenly explodes. Accompanied by a roaring sound, under a strong impact, Rumble Rock rolled backwards and flew out. Its rocky body hit the cave wall and stopped. Eyes turned to Longyan's. Rumbling rocks with rock and ground attributes are undoubtedly quite astounding in defense. Plus, its own aptitude is not bad. So it successfully resisted this blow. The fangtooth shark landed on the ground. Long Longyan's eyes stared fiercely at the fangtooth land shark, Double Melon. He suddenly picked up the stone and threw it towards the dust-tooth land shark. Falling rocks. After continuous fighting, the fighting consciousness of the fangtooth land shark is constantly improving. Even without Zhang Jing's command, facing the incoming stone, its body flashed and quickly avoided L. The various attributes of the Flash Fang land shark are quite terrifying, and its dexterity can easily avoid the attack. Stones hit the ground. There was a dull sound. After several rockfalls failed to hit the fangtooth land shark, Rumble Rock stopped moving. Seems to be because of the attack. Because of being avoided, the anger in its eyes grew even higher. All of a sudden, it froze in place. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jing's eyes flashed with surprise. Long Longyan did not take the initiative to attack, but stayed in place. Seems to be preparing something. Subconsciously, Zhang Jing wanted to take this opportunity to let the fangtooth land shark attack Li Qinhao. But then too, Zhang Jing's mind flashed the information of Long Longyan that he had seen through his eyesight skill. His gaze condensed. A sudden rise in my heart. Guessing, he opened his mouth immediately. The fangtooth shark. Retreat. The moment the voice fell, Zhang Jing's speed exploded, and the physique that had been enhanced by special power played a role, and quickly retreated. Fang Lu shark did not understand the reason for Zhang Jing's order. But it didn't think much of it at all. After fighting together for a long time, its tacit understanding with Zhang Jing has reached a very high level. Command, it's quite convincing, it doesn't hesitate at all. Zhang Lu shark stepped on his right leg. His body was already approaching Zhang Jing. As soon as it leaves its place. With the rumbling rock as the center, a loud explosion sounded all around. Boom. Destruction skill L_2 to collect, Eng_66005B. FA 100, SCOM, and Chapter-109 Psychic Shield 1. Bang on. Boom _. Boom _. A deafening roar continued. Long Longyan has launched a self-destruction skill. With it as the center, a violent explosion erupted in an instant. If outside, maybe the self-destruction skill can't cause such a terrifying momentum. To know. Zhang Jing is still in the tunnel inside the cave, in the way L. The space is extremely limited and quite cramped. Under the self-explosion of Longyan, in such a narrow space, it caused a chain reaction. Shock wave caused by self-detonation. Because of the shackles of space, it has become even more terrifying. Under the impact of powerful force, the ground is shaking. The rock wall shakes and the gravel falls. The roar keeps on. L. Already sensed the danger before his self-destruction skills broke out. But __. In such a narrow space, the explosion of the shock wave was limited, and Zhang Jing could only feel the strong wind blowing behind him. The shock wave generated by the self-detonation hit L. Fang Lu shark had already caught up with Zhang Jing and saw that his master was in danger. He immediately intercepted behind Zhang Jing. It wants to use its own strength to resist the impact of the explosion. Just then, on Zhang Jing's waist, a pokeball flickered. River 750 scene equals I. The graceful figure has already appeared on the side. Shinado. Glitter Shinado. Shinado appeared at the moment. The eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling purple light. Mindfulness in an instant. Start up. Around. Suddenly a layer of dark purple psychic shield L appeared. Just the next second after the formation of the psychic shield, the shock wave generated by the self-explosion strikes outrageously. A violent impact hit the top of the psychic shield 5-up tack. At the same time, there were also some rocks that were broken due to the explosion. They also smashed over. There were ripples on the Golden 9 shield. Under the impact of the shock wave, the dark purple psychic shield gradually became lighter in color and suffered serious wear and tear. This is one. What a drag battle. When Shinado displayed his psychic shield, Zhang Jing stopped. Now. His moonlight looked at Shinade beside him. Shinado's eyes became brighter and brighter, inspiring a surging golden power against the shock-wave L. Zhang Jing remembered the introduction to Shinado in the Elf Pokédex. Shinado, tolerant of Pokémon, will use the most powerful phantom energy when it intends to protect a trainer who has the same mind. He recalled the scene just now. When he was about to be self-destructed. When the shock-wave hits, Shinado in the Pokeball appeared by himself, activating the psychic power shield to protect the safety of self too. This made Zhang Jing's heart quite moved. After mastering the power of Vibrant, because he can understand the thoughts and emotions of the elves, his relationship with each of his elves has become more harmonious. But the one who has the deepest relationship with him is Shinado Uptak. Shinado, who has telepathy with him. Because of telepathy, the intimacy between him and Shinado is unparalleled. Inside the cave. After a period of time, the aftermath of the shockwave generated by the self-destruction finally completely disappeared. In the cave passage, calm down. The azure purple light in the light of Shinado gradually dissipated, and the golden shield was removed. The moment after the psychic shield was withdrawn, Shinado's body softened and he was about to fall to the side. Seeing this, Zhang Jing quickly supported Shinado. Shinado looks weak. Are solid and thick rock walls on both sides of L in this cave passage. There are two venting directions L, front and rear. Wei Ju. Nature is greatly enhanced. And this rumbling rock, but has a level 1 up to LV46. By comparison, is only now LX35_. The level gap is high as level 11, plus the terrifying power of the skill of self-destruction, which can injure the enemy 1,000 and lose 800, is difficult to make up even with Shinado's talent. Just to protect the river view, casting a shield of psychic power to resist the shock wave, it undoubtedly burst out with all its potential power. Weakness is inevitable today. Shinade. Thank you very much. Supporting Shinado in his hand, Zhang Jing didn't speak. Just reciting Dao S in the small middle school. Do not use _1. Shinado's soft voice sounded in Zhang Jing's heart. Zhang Jing can clearly feel its emptiness. Helplessly smiled, Zhang Jing's thoughts equals moving L. Viking's power activates. A gentle healing light flickered in his hands, and a healing power spread into Shinado's body. Shinado's weakness is rapidly recovering. This is the power of special power. Trainers with special powers can often play a magical role in some special situations. Soon, Shinado straightened up. He recovered completely. Zhang Jing looked at the fangtooth land shark beside him. He smiled slightly and said, "Fine-tooth land shark, thank you very much." Although it was ultimately because of Shinado's mind shield that resisted the shock wave, Zhang Jing also saw the scene where Jianyu Lu Sha intercepted behind him and wanted to protect him. Of course he will not favor one over another. Hear the owner's thanks. The flash-fanged land shark growled. In response, Zhang Jing's eyes turned to the front. Under the explosion just now, the gravel flew. Now, as he treated Xanadu, the smoke gradually dissipated. The current emotion in the passage was reflected in Zhang Jing's eyes. In the entire cave passage, a mess. Because of the narrow passage, the self-destruction exploded with more terrifying power than normal. The ground is full of broken stones. Messy stacking, even leaving Zhang Jing away. The road to the cave was blocked. If Ting Jing was an ordinary person, I'm afraid this would be a tragedy of being buried alive. Fortunately -1. He is a trainer. Mind, move. Zhang Jing's side appeared, a elf. Shakira. After Shakira came on stage, Zhang Jing opened his mouth. Shakira. Hit 1_. Break all the rocks that are blocked in front of me. Shakira's shell is so hard that it is rumored to be able to collapse a mountain in a frenzy. Now this kind of small scene. L naturally can't beat it. After Zhang Jing's voice fell. Behind Shakira, the compressed gas spewed out leaves, and the whole body rushed out. Bang L. Its body slammed into the stone blocked in the passage. Shakira's impact skill _ is also enhanced by Zhang Jing's given skill. With its own hard body, the power is quite terrifying. Under the collision, cracks appeared on the rocks that were stacked together and blocked the road. Shaky. Pull back a little. Then. It hit her Philo again to remind you that there are 3 things to read, collect. The Joy of Reading. Chapter 110 _ second link rules 2. Bang on. The dull crash sounded again. Under the impact of Shakira, L sounded in the cave, and there was a cracking sound of crack kaza. C. The compressed gas behind Shakira spewed more and more violently, and its speed increased to the extreme, rushing forward like a cannonball. Z up tack boom L. With a roaring sound, Shakira broke through the stacked rocks. Because of the inertia, I rushed forward again for a while before I stopped. Zhang Jing turned the direction of the lamp and delivered the light. I saw. Under the broken surface, after Shakira knocked the rock block blocking the road out of a hole, the crack became bigger and bigger, and then accompanied by a deafening roar. The rock wall composed of rock blocks collapsed and collapsed. Smoke and dust. Gravel splashed. The road to the outside world has been called pass. Nice job, Shakira. After complimenting, Zhang Jing took Shakira and Shinado back into the Pokeball. Then he walked fast. Along the way, Zhang Jing led the flashing fangtooth land shark to carry out the famous battles, and its experience has increased. Soon, Zhang Jing has left the depths of the cave and returned to the place where human activities have been conducted. Because of the lighting equipment on both sides, Zhang Jing retracted the lamp. Just then, the elf Pokédex suddenly sounded a series of beeps. Jing took out the elves. I saw that the top of the underscore is impressively displayed, Dao Dao's communication request prompt. Zhang Jing glanced at the time. Found out that someone was there as early as this morning. I sent myself a communication request. It seems that the signal deep in this cave is really not very good. Jing said in his heart. In the past 2 days, after stepping into the cave, in order to improve the strength of the fangtooth land shark as soon as possible, he went deep. Not even an inch away. And, after mastering the ice skills, Zhang Jing's demand for the Jingxian Pokédex has been greatly reduced. Now, in his hands, the elephant Pokédex has become a tablet computer, purely used for browsing news, and a communicator, for communication. Zhang Jing flipped through it. It was found that the communication information was sent by Ku Ling, a trainer who was familiar with him. There was also his sister Zhang Qian. There is also one of the principals of the Ku family, Ku Yuan, and a strange number. Among them, Ku Ling sent him the most communications. Zhang Jing glanced at the time. It is already afternoon. Zhang Jing didn't repaint the first time. Instead, he opened the forum with the elf illustrated book. Of the wizard exam and martial arts will be announced today. After entering the forum. Topmost. Amazingly. Top post. Spirit exam equals cooperative breakthrough _ link county rules. Zhang Jing's moonlight condensed. Click into it. After about 2 minutes. A long breath. The second part up tack. Cooperative breakthrough L. Cooperative breakthrough. It is an examination program that has existed in previous years. Judging from the previous year's rules, most of the participating trainers formed a 2-person team by themselves. Cooperate to complete the pass. In the explanation of the Blue Star Elf Alliance. In the stage of cooperation and breakthrough, the test is everyone's brainstorming. Cooperation attitude under the general benefit. Those of the same Blue Star people naturally have to work together. A single trainer can deal with limited emotions. But the situations where multiple trainers can work together to deal with it will be a lot more. But 1. This year's Cooperative Breakthrough 1 has undergone some subtle changes. Still a team of 2. But this year, trainers no longer have the right to choose their own teammates. All teammates will be randomly assigned by the supercomputer. That is 111. You will have one. What kind of teammate is uncertain. Of course. Because of the elimination system adopted in this year's ELF exam, after the points competition. Only the last 500,000 rookie trainers who participated in the ELF exam are left. Without a doubt. If they can enter the top 2,000 in their respective 20,000-person competition areas, the remaining candidates can be regarded as fine cocoon characters among the newcomers. The lower limit is guaranteed. There will be no teammates who are too trashy. Also, the competition to pass the level is the time to pass the level. While cooperating. In the link, the speed of passing the level occupies a large proportion of the score, but it is not absolute. The Blue Star ELF Alliance has a special assessment group. According to the different performances of the new trainers in the level-breaking bug, different bonus points will be provided. In the end, if you perform too poorly in the pass, even if you rely on your teammates, the pass speed is not slow. But the same will be deducted. In short, equals. Even if your teammate is a jerk. As long as you perform well, you can still get high scores. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing felt a little pity. What does he do to his teammates? Who doesn't care too much? After all, his own strength gives him enough confidence to face any level. But he and Kuling were acquaintances after all, and he has a good relationship with the musicians. If you can be with Kuling as teammates, it is obviously a good choice. Think of this, too. Zhang Jing suddenly understood. Why did Kuling call him multiple times? Just when Zhang Jing's thoughts turned. The elf Pokédex sounded a beep again. Zhang Jing looked down and saw that it was. Kuling sent a communication request 1. He didn't hesitate. Connect immediately. Kuling's familiar face appeared on the screen. Soon as she connected her voice rang. Zhang Jing, I thought you lost contact. She paused and continued. After dialing several times, it shows that you have no signal. If Z7 listened to my uncle saying that you are taking the time to improve your strength, I will go to the police to find you. Zhang Jing heard the words and waited a little, then opened the mouth and said. I am fighting in a deep cave where the signal is not very good. Look at you, really. The strength should have improved again, congratulations. Kuling congratulations equals after the sentence, her face became more serious. He said again, you should have read the specific rules of the second link, right? Zhang attractions _nod. Seeing this, Kuling smiled helplessly. I thought I could get on the thigh of the regional champion. Now it seems that I still have to work hard on my own. Her tone was a little helpless. But there was no disappointment on his face. As the eldest lady of the Song family, her own strength is also quite impressive. To challenge an inch, and sharing, Joy L. Chapter 111 Imperial City 3. After a few sleepy chats with Kuling again, Zhang Jing hung up the communication. Then, he released the fire-breathing dragon, ready to ride the fire-breathing dragon back to the city. After the points competition, there are only 500,000 rookie trainers left in the whole country who continue to take the spiritual examination. Because of the geographical environment and other factors, the second link is divided into the Wutai Division UPTAC. And Zhang Jing was assigned. It is the Imperial City Division L. China's capital. Of course. Some product. The sub-competition is different. The result L this time is not the ranking of a single village, but the comprehensive ranking of the 5 major regions. And even if the trainers who performed well in this link were not able to enter the next link, they already had a equal certain chance of getting the admission letter from the ELF Academy. Introduce what is said in the post according to the rules. The second part of this equals time will use quite advanced technology to shape the level, which will bring a completely new experience to all candidates. Zhang Jing is going to return to the city first, and then go to the imperial capital. Teammates will not be released until after the competition arena. Cloth. Fire-breathing dragon wings, show up. Zhang Cheng rides on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and will reply one by one to those who have sent communication requests to himself. Among them, Zhang Qian was naturally concerned. So I sent him a message. Zhang Jing still attached great importance to his sister, and communicated well. And Ku Yuan is to prepare and explain to Zhang Jing, there is something about the promotion of Ferry Ibrahimovic. The Ku family undoubtedly attaches great importance to Zhang Jing. 2 days ago, after Zhang Jing and Ku Yuan contacted, Ku Yuan immediately began to make arrangements. Now, all over China, and even all over the world, many Langsing people who are concerned about elf news, Jinping, have heard about it more or less. The champion of Wagwo's Fairy Tournament division is a rookie trainer named Zhang Jing. The fourth evolutionary direction of Ibrahimovic has been issued. Fairy type, Fairy spirit. Say, 1. If Zhang Jing released the fairy elf in the battle now, it might cause others to be surprised. But not too shocking. Shocked by the unknown. Ku Jia's efficiency is undoubtedly quite astonishing. And at the most. After dialing the unfamiliar number sent by the company, Zhang Jing was a little surprised. This strange number turned out to be Ji Ziyang's L. Heavenly King Trainer Uptack. King Level Trainer. It is already the mainstay of the Blue Star Elf Alliance. L has its own right to speak at the national level and even the world level. Not to mention, A. Ji Ziyang is a key figure in guiding the reform of the elf exam, and now he is gaining momentum. Wanting to obtain his communication method is not something that a G-like person can do. Ji Ziyang contacts him. Violation is due to S about the fairy elf. He told Zhangjing Alliance that the Union Sejing started research and confirmed that he would give him the reward for discovering the evolutionary direction in the near future. Its electric body of course includes the Pioneer Badge. Also, Ji Ziyang also made it clear that if Zhang Jing encounters anything, he can contact him directly. Obviously, Zhang Jing's splendid performance in the points competition, coupled with the credit for discovering a new evolutionary direction, has already caught the attention of this king-level trainer. At the same time, because of the connection with the Ku family, the relationship between the two people is congenitally close to one another. After several consecutive calls were made, the fire-breathing dragon had already returned to the hotel in the city. Zhang Anglong landed in front of the gate. Then, he went back to the hotel to wash up. After getting the news of his return, Hu Yuyu was already prepared. After Zhang Jing finished sorting, he immediately got into the car to the airport. Ready to board the plane to the Imperial City. Go to the exam room. Tomorrow, there will be random team groupings and teammates will be assigned. And tomorrow afternoon at exactly 2 o'clock. Will be the second part of the official start time L. After Kong stepped up and down the gangway of the plane, Zhang Jing's Qiaguang looked around. The long leaves let out 20 breaths. This is the second time he has come to the imperial capital. The last time he came here, he subdued 2 elves, Shakira and Shining Laloras, and gained a lot. And this time, he believed in his gains. Also not too little. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jing adjusted his state, rested for a good night, and recharged his energy. The next day. Early morning. Zhang Jingcheng. Take a special car to the examination room of the Imperial City Division. Examination room of the Imperial City Division is located in the suburbs of the Imperial City. Baiyi, this is a super large examination room that can accommodate more than 100,000 people at the same time. It is naturally impossible to perform zero in the urban area. After arriving at the examination room, Zhang Jing went to the waiting area. Now, in the very center of the waiting area, there is a super large screen. After a while, the results of all random groups will be displayed here L. At the same time, when the level is in progress, this big screen underscore will also show some wonderful pictures for the people on the scene to watch. Zhang Jing stood quietly in place, waiting silently around. From time to time, someone exclaimed after seeing his face clearly. For their discussions, Zhang Jing was used to it and ignored it. Because of the championship of the division, he has become a talented trainer known to everyone, and because of the fairy elf, his prestige has risen by another dimension. Now it can really be said that no one knows it _ no one knows it. After all, district champion can only be regarded as their own achievements. The discovery of Ibrahimovich's fourth evolutionary direction is a contribution to the entire Blue Star. Make memory more profound. Time lapse. More and more students come to the waiting area. Just as Zhang Jing was waiting, a somewhat uncertain voice came from the side. You are Zhang Jing 3 _. Zhang Jing looked up. Only see. On the face is a familiar figure. His classmate in Liucheng No. 3 Middle School, Lu Qin. 0.8 After seeing Zhang Jing's face thoroughly, Lu Qin confirmed. Then he smiled. You are also in the Imperial Capital competition area. I haven't congratulated you yet, but you won the division championship. Congratulations. I went out of my way to see your performance in the points race. It was amazing. Lu Qin sighed with emotion. Hearing this, Zhang Jing smiled slightly. The allocation of the competition area seems to be related to the area where the candidates themselves belong. Luzhou is relatively close to Gaodidu, so it is allocated in the Dijujai district. As far as Zhang Jing knew, Hu Ling, as a member of the Magic Capital, was assigned to Magic City. In his mind turned to S, and Zhang Jing responded, it seems that you performed well in the points competition, and you entered the second ring directly. Lu Sun smiled kindly and waited, shaking his head. Bruli L and you, the champion of the stronghold. But it's far worse. _1 EHI 9,239,066 support the original works of Filu Novel Network //b.fa.1u, com, and L. Chapter-101 _teammate assignment 4. Zhang Jing and Lu still have a pack equals Zine. At this time, right in the middle of the waiting area, the big screen suddenly lights up. Jinping, who was waiting around, handed the light to the top of the big screen at the same time. The originally noisy waiting area quieted down in an instant. On the dapping tomb, 2 names appear L. In a blink. Above the big screen, a full 104 names L. A noisy discussion sounded from below. These names, this is. The divisional champion is the divisional champion of the points race. Look at the meaning. Division champions won't form teams together. Those who can win the division championship are fierce people. If they are still on the same team, I can't imagine it. That's not bad. Conversation continued. Zhang Jing's eyes looked at the big screen. He saw his name in it. In the points competition, the competition. Out of 516 division champions L _. And such as 091. In the second session, the 516 _ division champions were evenly distributed among the 5 divisions. In Imperial City, because the average distribution will be 1 more, there are 104 _ division champion up tack. Now, the names of the 104 people appeared on the big screen. Then, the screen flickers slightly. Behind the regional champions, names are beating. See. The waiting area was suddenly quiet. Those who can become the champions of the division are undoubtedly well-deserved Jade trainers. Although the specific results of the second link depend on the performance of the county body _ but if you can form a team with a division champion, it will undoubtedly start high. This is undoubtedly a competition of 2 luck. Luck. It has always been an eye of strength. This is probably one of the reasons for the existence of the cooperation link. After half a minute, the name at the back suddenly freezes. Moment. Beeping sounds in the waiting area. There are surprises. There was disappointment. Wanjing looked at the big screen. Behind your name. Above shows the situation of teammates 2. Liucheng number 3 middle school Riverview, Z equals Xingcheng Yishan Su Yingshe. Wet Yingshe, underscore. Zhang Ying's eyes narrowed too. Just then. Beside him, Lu Rang suddenly exclaimed. Moonlight swept across the big screen. Then. He keenly caught a familiar name. Zhangya in the imperial capital Earth equals, Zilu underscore Liusha in the third city of the city. Zhang Ang looked at Lu Wang beside him. Lu Qin also retracted his gaze on the big screen. Facing Zhang Jing's gaze too, the girl's face was full of surprise, and she couldn't help but said, I didn't expect my teammate to be a division champion in a points competition. I have no luck with anyone. She seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly shook her head and said, it's a pity. My teammate is not. Otherwise, you can just hug your thighs underscore lie down and pass this level. Zhang Jing smiled. The middle of Liucheng, he had a good relationship with Lu Ji, so it didn't hurt to make some jokes on both sides. A flash of memory flashed across his face. Zhang Jing opened his mouth and said, 2 inches. I remember that I saw the introduction of the champion of the dry division on the forum. This Zhang Ya, if I remember correctly, it should be the champion of the division number 312. A girl. A girl. Hearing this, Lu Qin's eyes lit up. He said softly, that should be a good communication. Zhang Xinic nodded. Typing tomb. After the teammates of the division champion were assigned, the screen flashed on the big screen. Then, a dense number of names flashed out. Everyone's group appeared. It is quite difficult to find where you are. Therefore, after the list on the tie screen is announced, the system will send an email to the trainers present. Name and contact information, so that everyone can communicate before the second session starts. On the big screen. After the list is displayed. Waiting area. Immediately, a lot of elf illustrations sounded. Lu Qin took out the picture book, flipped through the emails he had just received, his face became more serious, and said to Zhang Jing, I'm going to find my teammates first. There's still some time before the second session starts, and I'm going to get acquainted with her now. Zhang Jing nodded and sent the other party away. Then, he took out the picture book, ready to check the contact information of his teammates. Just after he took out the illustrated book, a communication request was sent. Unfamiliar number. Zhang Jing Xinian moved, and instantly realized that this should be his teammate 78 inches. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing connected the communication. After the communication was connected, a figure appeared in the exhibition. I haven't waited for Zhang Jing to see her face clearly. I heard some excited voices ringing in my 20s. While L turned out to be really Zhang Shen, underscore. After the voice fell, she seemed to realize what. Coughed lightly. After the voice, he said, Zhang Shen. Where are you? It is not convenient for me to directly find you to communicate. Ah. Zhang Jing blinked, full of question marks. Zhang God. With such an excited tone. He thought about it, turned the camera, and recorded the surrounding environment. In the elf picture book, the female voice sounded again. Let me see, it doesn't seem far from me. Without waiting for Zhang Jing's answer, the girl said again, Zhang Shen. Wait for me, I'll go look for you right now. After the voice fell, communication was hung up. Zhang Jing held the elf picture book, feeling a little confused in his mind. Since the other party is ready to take the initiative to find him. Zhang Jing was naturally not too busy, so he simply waited in place. Just about a minute later Zhang Jing looked to the right with a feeling. Only C2. Equals the figure of Dao is running over quickly. 1. EHI 9,239,066 Support, Filu Novel Network B. F. 8.1 U. Com, Original Works. Chapter 113 Emperor Su Yingshe 5. After running quickly to Zhang Jing's side, the other party couldn't help but bent over and supported his knees and gasped a few times. Apparently, she came here on the second way, and it took a lot of physical strength. Then, under the gaze of Zhang Jing's moonlight, she slowly straightened up. Face Yinghe came into Zhang Jing's sight. Her cheeks were slightly straighter and fatter. Doesn't look fat. On the contrary, there are some cute dolls, wearing a pair of black, rimmed glasses. On the body, wearing shorts and a long t-shirt. Big white legs are exposed, and the back is carrying a cute bunny backpack. Zhang Jing's Qiguang and her eyes suddenly met each other. Then, Zhang Jing could clearly see each other's eyes. The excitement in his eyes almost burst out. I haven't waited for Zhang Jing to speak. The other party sighed. The first step sounded It's really Zhang Shensheng. I really am the son of heaven. Looking at Zhang Jing, there was an unstoppable joy on the other's face. Then said, Zhang Shen, let me introduce myself, I'm Su Ying. Snow, it's your teammate in the next stage. There was an unstoppable smile on her face. Seems to be a little cosmic. Zhang Jing pondered, and then said, Zhang Jing, Liucheng No. 3 Middle School. I know L. Su Yingshe nodded, and then said like a family. I also know. Zhang Shen, you currently have 6 main elves. They are Shakira, Shining Shinado, Shining Scorpion Dragon Pikachu, and Fire-Breathing Dragon. Right 1 inch. Su Yingshe said here with bright eyes. The other is a fairy spirit. Spirit L. Especially cute fairy elf. I will be able to be teammates with Zhang Shen. Isn't this a win at the starting line? My luck is really good enough. Cough cough. Zhang Jing coughed twice and interrupted her. He looked at Su Yingshe and said, why do you, one call me Zhang Shen? Huh. Su Yingshe was stunned. Subsequently, she seemed to remember something and explained softly, to tell you the truth, Zhang Shen, I am your fan. In points competition. After the game, I heard that. I read your deeds and went to make up for your first perspective. Your performance in the points competition is too popular. I became the scenery of a Zhangjing fan group on the spot. We have a small private group that calls you Zhang Shen in private after you discovered Ibrahimovich's fourth way of evolution. Speaking of which, she said with some emotion, being able to win the division championship in the points competition that tests combat power, and also discovering that Ibrahimovich's fourth evolution method is simply a combination of civil and military skills, equals ordinary people will definitely not be able to do this today. So 92 we take Zhang Shen. Code name. He didn't think of PZ70. My teammate turns out to be a fan of my own. My fame is really big now. Zhang Jing sighed in his heart. In front of you. A glimmer of hope flashed in Su Yingshui's eyes, and then she said, Zhang Shen, can you show me your fairy spirit? Although there is news on the internet, there are also a few pictures of fairies. But there are too few. Heard. Zhang Jing hesitated for a moment. But which is, thinking that this is his next teammate, both sides must have some understanding. Zhang Scenic nodded. His hand was on the pokeball at his waist. Front, 2. The Festival of Light flashes. Then, the figure of the fairy elf had already appeared beside Zhang Jing. After its debut, she called out softly, and then rubbed Zhang Jing's calf. Fairy elf and Zhang Jing are quite intimate. This is the fairy spirit. Su Yingshe couldn't help leaning down, looking at the fairy elf. Fairy elf feeling. Su Yingshe with curious eyes. So cute one. The appearance of the fairy elf is quite amazing for girls. Su Yingshe looks intoxicated with a cat. Staring at the fairy elf. At the same time, equals. Because of the appearance of fairy elf, there are many other new trainers waiting around. They all cast their sights over them. The discussion sounded. What kind of sprite is that? It's a fairy. What the hell? I actually saw a live one-up tack. Fairy elf. This. And it say, that's Zhang Jing. This is so amazing _. I watched the video of him competing for points. Zhanju is too strong. I think he has a good chance of competing for this year's Wagwo #1 pick. Meow, that girl is his teammate. Why didn't I have such good luck with her? Let go of Zhang Jing and let me come. Some people may not know Zhang Jing's face, but according to the recent fairy elf news, immediately associated with his identity, the sound of discussion entered the ear. Zhang Jing was unmoved. After all, he had already learned. It's Su Yingshe, this girl. After hearing the surrounding discussions, I quickly got up. She seemed to realize that her request was causing trouble to Zhang Jing, and after getting up, she quickly said, Shenjiang, I'm sorry, I just want to take a look at the fairies. It's all right. Zhang Jing shook his head indifferently. After all, now, wherever he goes, he is like carrying a spotlight with him. In front of you. Su Yingshe thought for a while, then said in a serious tone, Godjiang, although I'm not as good as you, but I'm in the process of breaking through. I would. It won't hold you back. She took off the backpack she carried behind her back, and took out 4 Pokeballs from the clumps. Zhang Jing glanced at it, but he didn't make any sense. Actually, because of the reform of the elf exam this year, because the time is too early, the elf lineup of too many new trainers is not full uptack. After all, the king's time is limited in such a short period of time, due to various reasons such as stealing quality. The number of elves they can cultivate is also limited. Instead of gathering 6 elves, not all of them, it is better to hold on to 1 or 2. Even 2 or 3 elves are carefully cultivated. Following Su Yingshui's actions, Zhang Jing had no intention of interrupting. Next, they are teammates. You have to understand each other. He was also a little curious about the girls' elf lineup. Pokeball glows. 4 figures appeared beside Su Yingshe. After Zhang Jing's moonlight fell above, it suddenly condensed. He raised his head subconsciously and looked at Su Yingshe. Su Yingshe gave him a bright smile. Zhang Jing was silent for a while, and his eyes stayed on Su Yingshui's elf. He hadn't thought about it at all. This teammate. It turned out to be a European Emperor L_Filu. To remind you that there are 3 things in reading, recommendations, AHI 92396/b.fa1u.com and Chapter-101-150 Division Challenger 1. Zhang Jing's eyes stayed on Su Yingshui's elf. Look at the 4 elves in turn. Fire Rock Rat equals Ship's Geely Egg L. The north-facing nose of the rock system. And 2 elves that made Zhang Jing couldn't help but sidestep. That is 1. Flash Ibrahimovic. Shining Spirit. Compared to the normal Ibrahimovic, the hair color of the Flash Ibrahimovic is darker. With Zhang Jing's knowledge of the elf, he immediately recognized its identity. To know. Glitter sprites, because of their complete randomness, come in a sense. It's even rarer than a quasi-god spirit. Trainers who can meet and conquer shining spirits, each one can be called the European Emperor. Zhang Jing thought, moving. Wisdom skill activates. Check the information of several elves. The result shocked him even more. In north-facing nose is middle grade, advanced qualification. Auspicious eggs. It is a low-grade, advanced qualification. And Shining Ibrahimovic is a top-grade, elite-level qualification. What shocked Zhang Jing the most was, in her elf lineup, the one with the highest aptitude is not Shining Ibrahimovic, but Rock Rat. In addition, the qualification of the Fire Rock Rat has reached the elite level plus. It is close to the 520 king level qualifications. This Flash Ibrahimovic's qualifications are higher equals weight uptack. And this Rock Rat is on the brink of evolution. I'm afraid it's only after a battle or 2 can successfully evolve into a fire beast. This makes Zhang Jing more okay. The girl in front of me. is a well-deserved European emperor. His mind turned from thoughts, and Zhang Jing turned to his thoughts. Then couldn't help, to know. Su Yingxie was randomly selected as his teammate. Having a strong teammate like him will undoubtedly have a great advantage at the starting point. There are more than 100,000 people in Dijujai district, and they must be divided into more than 50,000 groups. Su Yingxie became his teammate, which is equivalent to winning the 1 in 50,000 chance. Isn't this the Emperor of Europe? It turns out that wanting to be a good trainer, luck, must be good enough. Better luck. Often the rarer you come across, the more qualified elves, and can have a better situation in front of you. Several elves of Su Yingxie looked at Zhang Jing curiously after their debut. Her Eevee seems to have noticed something, eyes staring at the fairy elf. Su Yingxie was keenly aware of this. She couldn't help but say, my Ibrahimovic seems to be very curious about the Buddha spirit. Zhang Jing nodded and responded. After thinking about it, Su Yingxie said, the fire rock rat is the strongest elf in my hand, and Ibrahimovic is second only to it. The north nose acts as a meat shield because of the attributes of the Yonjin system, and the auspicious egg acts as a support position. Listening to the introduction voice of the other party, Zhang Jing nodded slightly. He had already understood these elves through his eyes. Now it's just doing superficial work. Pondering, after the sound, Zhang Jing opened his mouth and said, Su Yingxie, take back your high-level recording first. Su Yingxie took the elf back to the elf ball. Then, she blinked her eyes and said softly, Zhang Shen, just call me Yingxie. Zhang Jing nodded casually, thoughts flashing in his heart. Without a doubt. Those who can enter the second round through the points competition can be regarded as the elite of new trainers, and Su Yingxie is also one of them. The strength that her elf lineup can exert is not bad. As she herself said, she doesn't hold back. Zhang Jing's eyes looked towards the surrounding waiting area. Of them have joined their teammates now. X2, they are also doing the same thing as Su Yingxie. Release the spirit elf for introduction. Try to get acquainted with each other in the shortest possible time so that you can pass the next level. After Zhang Jing thought for a moment, he placed his palm on the Pokeball. He was going to introduce his elf lineup to Su Yingxie. Just then not far away, there was a cry. Riverview. Zhang Jing looked at the sound, his brows slightly underscore. I see AIFH. The direction of the shout. R2. Man, he didn't know, is slowly walking towards him. Soon too. The two walked not far in front of Zhang Jing. The leading man showed a confident smile and said solemnly, I'm just introducing myself. My name is Sun Wenji, the champion of the number 513 Jai district. S eyes narrowed. Although the elf exam is not over yet. But it can stand out in a division of 20,000 people. The winner of the division championship is without a doubt. They are all geniuses. Looking at the opponent's posture, Zhang Liang vaguely guessed his purpose. As expected. After introducing himself, Sun Wenji said directly, Zhang Jing, the champion of Division 177, I have long admired you. The second session doesn't start until the afternoon. It's still early. Sun Wenji confidently looked at Zhang Jing with a provocative tone. He opened his mouth and said, how is it? Are you interested in coming to an elf battle? There are a lot of championship rankings online. You are ranked in the top 3. I would like to see how strong you are. Around. Many people recognized Sun Wenji's body. Many people's attention was immediately diverted. This is the competition for the division championship. It's called Too Much Drama. Qiiguang swept Zhang Jing's brow over Sun Wenji's body and said, are you sure? Sun Wenji did not answer him. Instead, he said could it be that you are afraid to and you dare not accept it? No. Zhang Jing shook his head and looked at Su Yingxie beside him. He opened his mouth and said, is Yingxie interested in making a cameo, the referee? Su Yingshe was slightly stunned. Then immediately. He reacted and said excitedly. Of course there is. Sun Wenji saw the moonlight condensed, and didn't say anything more. Zhang Jing turned around and looked at Sun Wenji. Calmly said, I'm just afraid that after you are defeated, it will affect the performance of the second link. He hummed, then let's wait and see. Beside him, the man who was obviously his teammate also showed anger. Zhang Jing was noncommittal. In the waiting area, there is a dedicated battlefield. It is convenient for rookie trainers to battle and adjust their status. Soon, Zhang Jing and Sun Wenji have arrived. Reached the opposite battlefield, separated at both ends of the field. Around. More and more onlookers came to hear the news. The elves battle between the champions of the division. It is not so easy to meet. No one thinks wrong attack. And they are also quite curious. Zhang Jing and Sun Wenji, the two champions of the division. Who is stronger? To know, after the points competition is over, who will be the strongest among the 516 division champions. It has also been the second topic of discussion among netizens. Su Yingshe, the guest referee, stood on the side of the field. After her eyes swept over the two, she said crisply, please send your own elves. EHI 9,239,066-100. Original work. 1. Chapter 115 Super Battle 2. After Su Yingshui's voice fell, Zhang Jing and Sun Wenji held their hands on the pokeball almost at the same time. Then, with a bang, two figures suddenly appeared in the field. Around. Because I heard that there are two division champions going to have an elves battle. Attracted trainers. More and more trainers. Now too. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the field. After seeing the elf body in front of Zhang Jing and Sun Wenji, the Queen's exclamations continued to ring around the battlefield. It's Glitter Shinado. Zhang Jing's shining Shinado, this is his well-deserved main elf. The strength is quite amazing. The elf sent by Sun Wenji is Hu Di. It turned out to be Hu Di, the Hu Di of the superpower system. Doesn't that mean this is a civil war of super elves? This is even more exciting. Both sides are elves with the same attributes. Shinado's own fairy attributes also have no restraint relationship with Hu Di's superpower system. It can be said that the two sides stand together on the same starting line. A completely fair fight. Wonderful, I have a hunch that this contest will be quite exciting. Shinado and Hu Di are both the leading elves among the superpower elves. I just don't know who can win the final victory between these two on the field. There was a lot of chatter around. More and more spectators gathered. On the battlefield, Zhang Jing stood there, too, and his death was shining Shinado. His eyes fell on the opposite side. In front of Sun Wenji, there is a hand. Each holding equals 2 spoons of Jingxian 1. Hu Di. Super elf attack. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that in the end, there would be a civil war of the superpower system. Wisdom skill activated. The properties of this Hu Di were already known by Zhang Jing. Name, Hu Di. Attribute, superpower. Trait, mental power, magic defense. Grade, IV34__. Qualification, top grade, elite level. Current technology. Can meditate, bend the spoon. Phantom light, barrier, mind power, immobilization method, teleportation, flash, substitute reflection wall. Spiritual strength. Elite qualification. Being able to become one of the 516 champions in the division must have its own uniqueness. Obviously, this Hu Di must be the second of Sun Wenji's main elves. But not necessarily his strongest elf. Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. The other end of the field. Sun Wenji's eyes were also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhang Jing would send Shinai. Su Yingshui's moonlight swept across. 2 sperm. She deliberately stayed on shining Shinado for a while, her eyes glowing with brilliance. Then 11. She cleared her throat with a light cough and raised her arms. The sound followed L. Battle. Start 11 inches. Arms fall outright. The moment her voice fell, S. In the field. Zhang Jing and Sun Wenji's commands sounded L almost at the same time. Xanadu, meditate. Hudi, use a stand-in. Quote. Voice fell. The actions of the two spirits are almost simultaneous. A dazzling purple light bloomed in Shinado's eyes, and the power of the golden power was increasing. Meditation. Defense skills. It's a superhero civil war. Before the battle begins, Zhang Jing has already thought about the battle idea. No doubt 11. Special attack and special defense provided by the meditation skill. It can give Shinado an absolute advantage in battle. And another. One side. After Sun Wenji's voice fell. From the spoon in Hudi's hands, there is a light of indifference, its face of pain flashed on the top, and the body changed in an instant. There was a little doll in the form of a stand-in. Substitute skills. Consume the stamina of the elf itself to create a substitute to help the elf resist attacks. If you are lucky enough, you can even resist multiple rounds of attacks. Sun Wenji's face changed suddenly after seeing that Shinado was using meditation L instead of a stand-in skill. When there is no qualitative difference in the power of the elves battle is also a test of the trainer's ability. At any time, the release of Shimo skills will affect the battle situation. To know. Because of Zhang Jing's fame, he still looks like. Learn about his fighting habits. Therefore, he didn't think of it at all. Zhang Jing did not let Shinado attack directly, but used his meditation skills. No doubt. In a short confrontation, he fell behind ask for flowers. But immediately, Sun Wenji's moonlight flashed, the light of self-confidence. Hudi has already cast a stand-in. Next, as long as he is lucky enough, I even attack Shinado without any loss. Without any hesitation, Sun Wenji opened his mouth and said, Hudi. Strong mentality 1 inch. Let this Shinado see how powerful you are. At the same time. The other end. Zhang Jing's light fell on the doll. Eyes 1, squint. In my heart, I said silently, are you a substitute? Since it is. He. Thought 2, flashed by, command voices sounded almost at the same time. Shinado, keep your spirit strong. At the moment when the voice fell, Zhang Jingxin. Lucky amulet is on. A dazzling deep purple light blooms in Shinado's eyes 1. Mental strength. Another side. Hudi temporarily swayed away from the spoon from the stand-in state, Jin Li urged, and the mental strength was also activated at the same time. Same property. Same skill L. The surrounding audience subconsciously quieted down and watched. With this skill collision. The moment Hudi finished using his skills, he turned back into a stand-in doll again. In a moment. Spiritual strong thoughts collided with each other in midair. The duel of Niankujian. Collision, silent. It doesn't look too intense. But, 1. After the blink of an eye, there was an uproar from the surrounding audience. Only see. At the moment when the Western Road's spiritual and strong thoughts clashed, it was only a moment when Shinado's spiritual strong will was blocked. Directly defeat Hudi's thought power, and charge towards Hudi in an indomitable manner. Zhang Jing's eyes squinted. Nothing. Shinado's level, qualifications, all ahead of this Hudi. Not to mention. It also uses the meditation skill, L Special, which has been improved again. The collision between skills will naturally be the advantage of Shinade Duozheng County. Sun Wenji's face sank. I also thought of the reason, but I was not too nervous. After all, his Hudi has already used his stand-in skills, even if the skills collide with the bottom. It won't hurt in the wind. I thought that flashed in my heart. But next second, Sun Wenji's face changed suddenly, and he didn't dare to believe. What? This 3 things about reading _ collect. AHI 9236066 /b.fa1u.com Original Works. Chapter 116 _ Everything is Planned 3. Sinead Duo's mental strength suddenly hit the doll transformed from the substitute. Only C. At the moment of hitting L. The stand-in doll flashed a little light and directly returned to Hu L. Substitute skills have been cracked 1. Sinead and Zhang Jing have the same heart. There is no need for Zhang Jing to speak at all. The purple light in the eyes of L822 is getting brighter and brighter. A psychic force is driven to the extreme L. Hu Di, who escaped from the stand-in state, didn't have time to react at all, and was slammed by the mental force uptack. On its countenance there is a god of pain. The damage of the super skills I has been reduced to a certain extent. But, because the use of the stand-in skill itself consumes a certain amount of physical strength of Hu Di. And Sinead's level, aptitude, and power are naturally stronger than his skills. Not to mention, Sinead has meditated equals times. Skill power has a significant 993 improvement. Now, under the blow, Hu Di's face shows the god of pain. Love. The air cushion weakened in an instant. Sun Wenji watched this scene and did not dare to believe, how is it possible? In his opinion. Although let Sinead Duo meditate once. But Hu Di's stand-in skills. It can completely let Hu Di launch an attack without injury. However, just an attack L. Just the moment when the mental strength comes into contact, the substitute skill is cracked. This completely exceeded Sun Wenji's expectations. His eyes were a little dull, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The other end. Zhang Jing's eyes were calm, and he closed the lucky charm. As early as he obtained the lucky charm controller, he can freely control the opening of the lucky charm. He thought of some operations. It is only the first time to use E. It seems to work well. Actually, equals. Even if he hadn't cracked the other's stand-in status, Zhang Jing didn't care. You know, Sinead has the voice of charm skill. The fairy-type skill, charming voice, ignores the substituting state. The mountain's thoughts flashed. River view. Don't miss the chance to pursue the victory. L immediately shouted. Sinead, use magic leaves. The damage of superpower skills to Hu Di has been weakened, but grasp skills have no effect. Sinead's arms danced. In front of and above it, the sharp blades flashing with strange rays of light suddenly congealed. In a moment, the group of spit films violently attacked Hu Di. The sound of breaking the air keeps on L. Swish swish. Stand-in state was directly cracked. It was completely beyond Sun Wenji's expectations. But as seeing the An Naduo attacking again today, he quickly opened his mouth and shouted Kong Wa Hu Di, and moved to dodge instantly. Hu Di's face was painful. S2 waved the spoon with some difficulty. He left the place, appeared on the other side. Then faced G. In midair. With Hu Di's position shift, the magic leaf turned its target in an instant, and 2 chased after Hu Di. Magic leaf is a skill with tracking ability, and the attack will definitely hit uptack. Next second, sharp blades cut through Hu Di's body. Grass-type energy burst. Magic leaf is also a special attack skill, which is blessed by the special attack attribute of Sinead, and its power is amazing. Hu Di's face is more painful than his body is full of scars. He looks weaker and weaker. Hu Di. Sun Wenji's fist clenched with a gloomy expression. He opened his mouth and drank. S face was calm and said directly, Sanaduo, the voice of charm. The sound of charm, inflicts mental damage on the opponent, and the attack will definitely hit. Sinead's mouth opened slightly. All of a sudden, the strange cry full of charm sounds in the battlefield uptack. Hu Di's body suddenly froze when he heard the sound of charm, and then fell to the side. He passed. The sound of charm became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bang! Its body fell to the ground. It made a dull sound. Victory and defeat. As the battle progresses, a considerable number of trainers have gathered around, but now they have all quieted down, silent. Final Jade, who was the guest referee, came back to her senses one step at a time, and after glancing at Zhang Jing excitedly, she said softly, "Battle is over, Zhang Jing wins." Falling with her voice. An uproar suddenly erupted in the crowd of onlookers. Exclamations continued. Is this the end? Damn it, how do I feel? Their strength gap is a bit big. This is more than a bit too much, it's just crushing, okay. Do you think Hudi has made any effective counterattacks? You lose every step of the way. Chusun Wenji just lost in the skills of the substitute, and his substitute was cracked too fast. Quote. This Shinado itself is stronger than Hudi. When they use the same skills to collide, Shinado is a complete victory won. As expected of Zhang Jing, so strong Q. Everyone is the champion of the division. How can the gap be so big? Noisy discussions continued. After the points competition ended, many celebrities on the internet were quite curious as to which of the 516 Jai district champions in China was stronger. For this, there are also a lot of artificially rated championship rankings on the internet. The competition between the division champions was originally quite talkative. A topical first. And now, Battle of the Two-Walled District Champions ends. Recalling the battle process, the rookie trainers' onlookers were shocked to find that it was completely different from what they had imagined. Everyone is the champion of the tournament. Shouldn't they fight for 300 rounds? How is it equals the end of the sideways? In the field, the discussion voices of the surrounding trainers were clearly heard in Sun Wenji's ears. His face turned blue and white. His face became darker. Taking out the poke ball from his hand, Sun Wenji will be in a coma. The Hudi in the middle took back, and then turned around and hurriedly opened the place. Being defeated so cleanly made him feel a little ashamed. Zhang Jing's face was calm and I too praised, Sanaduo, you did a good job. Then, he took Shinado back. Beside, Su Yingshe walked over with excitement and said to Zhang Jing, Zhang Shen, your Shinado is too powerful. She paused for a while, then said, your command is also very strong. You can at the beginning, let Shinado perform meditation directly. Is the other party, S0.3 stand, in also in your expectation? Zhang Jing smiled slightly, but did not reply. For him, with the skill of discerning eyes, he already knew the information of this Hudi well before the battle started. Therefore, before Zhang Jing dared to start the game, let Shinado use his meditation skills. To know. This Hudi masters all superpower skills. The damage to superpower elves has been reduced, and Shinado's own level and qualifications are ahead of the other party. The damage received will weaken a little more. Before all kinds. Mention it. Even if the opponent launches offensive skills while Shinado is performing meditation, the impact on Shinado is very limited. Shinado can perform meditation without any worries to improve his own special attack and special defense, and prepare for the next battle attack. He didn't care what skill Hudi would use first. Because everything is in his plan. Collection, recommendation and sharing uptack. AHI 9,239,066 BD. FA1U. Com. Original Works. 1. Ent and GT. Chapter 117 King Yexin 4. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe turned and left the battle area. Around. The onlookers who gathered around the trainers also talked and left. It can be expected that the news about the battle between the two villages in the Jade Emperor capital village will spread all over the internet before the official start of the second session. After all, there has been a lively debate on the internet about who is stronger and who is the champion of the division. Everyone likes different players. Naturally there is controversy. And now, there are already two division champions who have split the results. One of them is Zhang Jing, who is booming recently. Naturally, it will cause some waves. After leaving the battle zone, Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe were completely cleansed. No one will challenge Zhang Jing again. Zhang Jing was happy about this. Actually, in his own opinion, among the 103 champions who were assigned to the Imperial City Division, other than him, they wanted to fight against him with elves. Probably not a few. Everyone. All because young and vigorous Zhang Jing's performance in the points competition is more than dazzling, which will inevitably arouse the desire of others to challenge. Sun Wenji is just the first, an early bird. 09_result. Sun Wenji, the early bird, the first challenger, was neatly defeated by Zhang Jing. This made others have to temporarily suppress the idea of challenging. The second part will be launched in the afternoon of Lingri. Although there is a special medical station in the waiting area, don't worry about the elf leaving wounds in the battle, but once defeated, against itself. Air cushion, state and other aspects of the attack are undoubtedly quite amazing. The trainers who can win the championship in the Jai district naturally have their own pride, and they must continue to perform well in the next session. So go. After Zhang Jing defeated Sun Wenji with a thunderous momentum, the others had to suppress the fighting thoughts in their hearts. Zhang Jing introduced Su Yingshe about his own, elf. Bai Yi, in the next stage, L and L are teammates. Su Yingshe is a fan of Zhang Jing. He has long known about his elf lineup, but after seeing it with my own eyes still. Unstoppable amazement. Double flash. Equals quasi-god. Cooperate with and become the only fairy in the world. Here, a genie lineup that anyone would envy. Time passes quietly. There is a dedicated dining area in the waiting area. After the trainers had lunch, the time came to 2:30 in the afternoon. Just as the rookie trainers who participated in the competition, Sankai was waiting in the waiting area. While chatting. Waiting area middle 1. Blue ran on the big screen lights up L. Suddenly, everyone's attention. Fascinated by the big screen. I see. On the big screen, a figure in a suit appeared. That's a woman. Rimmed glasses. She has a ponytail and looks like she is in her early 30s. Quite a ladylike style. After she appeared on the screen, some muffled voices sounded through the PA equipment throughout the waiting area. Contestants in the Imperial City Division. Hello. I am the person in charge of the Imperial City Division. H. Shin. After her voice fell. The whole wait. There was a loud noise in the area. It's King Yi Shin 1. I didn't expect that the person in charge of the competition area in the second session turned out to be a Heavenly King level trainer. Look, come here, the elf test is really valued. Totally unexpected. Tianwang level trainer, she should be there right? This is the first time I am so close to a Tianwang level trainer. The surrounding discussions were clearly heard by Zhang Jing. His eyes equals squinting, looking at the big screen. Yi Shin. Blue. Star Elf Alliance Wagwo Tianwang Trainer Uptak. This is the second Heavenly King level trainer that Zhang Jing met after coming to Blue Star. Undoubtedly, a Heavenly King level trainer is synonymous with being strong and powerful. Within the screen. Yi Shin's voice sounded again. This cooperation stage is divided into 3 stages. According to the specific time it takes you to complete the 3 levels, you will get a base score uptak. The less time spent, the higher the score uptak. And according to your specific performance, bonus points will be awarded. Minus uptak. Her face was calm, with a slight smile on her lips. Continuing, because of the limited area of the level, the locations of the 3 levels are different. It can be said that this is a race of speed, and the time you spend on the road will also be included in the time you spend passing the level. Of course, it is forbidden to use means of transportation, but you can use your elves. Next, you can get a time recorder and a map marking the locations of the 3 levels in the various windows opened in the waiting area. Wait until the time reaches 2 o'clock, and the level will officially start. Brief introduction. Yi Shin's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said softly, The contestants in the Imperial Capital Division wish you good luck. After the voice fell, the screen dims. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe looked at each other, immediately came to the window closest to Gao and them, and received a time recorder and a map. The time recorder is in the form of a watch, such as on the upper screen. 00_000 is displayed. However, Zhang Jing won't be because of this mediocre. It looks like it's unremarkable and ignores it. You must know that although the development trend of Blue Star is a bit crooked due to the arrival of the elves, the technology is still quite developed. In the points competition, the point recorder in the shape of glasses has various functions. In Zhang Jing's view, this time recorder can not only record time. It also has the function of monitoring whether the contestants have cheated. After wearing the time recorder on his wrist, Zhang Jing unfolded the map. On the map, only 4 locations identified. Waiting Area 1. The first level up tack. Second level. The third level. At the same time. On the right side of the map, also specially marked with text prompts. Competitors must clear the levels in the order of pour cards, and the results of trainers who clear the level in disorder will be voided. And as the light flashed across the map, Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. 3 major levels. The distance between cards is not a pound. Undoubtedly, how to get to the level as quickly as possible is also one of the items of the competition. 1. Eyes narrowed. Zhang Jing looked at Su Ying. Su Yingshe was obviously aware of this problem, and now she frowned slightly. In a low voice, Zhang Shen, my few elves, not suitable for riding. Her tone was a little low-e. I thought that my strength would not hold back my idols, but now I see that I am stumped by the simplest way to get to work. That's not a problem. Zhang Jing shook his head. My fire-breathing dragon is enough to carry 2 people. His gaze turned to the map, and he pondered, what I care about is that the map only shows the location of the level. There is no introduction to the level. It seems, everything will be known after arriving at the scene. Collection, recommendation, and sharing. EHI 9,239,066, 1U.com, Original Works, Enjoy Reading Joy 1. Chapter 118 Amazing Amount of Work 5. Zhang Jing himself is quite curious about what these 3 levels are. However, since no information has been revealed, we can only explore by ourselves after arriving at the level site. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jing thought. The light flashes before me. 1. The fire-breathing dragon has already appeared in his body up tack. After the debut, the fire-breathing dragon roared and greeted Zhang Jing. Around. Other trainers, also ready. After the loose atmosphere in the waiting area was swept away, all the trainers were silently preparing, and the scene was ready to go. 1 minute of time equals past L of minutes. Just at 13:59. The big screen lights up again. A Heavenly King level trainer, Yi Xin's figure appeared on the screen. She didn't speak, and seemed to be waiting silently. On the side of Pingmu, a countdown of dozens of seconds appeared. The scene seems to be getting more and more tense and urgent. Just when the countdown is about to jump to 0. Ears of every trainer in the waiting area through the sound protection equipment. Breakthrough. Officially begin. Next second. The time on the integral recorder suddenly began to jump. The entire waiting area became restless. Yingshe, let's go. Zhang Jing called for a lifetime and jumped, riding on the back of a fire-breathing dragon. Although Su Yingshe is a little shy, she thinks that this is her idol. And the previous achievements are undoubtedly good for everything. Therefore, there was no hesitation either. Following Zhang Jing, she rode on the fire-breathing dragon. Zhang Jing's command voice sounded S. Fire-breathing dragon, lift off L, roars L. The dragon roar of the fire-breathing dragon sounded. Its dragon wings spread, suddenly lifted into the air. Usually just carrying a river view. Now the name is Su Yingshe. Obviously, the fire-breathing dragon is not suitable for E. However, after all, Su Yingxie is a girl with very light weight. After liftoff, fire-breathing dragon quickly got used to it. Riverview handheld. The map, he said solemnly, fire-breathing dragon. To the southeast. Full speed ahead. 0.1 inches. Dragon wings move. Fire-breathing dragon gallops away L. Zhang Jing's eyes looked down in midair. Below. Most trainers are already riding on their sprites and starting their journey. In comparison, there are far fewer trainers going through the flying elves. After all, many flying-type elves have not evolved to a certain stage, is incapable of carrying. With trainer equals takeoff. Zhang Jing must have gone away quickly. Without a doubt, equals. He took the lead at the starting line. Dash. Mid-air up tack. Under the command of Zhang Jing, the fire-breathing dragon adjusted its direction and moved towards the first level. Move forward quickly. The oncoming wind whistled and rolled up Zhang Jing's broken hair. Behind him. After Su Yingxie took off, she just kept quiet and didn't make a sound. Now with _flight speed more. She is more. He stretched out his hand and hugged Zhang Jing's waist tightly. Zhang Jing realized this, but he didn't say anything. This girl doesn't have a flying elf. This is most likely her number one. The thick riding elf came to the sky. To know, 1. Flying on an elves. Not flying. There is no protection at all. It depends on the tacit understanding between the trainer and the elves. That's pretty exciting in itself. Su Yushui was obviously experiencing it for the first time, so she was a little scared. However, although the girl is afraid, too. But she didn't say a word and stood firm, which made Zhang Jing's impression of her a lot better. With such a trouble-free teammate, Zhang Jing wouldn't feel troublesome even if she couldn't provide herself with much help. The waiting area is about a dozen kilometers away from the second level. Zhang Jing rode on a fire-breathing dragon and hurried on the road. No matter in terms of level or attributes, Zhang Jing's fire-breathing dragon is undoubtedly ahead, the elves of other trainers. Therefore 1. After a period of time, Zhang Jing successfully arrived at the position of the first pour card. This is undoubtedly a considerable advantage. When he came to the top of the level, Zhang Jing took out the map and prepared to compare, fan. At the same time, he commanded the fire-breathing dragon, 2 fell quickly. As the fire-breathing dragon continued to fall, the situation below can already be seen by Zhang Jing and Su Yingxie. Zhang Jing was looking at the map when he suddenly heard a somewhat shocked voice from Su Yingxie, who was silent on the road. Zhang Shen, look quickly. Huh. Zhang Jing doubts. After a second, his eyes fell down. With the whereabouts of the fire-breathing dragon, the situation below can be clearly seen. After seeing the situation below clearly, Zhang Jing's eyes were stunned equals ning. Shock flashed in his eyes. Now _ They are over a wide plain. This is exactly where the first level is. What shocked Zhang Jing and Su Yingxie was that at this time, below, there is a piece equals block, 1 column. A row of buildings. Densely packed. Countless. Spread over almost the entire plain up tack. Zhang Jing glanced at it, and he couldn't see the limit. Second, this is too much engineering. Zhang Jing couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. Although the level of technology in this world has long been known. But seeing such a shocking scene now, Zhang Jing still couldn't help but be amazed. This is not the same level as he expected up tack. Look at the dense and uniform buildings below, which are divided into blocks. It is clear that each group of trainers is different. The gate. Want Zhao of Qian to know. There are more than 100,000 candidates in Dijujai district. Change the words. There are more than 50,000 buildings built here. Level L. Can be used by everyone at the same time. Zhang Jing suddenly thought of W before the start of the crossing. Yi Xin's words A. Because of the limited area of the level, the locations of the 3 levels are different. His eyes narrowed and he let out a long breath. Breathing dragon quickly fell. Accompany. With a dull sound, the fire-breathing dragon landed smoothly on the ground. Su Yingshe went down quickly. Zhang Jing jumped and followed closely. Seeing it in the sky is a completely different feeling than seeing it on the ground. Zhang Jing's eyes swept across the various checkpoints. No doubt, it's all the same level here. Back, Zhang Jing said to Su Yingshe. Let's go, hurry up, we'll start to break through. EHI 9239066, Wonu.com, Original Works, Enjoy Reading. Joy 1. Chapter 119_Mirror Maze 1. In this vast plain, there are levels that have been built. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe came to the entrance of the venue closest to them. On the wall at the entrance, suspended equals block screen. The above shows the information of equals line. It is the introduction of the rules of the level. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui's Qiaguang delivered them at the same time, and glanced over the information. The first level, Maze Level _. The rules are introduced. The maze difference card has 2n into 0. The two trainers in the team need to choose an entrance to enter. After the two trainers meet in the maze, it is considered a success. Note, you can use the ability of the wizard, the method is not limited. Maze Level. Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. In his mind, he recalled the scene he saw in mid-air. In mid-air, each level venue is capped. Can't see what's inside. Unexpectedly, the levels here turned out to be large mazes. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhang Jing looked at him. Su Yingshe on the side said solemnly. Yingshe, you enter directly through this entrance, I'll look for another entrance. Now, the time on the time recorder kept beating. Every second affects the final result, so Zhang Jing will not waste time. Su Yingshe nodded seriously without hesitation. Walk directly from the entrance. Seeing this, Zhang Jing nodded slightly. 023_. Su Yingshui's cooperation, fully implementing his instructions, can be said to be quite in line with his small intentions. He is quite satisfied with this teammate. Bai Yi, if you meet a teammate who disagrees with you, what will you do? Fear that the opponent is very strong. It's bound to be a waste of time. Then, Zhang Jing did not hesitate. Riding directly on the back of the fire-breathing dragon L. He's going to find another entrance to the labyrinth L. After the dragon's wings unfolded, the fire-breathing dragon soared into the sky. The speed of the fire-breathing dragon exploded in full force. Soon we will arrive at the other end of the labyrinth. Glancing across the low sky, Zhang Jing quickly found another entrance. In this entry, there is also a screen showing the rules. Glancing at the top, Zhang Jing retracted the fire-breathing dragon. Push the door. Enter. In an instant, he stepped into the labyrinth. Head on. It was a small room with curtains hanging around it. Zhang Jing opened the door curtain, and his eyes were on the first. Time swept around. Then, his eyes unconsciously squinted. Into the moon. Is a river view L. Be precise. It is a mirror that reflects the river scene itself. Zhang Jing's eyes swept around, only to see. His whole body turned out to be a mirror shaped by some unknown forest material. These mirrors refracted countless numbers of him. Makes it impossible to tell the exact path. This turned out to be a mirror labyrinth L. It's really not that simple. Thoughts flashed in Zhang Jing's mind. In this mirror maze, the entire sense of spatial orientation is affected and naturally wastes too much time in its worms. The scene he saw in the mid-air worm flashed in his mind. Zhang Jingxin said, and no matter the area or the size of this place, is the height. Both are quite amazing, very wide, and the difficulty is even higher. I don't know how Su Yingshui's progress is going. Thoughts flashed in his heart. Zhang Jing's hand was on the pokeball. No doubt 1. The level in the elf test. The test is not only for the ability of the trainer, but also for the elves. Light in front of you, flash. Equals Dao's graceful figure has appeared in front of Zhang Jing uptack. Shinado. Immediately after the appearance of Shinado, the mirror surface around SL also appeared. Its body. Shinado couldn't help but curiously looked at himself in the mirror around him, and a soft voice sounded in Zhang Jing's heart. Master, here it is. Obviously. It's the first time I've encountered such a situation and I'm quite curious. Zhang Jing's face was serious. Z explained straight, this is a mirror labyrinth. In the first level, Shinado uses your mind power to perceive the surrounding situation. Try to help me sort out a correct path. The labyrinth approach is not advisable. Good thing. He has equals only Xanadu. After hearing Zhang Jing's order, Shinado withdrew Qiguang. Look serious. Next moment. Jinli's start L. Its eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling deep purple light, and its perception ability was activated. As a super elf, Shinado has the super perceptive ability of the beetle, and can completely detect the dead fish around. And __. Isha Naduo's intelligence. You can directly probe and sort out a maze channel. Reduce the time for Zhangjing to pass the level. This is the preliminary sight of Zhangjing. Accompanied by Shinado's perception ability. A dazzling deep purple light was reflected on the surrounding mirror. The scene is quite gorgeous. Nianju is spreading around. Zhangjing quietly waited for the result. Just about 10 seconds later. Shinado's expression changed slightly, and then his ability subsided. The light in the eyes dissipates. Zhangjing looked at it and asked, how is it? Shinado replied softly, I encountered an obstacle L. After I probed the situation around us about 10 meters, I was ready to continue. Perceive from a distance. Then, I felt that my mind power was being strongly absorbed. I couldn't continue to spread to the distance at all. I tried a few times, but it didn't work. Zhang Jing frowned. He looked at the mirror around him, and his thoughts flashed in his heart. Is there a device that interferes with the elf's mind? Even with Shinado's ability, he can't perceive further places. That trainer with a super-type elves. Isn't he born with an absolute advantage? Super-type elves can play a certain auxiliary role, but they can't play a decisive role. What? Zhang Jing's face showed a thoughtful look. Meanwhile. Imperial City. Waiting area, a conference room. At this time, the conference room's screen is on. Showing a screen. In screen 1. Zhang Jing stood on the spot, Shinado followed by his side, and beside him was a mirror that reflected their figures. It is Zhang Jing's breakthrough screen. Such as. In the conference room, 3 figures were sitting. 2 men and 1 woman. Woman. It was the person in charge of the imperial capital village where Zhang Jing was located, the Heavenly King level trainer, Yi Xin. And 2 men. One of them was a Heavenly King level trainer who met Zhang Jing. The initiator of the reform of the elf exam, Ji Ziyang. The other was also a Heavenly King level trainer who belonged to China. Zhang Zheng. They are concerned with the process of the second link. Now, because Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe were the first to pass the level, naturally entered their line of sight. And just looking at the screen, there is no action for a while. Showing the thoughtful Zhang Jing, Yi Xin stretched her waist. Then she said, I'm curious, what method he will use to complete this level in the end. The difficulty level of the mirror labyrinth is not high, after all, there is no danger. But it will definitely take a lot of time, and I don't know what kind of results he can achieve in the end. Beside her. Ji Ziyang has been staring at the screen. Thinking of something, he raised his brows slightly and said, I think Zhang Jing will bring you some surprises. Oh. On the other side, Zhang Zheng, who is also a Tianyu level trainer, showed curiosity and light voice. Then we can wait and see. Fei Lu Tu, collect, recommend and share. EHI 9_239,066, support, Fei Lu Novel Network B. F8.100. Com, original works. Chapter 120-Violent Destruction 2. Day 1 Kashan. Mirror Maze. Zhang Jing's face showed a thoughtful look. If there is no device that displays mind power in this mirror labyrinth, then with Shineido's ability, it is possible to perceive the entire mirror labyrinth. When 1. Via telepathy, Zhang Jing can also know. He is the equivalent of being in a maze outside. But he has a God view map of the labyrinth. Difficulty will naturally decrease too much. However, point 1 underscore. Now Shineido's mind power was affected, and it could only detect close-up highs. Although this also gave Zhang Jing a certain advantage, but the advantage is not as big as imagined. BL. There is more than one trainer with a super-type elves. L. Take Sun Wenji, who he defeated before the start, to enter the opponent's Hudi strength. It's a bit worse than Shineido, but if it's pure to perceive, I am afraid that I can also explore the recent situation around myself. At best, it is a little smaller than the range detected by Shineido. In this way, Zhang Jing's advantage is infinitely tied. Therefore 1. Zhang Jing is thinking of other ways. For Zhang Jing, he has already attracted the attention of 7 elf academies, and the Magic City Elf Academy has offered quite generous conditions. The results of the elf exam have no effect on him. But, in Zhang Jing's speculation, the pass-through the level represents the event package L. The pass-through part is not like the points competition part. Longer time. In Zhang Jing's prediction, the system may only determine the final winner as the event champion L. Because of this, River View. To make sure that there are no surprises in your first place, and you will not be shaken by any. He really wants to see the strength that Shineido can explode after mastering the exclusive skills of the beast. Mind Worm's thoughts turned. Zhang Jing took 2 steps forward. Came to a mirror. His figure was reflected on the mirror. Zhang Jing raised his hand and tapped the west mirror lightly. Then, 1. A crisp percussion sounded on the mirror. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Heart rode. This looks like a mirror constructed of some special material. Thinking about it, Zhang Jing clenched his palm into a fist, and hit the mirror with a bang. The mirror vibrates slightly. But no cracks appeared. Zhang Jing's physique is blessed by 2 special powers. Far beyond others, he confirmed his guesses under the test. The mirror itself here is pretty solid. Twitched in his mind. He thought of the introduction to the rules he saw at the entrance. You can use the abilities of the elves in any way. There is no limit to the method. Zhang Jing's gaze. Squinting at the mirror, maybe you can try. Waiting area. Conference room. Yixin looked at Zhang Jing, who was not walking in the picture and couldn't help shaking her head, and said, I don't know what he's going to do, so he delays it any longer. The lead he got in the first hurry is about to be overtaken. Beside. Zhang Jing pondered and said, he has just commanded Shineido, and he should have discovered that there is a mind force distraction device in the mirror labyrinth. But 111 is based on his previous performance. His Shineido's strength is still very good, and he should be able to perceive it. Ability to provide him with some convenience. I just don't know why he hasn't acted yet. Beside the 2. Ji Maoyang's expression calmly watched the picture. Just then, Zhang Jing's expression changed, subconsciously said. Is he going to? Mirror maze. Zhang finally took a few steps back. Then, his palms covered the fine balls around his waist. Kawasaki moves. Bang bang bang, underscore. With a slight noise. Guangyi shines in front of Zhang Jing. One after another figure appeared beside Zhang Jing. Uptack. Charizard. It's a carp dragon. Shakira L. Fairy elf. 4 elves had already appeared beside Zhang Jing. The area and height of the maze itself are not low. Therefore, even the huge size of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon can also accommodate it. Zhang Jing's Qiaguang looked at the mirror in front of him. In the mirror maze, not only are mirrors interfering with the contestant's sense of space, but the layout of the sense of direction itself is also quite intricate. Miscellaneous. I want to open from middle to high, even with the help of super giant elves. It also takes some time. However, point 1 underscore. Now, Zhang has a new idea. Unlimited methods. In the rules. Give him new ideas. Saying goes. Between 2 points, the straight line is the most uptack. When Zhang was in the mirror maze of A, he could confirm that the 2 entrances were diagonal. Ask for flowers, underscore, underscore, underscore. That being the case. Since the method is not limited. Why he want to go through the maze step by step. Uptack. If there is no way, then create a way by yourself. And light, coagulation. Zhang suddenly opened his mouth and said, fire-breathing dragon. Face the mirror in front of you. Use the jet of flame. Howl underscore. The dragon roar of the fire-breathing dragon sounded L. It has a dragon's mouth, and the burning flame spit out uptack. The high-temperature flame blazed on the mirror surface. Fire-breathing dragon, use all your strength. Zhang commanded. Because of the power of Victory Pan, Zhang and his few elves have a tacit understanding of the 2 fly. Rising quickly, they will not hesitate at all for Zhang instructions. The fire-breathing dragon fully exerted the power of the flames and once again became fiercer. Under the continuous burning of the flame, the mirror surface faintly showed a hint of crimson caused by high-temperature burning. Right now. Zhang voice sounded again. Fire-breathing dragon, stop the flames. Tyrannosaurus, right now, with freezing rays. The tyrannical carp dragon had already prepared for the moment when Zhang voice fell. A ferocious dragon's mouth, exuding the freezing light of the coldest breath. Spray leaves. Because of the burning of the flame, the temperature in this space is soaring sharply. And now. The freezing light was activated, giving the space another hint of gloomy coldness. Next second. The target of the freezing light was precise, and it hit the flame-scorching mirror of the fire-breathing dragon. Equals hot and cold. 1 hot and 1 cold. After the freezing light touches the mirror whose temperature has soared due to the burning of the flame, the temperature of the mirror decreases rapidly. Thermal expansion and cold contraction uptack. Zhang's eyes are serious too at the moment when the freezing light hits the mirror. The sound of L sounded again. Fairy elf, use the destruction to die. Shakira, rockfall L. In an instant. In front of the fairy elf, Guangru, who is full of destruction, is rapidly brewing L. Learned during Ibrahimovich's days. And Shakira used her own power. The huge rock block is ready L. Next second. The attacks of the West Road spirits attacked the mirror in front at the same time. Okay. I haven't asked for flowers and tickets for a long time. I would like to ask you to remind you that there are 3 things to read. Collect, AHI 9,239,066 BF 8.1 U. Com, and Chapter 121-1 Power Falls 10 Clubs 3. In front of the fairy elf, the light and suffering full of destruction is rapidly brewing. Then. Outrageously cathartic uptack. The broken blank dead light blasts straight forward. Under the reflection of the surrounding mirrors, the whole space flashes with a strange brilliance. Next second. The dead light bombarded the mirror. On the mirror. Because of the freezing light, there is still a faint frost. Under thermal expansion and contraction, the mirror surface reaches the most fragile stage. E.g. At the moment when the destruction of the dead light touches the mirror surface, the power suddenly explodes uptack boom L. A crashing sound resounds in the mirror labyrinth. Above the mirror, accompanied by a roar, suddenly a crack appeared. And at this time L. Shakira's rock crash shot. The huge stone with the momentum smashed it on the mirror. The crisp sound of 2G0 came out. With the sound of uproar, the mirror in front of Zhang suddenly shattered. The surroundings opened up a lot in an instant. Zhang looked at the tomb, and clenched his fists slightly. Plan succeeded. True. The materials used to construct this mirror labyrinth are quite strong. But the high temperature caused by the jet flame and the freezing light caused by the cold and heat expansion and contraction will make the mirror surface within a certain period of time. In an extremely fragile time. And what Zhang Jing has to do? Taking advantage of this time. The mighty power of the shattering deathlight and the rock avalanche successfully achieved his goal. As for the consequences of destroying the mirror labyrinth, Zhangjing didn't care. In his opinion, the rules have already marked the ability to use the elves, and the methods are not limited. And since there is a checkpoint field for each group of players, the field used by each group to pass the checkpoint is different. In a sense, this means that the level designer, in the beginning, there is no way to exclude the method of violent destruction, _. The premise is, your elves are strong enough to really fight. Broken Mirror Labyrinth L. 19 to 10 Meeting Up TAC. When you don't have enough power _ you need to use intelligence. Use foreign objects, etc. But when you're strong enough to break through the obstacles in front of you, then just get past it. The plan was successful. Zhang Jing did not hesitate. Immediately instructed a few elves to continue to move the shortest straight line between 2 points. That being the case, he is ready to construct the shortest path by himself. Zhang Zemin took a few steps forward and narrowed his eyes. The command sounded again. Several elves tacitly unfold. After a period of cooperation, the tacit understanding between each other is very high, after the first execution. Next, L didn't use Zhang Jing's command at all. They have launched their own attack L. Jet Flame L. Freeze Ray L. Broken Blank Deadlight L. Rock Slide L. 4 powerful skills. For Zhang Jing to break a Moxibustion straightforward path L. Just after Zhang Jing had moved forward a certain distance. Small room. Shinedo's soft voice suddenly sounded. Master, I feel the power of my thoughts around me. Influence has diminished a little. Heard. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. He regained his senses and looked at the broken mirror fragments behind him. Grave is the special material used to make the mirror affect the power of the mind. Now as the mirror is destroyed, the influence on the power of the mind has also weakened. Read for a flash E. Zhang Jing said solemnly. Shinedo, in this case, use your perception ability to see if you can confirm Su Yingshui's location. Okay, Master. Shinedo responded softly. It's quiet. Followed by Zhang Jing's side. The power of thought has already spread to the surrounding, and is perceiving. Zhang Jing's eyes looked forward. The rule for completing the maze level is that the Nishina trainers in the team meet in the maze. He chose direct violent destruction here, but Su Yingshui didn't have this ability, so he should be able to break through the maze step by step. And now, the weakening of the influence on the power of thought is just enough to facilitate Zhang Jing to find the exact location of Su Yingshui. Waiting area. Conference room. Before seeing that Zhang Jing used violence to destroy. After entering the method, a smile appeared on Ji Ziyang's face. Beside. After Yixin and Zhang Zheng looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. A long time. Yixin's long leaves let out a breath. I didn't expect 11 would actually use this method. And the eyes really did it. The power of his elf's skills is quite amazing. A trace of doubt flashed across Zhang Zheng's face. Shen said, isn't it illegal to break the blank level venue like this? Of course not. Zero. Yixin shook his head. Then, she replied, you don't know, this mirror labyrinth level was designed by Dr. East. When she set the rules, she made it clear that there is no limit to the method. Because she has already considered the possibility of violent destruction, it's just. The materials used for making the surface are special. Unless it reaches a certain power, this road will not work at all. After a pause, Yixin said with emotion that the elf exam is a comprehensive test of the trainer's strength. Since he is so strong, he can naturally use the most direct method to pass the level L. Quote. Her moonlight looked at the rapid progress on the screen. Zhang Jing. He shook his head and said, "It's just, I didn't expect it. At the beginning, I saw Naoto try this method to pass the level, and it was successfully achieved." Hearing this, Zhang Jing's gaze also turned too. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. As a Heavenly King level trainer, with his strength, if you are in the mirror maze, you can easily break through the mirror and break out. It doesn't even have to be like Zhang Jing, commanding the elf to activate a number of skills. But, the training of newcomers participating in the elf exam. I haven't even gone to any trainer exams. In this capacity, successfully use the way of breaking through the level of violent destruction. This made him a little surprised. Inside the mirror maze, Su Yingshui's eyes recognized 1.2, groping forward in the mirror labyrinth. Beside her, several of my own spirits were released. Elle is now with the master, carefully observing the surroundings, trying to discern the way forward. Because there is no super spirit, she can only move forward in a stupid way. Fortunately, the result is still. It's not bad. She has the potential of the European emperor. When she encountered the choice of the Basin Road, she did not make any mistakes. Now she has successfully advanced equals the distance is high. Just when Su Yingshe and her few elves were hesitant to face the two fork in the road, Flash Ibrahimovich's ears moved. Seping heard something, and suddenly, Ibrahimovich called out. "What's the matter, Ibrahimovich?" Su Yingshe asked curiously. Then, her big eyes squinted. She subconsciously quieted down, showing a listening look. Faintly heard. Some explosions. El Ahi 9 supports Filu Novel Network original works. Chapter 122 _ the first level is over 4. A faint roar sounded in Su Yingshui's ears. The girl was stunned for a while, then subconsciously looked in the direction where the voice came from. Enter N. Is a mirror that forms a mirror labyrinth. In this mirror maze, why is there a roar? She was full of question marks, completely confused. Sighed. Several elves are obviously quite suspicious of this. After thinking about it, Su Yingshe made a choice on the fork in front of her, and walked into one of them. Haven't waited for her name to take a few steps. The roar came again. And seems to be the reason for getting closer. The roar is louder. Let Su Yingshe hear clearly. She was even more puzzled. Could this be the sound of Zhangjing's elves fighting? Su Yingshui's thoughts flashed in her heart. After all, logically speaking, in the entire mirror maze, there should be only her and Zhangjing. But I've come this way. I have never encountered a spirit. Su Yingshui's eyes narrowed, revealing a suspicious look. Think carefully fan. Su Yingshe simply stopped thinking about it after she didn't understand the cause of the roaring and plosive sound. She listened to the sound of I sounding again after a short time, and the roar of the sound 0 became louder and louder, and her eyes lit up slightly. If this is the movement caused by Zhangjing, then the distance between me and him is getting closer and closer. Next, as long as I follow the voice to find him, won't I be able to find him? An idea arose in his heart. Su Yingshe immediately. No hesitation, just follow the source of the sound. She traveled through the mirror labyrinth with a few elves. Choice, now because of the sound as a direction indicator, Su Yingshe completely relaxed. 2-2. Mirror Maze. One piece of the dragon of the fire-breathing dragon. The hot flame sprayed leaves on the mirror. The temperature of the mirror surface is rising sharply. Then, 1. It has cooperated with the Tyrannosaurus dragon's mouth to freeze the light many times. Ice and fire. High temperature and extreme cold. Fairy elf. And Shakira is already ready to attack. Boom _ With a loud explosion, the mirror shattered abruptly. Zhangjing led a few elves and continued to walk forward. His side. Tsunade followed quietly, narrowing her eyes. persistent awareness of the surroundings. After the mirrors were shattered by several elves in Zhongjing, Shinnei Duo's mental power became less and less restricted. This made Zhongjing confirm his guess. The mirror itself may be difficult to read due to various reasons such as its material and structure. Force has an impact. Now the mirror has been destroyed a lot. The impact is naturally much smaller. Just on the way to Zhongjing. Enterprise. Shineido's soft voice suddenly sounded. Master, I sense Su Yingshe. Huh. Zhongjing's eyes narrowed. So soon. To know. Zhongjing has seen the area of the mirror maze. He also made calculations silently in the center all the way forward. To be able to do this. Let Shinnei Duo perceive Su Yingshui's existence. It exceeded his expectations. There is only one explanation. That is, this girl Su Yingshe. He has already walked a certain distance in the labyrinth by his own ability. Zhongjing did not expect that his cheap teammates would be so powerful. Right. Thoughts flashed in Zhongjing's mind and suddenly thought of Su Yingshui's flashing Ibrahimovic. I almost forgot, this girl is a European emperor. If there is no way to find a way out of the maze, then as long as you're lucky, make choices based on your first sense. There is also a certain chance of getting out. The premise is that there is enough European emperor. Soon too. Zhongjing thought of more. When I was instructing the spirit to destroy the mirror, the sound from L was very loud, and this girl probably confirmed the direction with her voice. Just as the thoughts in his heart rose, Shineido's voice rang out. Master, Su Yingshe is rushing in our direction. Sure enough. Zhongjingen. With a sound, he looked at the mirror in front of him and directed a few elves to temporarily stop their attacks, and said, Zanaido, tell me her specific location. Now that you are close to the other party, there is no need to continue to destroy it. It would be bad if you accidentally hurt Su Yingshe when destroying the mirror. Okay. Shineido responded. Subsequently, through telepathy, Shineido's perception came into Zhongjing's mind. In his mind, it seems that a panoramic map within a certain range around you has appeared. Also, Yingshe's location is also known to him. There is a starting point, has an end point, and is far from the bottom. It is naturally much easier to crack the maze. Zhang Ying quickly planned a route in his mind and then led a few elves to rush there. Soon. Just after turning a few corners, Zhang Jing's ears moved slightly. 5 senses enhanced by special power. Let him keenly hear footsteps. Then, Zhang Jing took 2 steps faster and turned the corner. Face up tack. It was Su Yingshe and her few elves. After seeing Zhang Jing, Su Yingshe immediately showed a surprised look, and said, Zhang Shenl, the end speed of our first level should be quite fast, right? Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. Forcibly break away. Excellent. Su Yingshe waved her small fist happily, and then said with some doubts, Zhang Shen, I heard the battle sound, so I consciously walked in this direction. Are those sounds caused by you 513? Did you encounter an elves? In this mirror labyrinth, are there still battles? Su Yingshui's tone was quite puzzled. After a few questions, Su Yingshui's eyes flashed with thought. To know. She walked her own way, but she didn't meet a single elf. What exactly was the sound of the battle that I had heard? That's to get through the maze faster. Zhang Jing replied simply. Then, he raised his arm and glanced at the time recorder. Start with the waiting area. Rushed to level. Now the first level is over. And the previous time recorder showed 0 minutes 36 seconds and 24 milliseconds impressively. It only took half an hour. Zhang Jing has completed the first level of the mirror maze. Looked up. He looked at Su Yingshe and said, the first level is over, we must seize the leading edge and quickly go to the second level. Okay. Although Su Yingshe was a little confused about what Zhang Jing's bag meant, in order to pass the maze faster. But she was quite convinced of Zhang Jing's order and nodded in agreement. Follow Zhang Jing's side, follow the path that Zhang Jing came. The two are ready to leave quickly. Just after turning a few corners, Su Yingshui's Qi Guang fell forward unconsciously, and then her body froze. Her eyes suddenly widened, and her mouth opened into an A shape unconsciously due to shock. 3 things about reading: women's possession, recommendation, EHI 9066. Support Philu Novel Network BF8.100. Com, original. Create works. Chapter 123 _ The Shock of the Imperial City 5. Where the moonlight reaches. It's a smooth ride. This made Su Yingshui, who had been in the mirror labyrinth for a while, accustomed to a mirror, even a little uncomfortable. In front of it, there is no mirror occlusion. There are no twists and turns fork in the road. There is only a smooth path. But then, she could see the wreckage on the ground. Now, the ground is littered with debris from broken mirrors. Jifeng can also vaguely see that the skills of the Dao Dao are left behind. Traces of coming. This is 111 inches. Su Yingshui's Qiaguang looked into the distance along the front. The shock in his eyes became more and more intense. She is not a stupid girl. I figured it out all at once. Obviously. Before she met Zhang Jing, the roaring and blasting sound she heard was exactly the sound of Zhang Jing's commanding spirit breaking the blank mirror labyrinth. She had no idea that Zhang Jing would choose this way to pass through the maze. Su Yingshui turned her head sharply and looked at Zhang beside her. Jing, a look of shock flashed across his eye sleeves. Although because I didn't think of violent destruction of this method at all. Su Yingshui had never tried the hardness of the mirror surface. But think about it with your head. If the mirror surface can be easily destroyed, then the maze level is not difficult at all. Apparently, only the elves have a certain level of strength. This method can only be used when the power of the skill reaches a certain power. Su Yingshui Qiaguang stared at Zhang Jing closely, and the admiration in her eyes became more and more intense. She is because of Zhang Jing. Performance in point competitions. Became a fan of Zhang Jing. And now won. After becoming Zhang Jing's teammate. After crossing the border with Zhang Jing, she suddenly realized Zhang Jing's strength is even more powerful than she imagined. Zhang Jing has already taken a few steps forward. Realizing that Su Yingshui next to her had not followed Zhang Jing, she turned to look at her. Subsequently, he saw the shocked look on Su Yingshui's face. After thinking a little about he already realized the reason. I haven't waited for Zhang Jing to speak. He saw Su Yingshui take a few steps. Then, the girl bit her lip. He said sincerely, Zhang Shen, you are really too strong. After the voice fell, Su Yingshui showed a bright smile. She put a few of her elves back into the Pokeball, and then shouted. Zhang Shen, let's go to the next level quickly. Keep the lead. Shaking his head, Zhang Jing also withdrew his elf and walked towards the exit side by side with Su Yingshui. If it is training using ordinary methods. After meeting in the mirror maze. Leave fans. The palace also takes some time. After all, the mirror surface is too spatial and has a very serious impact on the sense of direction. Even if it is a path that has been traveled once, there may be some deviations. However, for Zhang Jing, these problems do not exist. He led Su Yingshui all the way straight ahead. Along the way, the admiration in Su Yingshui's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Soon, the two have already left the mirror labyrinth. They have returned to the outside world. After Zhang Jing released the fire-breathing dragon, the map was then taken out. His eyes glanced above. Leaping, riding on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Su Yingshui hurried to keep up with the fire-breathing dragon north. Let's go. After the voice fell, the dragon wings of the fire-breathing dragon fluttered, soaring to the sky up tack. Meanwhile, just after Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui left the mirror maze, countless are on the way. or the participating trainers who have already started to pass the level, their time recorder suddenly sounded a mechanical prompt. In the Imperial Capital Division, someone has successfully passed the first level. After the beep goes down, countless participating trainers in the Imperial Capital Division are restless. Some trainers who haven't reached the first level are simply speechless. Can you believe this? We haven't reached the level yet. Everyone is over too. It's too fast, too. And the trainers who are already going through the level are also shocked. Most of them are just beginning to pass the level, facing the complex mirror maze. Quite a headache while at this time. Someone has already passed the first level. Past the mirror labyrinth L. It's just beyond their comprehension. A time. Because of a beep, the trainers in the entire Imperial City were in shock. The first level. Inside a mirror maze. Oh, sounded by the time recorder. Lu Qin, who was traveling through the mirror labyrinth, was slightly taken aback. Her teammate is a Jai District champion. Both of them have flying spirits. Therefore, it was a relatively quick group to arrive at the checkpoint. After a slight stun, and confirming that he heard correctly, Lu Qin immediately revealed an unbelievable moonlight. Because it has entered the hurdle, she naturally knew the difficulty of the mirror maze. She had no idea that anyone would pass the maze so quickly. Karma is 1. Suddenly, in Lu Qin's mind, a figure appeared. That's her old classmate L. It was also after the spirit examination began. The most famous rookie trainer in China. The man of the season. L. Could it be him? Lu Shan frowned slightly. Guess in mind. Fire-breathing dragon gallops through the sky. Su Yingshui rode the elf into the sky for the second time. However, I got used to it a lot. Along the way, I chatted a little with Zhang Jing and asked a few questions out of curiosity. Zhang Jing was also satisfied with this teammate who listened to the command and performed well, because she had some problems with her. Also answered E. After spending a period of time obtained by Zhao Chaos. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui successfully arrived at the location of the second level. The other divisions are not yet clear, but Dijujai District, Zhangjing and Su Yingshui are currently well-deserved number 1L. In Zhangjing commanded Fu Xiaolonglong behind. Immediately, a female staff member in uniform greeted him. After she came to Zhangjing and Su Yingshui and saw the time recorder they were wearing, she gave them a surprised look. Obviously, she did not expect that someone would come to the second level so quickly. Then, she spoke softly. Welcome you two to the second level. Riverview. Nodding slightly, asked directly. What is the second level 2 inches? He wants to secure his number 1 position _ doesn't want to waste any time at all. The staff showed a smile. Obviously they understood Zhang Jing's urgency and said directly, the second level is the battle level. Recommendations, share 1 OHI 9 239,066, to support the original works of Phailu Novel Network B. FA1U. Com. Uptack. Chapter 124 Battle Level 1. Battle Checkpoint Mountain. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui looked at each other. In the mirror labyrinth of the first level, there is no need for any battles in the whole process. And the second pass, it's a lot more straightforward. And Guang looked at the staff. Zhang Jing said in his mouth. What are the specific rules? Please come with me. Talking, she turned around and took the lead. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui followed behind. The staff led the way, turned around and said, introduce myself, my name is Xie Yan, the person in charge of the second level. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing Xie Yan's back, his thoughts flashed. The elf exam is a big thing in the world Uptack. This Xie Yan can become like an imperial city, in Zhang Jing's guess. She is very likely to be an elite trainer. Soon, the two came to an open-air super-large battlefield Uptack. Zhang Jing looked around and saw that he was planning the battles one by one. can accommodate a considerable number of trainers to fight at the same time. But now, except for Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe, none of the participating trainers have arrived yet. In the entire battlefield, there are a lot of active staff, who are doing accurate work. Xieji motioned Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe to wait. Then, she went to the preparation room aside, took out a tablet and handed it to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing looked down. CL 067_ shown above, it is this equals the specific rules of the level. Zhang Jing's eyes swept above. He already knows the rules of the battle level. The battle level, as the name suggests, is to conduct a battle of elves. In this level, the fighting spirits. According to the level of strength, different points will be marked. The opponent who is ready to challenge, how many points will then be randomly selected by the system among the elves at this point level to determine the opponent of the trainer. The total points of the two trainers who cooperate with each other reach 2,000 points, which is considered a pass. Beside, Su Yingshe also quickly browsed the rules. Zhang Jing looked at Xie Yan next to him. Hearts, sprites against us. Z is wild. Elves, or elves commanded by trainers. Not a wild elf. Hearing the question, Xie Yan shook her head. After a pause, she opened her mouth and replied, the elves used for battle. Too many are drawn from the elf cultivation gardens in various places by the Alliance, and they are not considered wild elves. No trainer. However, there are some elves with high points value, which are provided by trainers under the Alliance, and their combat power is extraordinary. Certainly, you're picking them up with elf battles between trainers. Zhang Jing nodded knowingly, got what he meant. Obviously. Those with higher points value are all elves that have been trained by trainers. Although their trainers are not present, people will not command them. But they can also play a pretty good role. Thoughts in mind, Zhang Jing's eyes fell on the screen of the tablet computer. Right below the rules, there is a button. Spirit Opponent Selection. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing touched it. Screen jumps. Then 11 lines of options appear on the screen. 50 points. 100 points L. W. 500 points _ 1 _ 1000 points. From 0.50 points to 1000 points uptack. Without a doubt. Provides sprites with lower points. The weaker the strength L. And the higher the score the elves, the stronger the strength. The thoughts in Zhang Jing's mind turned. The most important thing to pass the level is time, and if you want to make the total points reach 3,000 points in the shortest time, there is no doubt that a single game. The more points you get, the more. Take the option of 100 points. If you can defeat the opponent, you only need a battle. You can complete the goal. But can provide 100 points must have extraordinary strength equals if they are defeated, they will waste more time. The elves who provided fewer points required more battles to reach 3,000 points, but they were basically guaranteed. Every fight, there must be points. Without a doubt, equals. This level is also a test for the trainer, a test of the trainer. About your own strength. Have a clear understanding. After Su Yingshui's moonlight swept through the options, her eyes AJFH flashed =C thinking. Then he said, I'll choose the one with 400 points L_. Zhang Jing looked at her. Flashed in the eyes. Facing Zhang Jing's gaze, Su Yingshe said, Zhang Shen, my strength is definitely not as good as yours, but it shouldn't be the worst one. I'm going to play steadily. If I can get a little more points, it's 1 point. Speaking of which, Su Yingshe showed a bright smile. After all, now Zhang God, I will leave it to you if you are too high in points. She leaves. Tongue sticking out, quite cute. Zhang Jing smiled. He really likes Su Yingshui's sex. Now that you know that you are hugging your thighs, then follow the command. Just do what you can do, and Zhang Jing doesn't need to worry too much. Mind, after moving, Zhang Jing has already made a decision. His finger, probe, has already pressed on the bottom option. Underscore I000 points. Top option. Su Yingshe didn't show any surprise when she saw this. Instead equals the expression that the copy should look like. After all, Zhang Jing's performance in the mirror labyrinth gave her too much shock. Zhang Jing's eyes were calm, silently looking at the screen. This is just a part of the ELF exam uptack. And the ELF exam, facing the rookie trainer. Therefore too, even if it is an opponent who provides 100 points, he has the confidence to face it. Fight side by side, and win the L. And he himself is quite curious, what kind of elves are worth 1000 points? On the screen. After Zhang Jing pressed the 1000 points 1 option, the screen flickers L. The small icons of the sprites appear in the middle of the screen, flashing L quickly. After underscore equals period of time L. Small icon freeze frame L. Then, image enlargement. Next to equals. Yingshe looked curiously at the tomb of the screen. 1000 points directly after defeating them. Su Yingshui's eyes suddenly widened equals some S. Beside. Zhang Jing's eyes flashed. Sibo. On the screen. It's a dragon elf 1. Hakron. Elves with quasi-god potential. Beside, Xie Yan was slightly stunned after seeing the picture of Ha Kelong on the screen. As the person in charge of the second stage of the Imperial City Division, she naturally knew that Hakron was an opponent with 00 points in the 1000 point option. Also feel a little surprised. However, think of Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe as the first. Arriving at the second level, Xie Yan's rather extraordinary face showed a hint of surprise. He said, "Wait a moment." She turned away from here. Soon. She returns with equals Pokeball. Zhang Jing, who is waiting here, is already standing on the battlefield, Duan L. His palm covered the Pokeball around his waist, and he made a choice in his heart. Underscore. There are 3 things in reading: collection, recommendation, B. Original works. Enjoy reading. Chapter 125 2. Su Yingshe, led by another staff member, prepares to go to her battle. Xie Yan held the Pokeball, and walked to the other end of the battlefield. Then, Pokeball tossed. Guangyi, after the flash. A figure has appeared, now in the battlefield, L. Hakron. Dragon-type elf with quasi-god potential equals. After Ha Kelong appeared, Zhang Jing's goal was immediately delivered. Although it has not evolved to have a fast dragon known as a quasi-god. But the strength that Hakron can play is already quite amazing. Dragon-type elves have always been synonymous with powerful L. After debut, Ha Kelong's eyes swept across the field and then seemed to realize that his opponent was Zhang Jing, and looked at him seriously. And in the light, there is a faint fighting spirit uptack. Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on Ha Kelong, his eyes narrowed slightly. Without a doubt. In this battle level, the 3-match trainer is actually standing, it's cheaper. Bai Yi. They can know who their opponent is in advance, and then send their own elves according to the opponent. This often allows the participating trainer, Feng, to gain an advantage in attributes in battle. After releasing the Hakron, Xie Niu's Qieguang fell on Zhang Jing and said, "Please release your spirit." Zhang Jing has already made a choice, and now a figure has appeared in front of him. Fairy Elf. Fairy Spirit L. It is not a good thing to have attribute restraint on dragon elves. There are many, and the fairy system is one of them. Stunned when she saw the fairy elf, there was a flash of thought in his eyes. Then he said in surprise, "This is fairy elf." Next. Her eyes turned to Zhang Jing. She asked underscore, "Are you Zhang Jing?" Uptack. There was certainty in her tone. Zhang Jing has attracted wireless attention in China because of the wonderful performance of Xiu. However, the first perspective did not include Zhang Jing's own face after all. Some people won't necessarily remember what he looked like. But fairy essence. Spirit, as Ibrahimovich's latest evolutionary direction. Its pictures, on the internet, have been browsed by countless people. Because of Qjia's propaganda everyone knows that equals something. At this stage, only Zhang Jing, the discoverer of the advanced direction, has the only fairy spirit in the world. Recognized Zhang Jing when she saw the fairy elf. Hearing Xie Yan's impatience, Zhang Jing nodded. Xie Ya saw this, and there was Rao's interest in the light. Her eyes were on Hakron and the fairy elf. Sweep past, interest is strong. Step back to the side of the battlefield. Then, she said aloud, fight, get started. Zhang Jing's moonlight looked directly at Hakalong. Before Xie Yan's voice could finish, the Eye of Wisdom skill was activated suddenly. Of information appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Hakron. Attribute, Dragon. Trait, Molting, Mysterious Scales. Level, IV36__. Qualification, Top Grade Tianyu Level. Current skills, Tight. Staring, Electromagnetic Wave, Dragon's Wrath, High-Speed Movement, Dragon's Tail. Beat, Ice Tail, Tornado. Heavenly King Qualification. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. In terms of grades, the level of this Hakron is not very high. However, its own aptitude, it is destined that the combat power it can exert is quite good. And the value of points is, after all, set relative to the participating rookie trainers. This Hakron, it should be what Xie Yan said, provided by the trainer under the alliance. Heavenly King level aptitude, I'm afraid its owner. It's not a simple person. Zhang Jing's thoughts changed in his mind. Meanwhile, the moment Xie Yan's voice fell, on the other side of the field, Huck Dragon's body suddenly rushed towards the fairy elf. Move fast. Zhang Jing was keenly aware. Hakron uses his high-speed movement skills. Under the blessing of high-speed movement, Hakron's speed exploded to the extreme, and it has already crossed half the field in an instant. Riverview. Serious look, suddenly said, Fairy Elf, the voice of charm. Enchanting voice. Fairy skills. This is a skill that cannot be evaded. At the moment Zhang Jing's voice fell, the small mouth of the fairy elf opened slightly. Next second up-tack. A charming voice resounded in the opposing battlefield. The rushing Hakron slowed down, and there was a trace of pain on his face. The restraint of the goblin type on the dragon type has increased the damage of the voice of charm to it. Seeing this, Zhang Jing never hesitated. Straight. Take the road. Fairy Elf. 1 Fairy Wind. Fairy Spirit abilities activate. A gust of wind shrouded in fairy energy roared up towards Hakron raging attack. Because of the range, there is no way to avoid the fairy wind. Under the blow of the fairy wind, Hakalong's face became even more painful. Ask for flowers. It seems to realize that it can't get close to the fairy elf easily, and it simply stays in place. In front of you. The shock wave of Batong is brewing. Dragon's Fury. Next second. The shock wave formed by the dragon's anger blatantly charged towards the fairy elf. Zhang Jing calmly said, Fairy Elf. Don't care about the opponent's attack, just use Broken Deadlight L. Fairy Elf's eyes are serious, and the skill activates L. In front of it. The light full of destructive aura condenses in an instant L. Then. Outrageously. Destruction of the Deadlight 1. The other end. Hakron gets the first move, Dragon's Wrath. The resulting shock wave has already bombarded the fairy elf. But the fairy elf didn't respond and didn't take any damage at all. You know, the fairy-type elves, for the dragon-type skills, is directly immune. Can't do any damage at all. This is a serious restraint on attributes. At the same time, after the destruction of the death light was brewing, it blatantly vented out. The light full of destructive aura pierced through the eldest son and bombarded Hakron's body. A deafening roar sounded. Hakron's. Under the impact of the strong tie, the body could not help but fly backwards. Zhang Ang's command sounded at the same time. Take advantage of this time, fairy elf, use the power of the moon. Shattered dead light is a very powerful skill. After the sprite is used by itself, there will be a certain rigidity time L. However, now, the opposite Hakron has been hit by several skills in succession, and he has been severely injured, and he has no time to attack by the time of stagnation. The fairy elf quickly took off her height and stiffened her eyes, and the bright light lit up. The surrounding sky is slightly dark. Then, mid-air, moonlight flashes by. The power of the moon. One of the most powerful skills of the fairy system. Next second, the power of the moon suddenly bombarded Hakron's body BL. Powerful damage burst L. After Hakron's body twitched twice, there was no movement. By goblin skills that were restrained by multiple attributes one after another, even with the good defensive attributes of this Hakron, it couldn't resist and lost its ability to fight. The battle is over. Fairy elf wins easily. Suddenly the drum of "Pap Pa Pa" sounded. Reading 3 things equals collection, recommendation, sharing. Chapter 126-King of Yanwu 3. The question about Dragon's Fury in the previous chapter has been revised. I just woke up when I wrote it, and my mind is still a little confused. Zhang Jing followed the reputation. I see. Xie Niu's eyes fell on him, a glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes, and S2 praised, as expected of a trainer who stood out in the points competition. Your fairy elf, very strong. It seems that Ibrahimovich's new evolutionary direction will be sought after by many people in the future. Zhang Jing nodded lightly in response. His face was calm. For him, there's nothing to brag about beating this Hakron. Hakron. After all, it's not a real quasi-god fast dragon. And X. The elves, restraint on the dragons can be said to be completely overwhelmed. Unless the strength gap between the two elves is too huge, it is completely natural to be able to win. Of course. If other trainers randomly get Huck Dragon, 1813, and don't have an elves that have super restraint on dragons like goblin elves, too. So. Must. It's going to be a tough fight. The prestige of the dragon elves is not just talk. Zhang Jing's eyes looked into the distance. Su Yingshe has already started the battle in the opposing battlefield not far from the next door. What she sent was the strongest combat force in her hands, the Fire Rock Rat L. And her opponent. It is a grass pocket flower. It can be seen that Su Yingshe is obviously based on the elf L selected by the opponent to ensure victory. Taking back the moonlight, Zhang Jing directly took out the tablet computer used to select opponents. Now, at the bottom right of the elf opponent selection column, his current points are displayed. 1000 points. With Zhang Jing easily defeating Hakalong_, he has already completed a third of his goal. The moonlight passed by Zhang Jing, and he reached out his hand again and touched the 100 points L option. Screen jumps. A small sprite icon flashed in the center of the screen. After a period of time, the icon freezes and zooms in. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on the top. Appeared on the screen, it was, only fire. A spirit with fighting attributes. That's a Yanwu King L. In the picture, King Yanwu's figure is mighty_, there is a raging flame around his neck = look, he is a good warrior L. Xie was standing beside her, and when she saw Zhang Jing confirming her opponent, she immediately waved her hand and instructed the staff. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on King Yanwu, and his eyes were a little weird. King Yanwu is the Nuan pig, the final evolution of the Z series. In the world of elves, the Nuan pig itself is the second of the 3 royal families in the Hezhong area. Such a genie, evolved to Yanwu must be at the level of Els 36. It can be said that the current combat power is probably not at all comparable to that of Hakalong, who has the potential to be a quasi-god. But Zhang Jing's eyes blinked twice. King Yanwu has dual attributes. Fire plus road fight up tack. This allows it to be strengthened to a certain extent when it uses the skills of the two series. But it also makes the attributes that restrain it a little more. The fire system is restrained by the water system uptack. The fighting department is restrained by the flying department. And Zhongjing uptack. Coincidentally, there is a spirit with only water and flying attributes. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and in the end he could only blame it on his luck, which had obviously improved a lot recently. This seemed to be the benign sequelae of his use of the lucky charm, which allowed him to draw every random opponent. Go to the attribute surface of your own elf's restraint. Aside. The staff of the second level had already taken Yan Wugen's pokeball, and then released it. Xie Yan watched the battle quietly. In fact, Xie Yan, the second level trainer, after all, her identity is here. But Zhang Jing and Su Yingxie were the first to reach the second level, so they attracted her attention. The strong body of King Yanwu has stepped into the battlefield. A powerful sprite like it. Undoubtedly, they were temporarily provided to the Alliance by the trainers under the Alliance, and they had received instructions from the Master before they came. King Yanwu's gaze swept across the circle, and the light was fixed on Zhang Jing's body. It quickly confirmed that its opponent was underscore with a hint of war in its eyes. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Need not. Xie Yan said more. His palm was already on the pokeball. Then, with a bang, the light in front of you is shining L. Glittering Carp Dragon L. Red Storm. The test is time. Test speed. Therefore, Zhang Jing did not plan to fight the opponent, but decisively dispatched a spirit that could restrain the opponent. He's never been a pervert. After the debut, the dragon roar of the tyrannical carp dragon sounded. Feel free to release. Have been concentrating on training the blind fangtooth land shark, but I haven't had a flash carp dragon for a few days. Have fought 0. Now. Finally getting a fighting chance, it's certainly quite a frenzy. Growl. After the sound, the fierce Qiaguang suddenly looked at Yanwu L on the opposite side of the field. The coercion feature activates naturally. King Yanwu was affected to a certain extent. Flickering Carp Dragon X. Xie Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Look at the flashy Carp Dragon. He sighed in a low voice. He is really handsome. Subsequently, her face was straight. She immediately opened her mouth and shouted, "The battle begins." The moment her voice fell, L. Zhang Jing's command sounded. Tyrannosaurus. Water Cannon L. Water Cannon Skill L. This is the Tyrannosaurus at the end of the points race. L that is learned after the level increases with the continuous battle. The growl sounded. From the mouth of the glittering carp dragon, a stream of water with a powerful impact spurts out. The water flow converges into a cannon L. Boom straight forward. On the other side of the battlefield, King Yanwu's eyes are full of fighting spirit. The flames of the neck are exuberant. Nearly flat at the same time Zhang 1L. The flame spews out the leaves uptack. Throw flames. Without the command of a trainer, the elves' subjective fighting consciousness is quite ferocious. Even with attribute restraint, it still chose to use skills to shake it. OL. Throw flames. 2 water and 1 fire. The 2 skills were suddenly exchanged in midair. Just fighting together the moment. The sound of ZZZ rustling sounded L. Water vapor. However, Ascension L11___ the water system is the restraint of the fire system after all _L. Under the impact of the water cannon, the flame was quickly extinguished. The water cannon carrying a powerful impact bombarded the body of King Yanwu. Due to attribute restraint, the skill power of water cannon has been strengthened. There was a look of pain on King Yanwu's face. His body was constantly retreating under the impact of the force. But then, King Yanwu clenched his teeth, revealing a viciousness on his face. Stand firm. It seemed to realize that its jet flame could not pose a threat to the Tyrannosaurus, so it directly stepped, tread and slammed it. Then sprinted towards the tyrannical carp dragon L. A flame warrior with fighting attributes. Close combat is also a good hand. Do you want melee combat? Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Guessing King Yanwu's intention, he immediately opened his mouth and said since it wants to fight in close quarters. Then satisfy it. The tyrannical carp dragon. The water runs its tail. 3 things about reading. Collect, EHI 92366//b.fa100.com. Enjoy reading joy. Chapter 127 not to be underestimated 4. Just when Zhongjing was on the second day of the card. The official live broadcast of the Elf Test Imperial Capital Competition Area UPTAC. For many reasons, the second link of martial arts. Not like a points race. Each trainer has a dedicated first-person perspective. Therefore, the entire second segment. There are only 5 live broadcast rooms in the 5 major competition areas in the country. In the live broadcast rooms of each competition area, special directors will select exciting scenes and put them into the live broadcast for the audience to watch. As in the screen of the live broadcast room in Dijujai District. It shows the scene where Zhang Jing fought. The barrage is quite lively. Fuck, is this Zhang Jing? He's so handsome. I want to give birth to a child for Zhang Jing. The pictures I saw in the live broadcast rooms of other competition areas were all mirror mazes. Why is there still a battle here in Zhongjing? Could it be one? This is the second level. No way. Zhongjing has reached the second level. The flashy carp dragon is so handsome. I really want one. The elf on the opposite side is King Yanwu 09, This is quite a powerful spirit. I don't know what the specific rules of the second level are. The dense barrages scratched the earth on the screen. Because of Zhang Jing's appearance, coupled with his rising popularity recently, the number of people in the live broadcast room of the 2 Imperial Capital Division is rapidly increasing. Unconsciously, he became the focus of attention. On the battlefield, Yan Wugen stepped on his right leg, and his entire body rushed forward UPTAC. It is charging towards the Tyrannosaurus. Just on its sprint, all over the body, a splendid flame burst out suddenly. Charged flame attack. Charge the flame attack, let the flame cover the whole body and attack the opponent. Build up your strength and increase your speed. The flame burning speed on Yan Wugen's body has been increased again. It sprinted over the distance of most of the field, getting closer and closer to the Tyrannosaurus dragon. The other side. The flashing carp dragon was ready at the moment Zhang Jing's order was issued. Now, it's wicked and just looks at the burning flames all over its body. The Yanwu dynasty rushed forward. A trace of fighting spirit suddenly rose in his eyes UPTAC. Next second. Just after King Yanwu arrived at a certain distance, the shape of the flashing carp dragon suddenly burst out. Its huge body moves recklessly. The dragon's tail moves forward. With a deafening sound of breaking the air Water tail skill. Activate. On the tail of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, there are layers of turbulent currents surrounding it. The momentum is fierce, the momentum is amazing. One hand, it is a flashing carp dragon that moves its body. One side. It's the king of Yanwu who sprinted. Next second. The water tail of the flashing carp dragon brazenly slammed the body that came from the front of King Yanwu UPTAC Peng El. Between the two, made a dull sound UPTAC. The turbulent water flow from the tail of the flash carp dragon touched the flame on Yan Wuyu's body for an instant, and there was a harsh fricative sound. Next second. Westerners are already separated. Under the power of the violent carp dragon Chiangtai, King Yanwu's body suddenly flew backwards. In the confrontation between the two, after all, the flashy carp dragon won the excellent potential. In its huge size, Z contains amazing power. Not to mention, the glittering carp dragon still has serious restraint in terms of attributes when facing Yan Wuyu. Banger. King Yanwu's body slammed to the ground with a dull sound. take damage from water cannons and water tails one after another. Undoubtedly, this Yan Wuyu was seriously injured. However, its fighting spirit is quite amazing, and the body that fell to the ground struggled and finally straightened up with some difficulty. Can be set as a pair of 1,000 points worth of Pokemon. Hand, it naturally has its own extraordinary. Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Afterwards, he said decisively, the tyrannical carp dragon, the fury of the dragon. Give it the final blow 1-inch Rushan. The dragon's roar full of fighting intent resounded in the arena. L in front of it carries a shock wave with a powerful impact and condenses L. Dragon's fury. Next second. God shockwave outrageously vented out. Facing the incoming dragon's wrath, King Yanwu dragged his body to avoid it. But 2 in a row. Under the skill attack of attribute restraint, it has already received heavy damage, and now it is only forcing L. Next second. The dragon's fury bombarded the body of King Yanwu BL. At the moment when he came into contact with King Yanwu, the shock wave exploded suddenly. King Yanwu's body slid towards the rear a little bit, and there was no movement at all. The battle is over. Glitter Dragon victory. Points increase. The flashing carp dragon who had just finished the battle was obviously quite excited, and the dragon's head roared suddenly. Resounds throughout. On the battlefield. Okay, Tyrannosaurus. Be restrained. Zhang Jing said softly. Hear the master's voice. Tyrannosaurus bowed his head, calmed down, a ferocious face flashed on the face, too good. Tyrannosaurus is extremely vicious to its opponents but to its own trainer. Long Qi is a trainer with a good relationship. 373. He will be much kinder. Because of the power of Victory Pan, Zhang Jing has a very harmonious relationship with his elves, and there is no contradiction at all. Beside, Mother Xie has been silently watching the battle and watching Zhang Jing relax. Of emotion on his face. As Zhang Jing guessed, she can become the responsible entry for the second checkpoint in the Imperial City. Not a normal person of course. She is a mid-level elite trainer. You know, want to be an elite trainer. It itself needs to complete the special tasks provided by the Alliance, which is a test of the trainer's comprehensive ability. Every elite trainer has its own uniqueness. With her eyesight, she could easily see that Zhang Jing's ability to defeat opponents one after another, and the restraint of attributes played a great role. But whether it's Ha Kelong or King Yanwu, after all, they are assigned 000 points. Elf 1 in the options. Their own strength is almost invincible to normal rookie trainers 1. Even with attribute restraint, if the difference between the strengths of the two elves is large, a battle with the opposite attribute can still be won. Zhang Jing was able to easily defeat the two. This represents the strength of his elf itself should not be underestimated. Underscore that 3 things in reading equals collection, recommendation, and sharing uptack. A. High 9_239,066 support the original works of Filu Novel Network //b.fa1u.com. Chapter 128 the third level 5. On the battlefield. Zhang Jing's Qiguang fell on King Yanwu, who is now in a coma. After the battle, on its body, the attribute information box popped up. Flamethrower skill fragment. Without any hesitation, Zhang Jing chose to pick up tack. After successfully picking up the skill fragments, Zhang Jing's eyes flashed, seaside. Advanced skills such as jetting flames cannot be learned until the elves reach a certain level unless they are learned using the skill machine. Will not hold this skill. Therefore, Zhang Jingyi, Lu has grown up to the present. Fragments like this advanced skill are rarely picked up. And now, as his strength continues to grow, the level of elves he faces is getting higher and higher. These high-level skill fragments. No doubt it will pop up frequently. At that time, the power of the skills of his elves will undoubtedly be in a period of rapid growth, and the strength will increase rapidly. And with the continuous growth of the power of the elves, he can go to find a higher level elves to fight. Thereby, get more property info boxes. Equals everything will form equals a perfect virtuous circle. Thoughts flashed in Zhang Jing's heart. Zhang Jing took out the tablet. His gaze fell on the lower right corner. The current points are displayed above. Stunned equals down, and then Zhang Jing thought of something. Subconsciously looking away. Only see. Not far away, in the opposing battlefield where Su Yingshe was located, Pocket Flower had already passed out. Obviously, this girl has successfully defeated her opponent. Distance. Points goal of 3,000 points away. Only the last 600 points left. Progress 2K fast uptack. Of course, the premise of such fast progress is because Zhang Jing chose the elves with the highest points. The fewest battles ever fought. In the final analysis, it is still the strength as the foundation. Without strength, it is absolutely impossible to obtain points so quickly. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing directly selected the 600 points one option. As the screen flickered, what was finally fixed on the screen was a fighting spirit. Gong to Weasel. The evolution of the Gong to Itachi. Master Itachi is quite a powerful fighting elf, but this Kung Fu Itachi has obviously not reached the evolution level, otherwise it would not be in the option of 600 points. Of course, Gong Ku Weasel's own strength is also good. But Yi Bin met Zhang Jing. In the case of knowing the properties of the wizard, Zhang Jing can do the best against R. In the face of Kung Fu Itachi, he sent Shinado directly. The superhero fairy type Shinado. You must know that whether it is a super energy system or a fairy system, they all have a negative impact on the fighting system. Shinado can be said to be the nemesis of fighting elves equals. The battle is over soon. Facing the powerful offensive of Shinado, the released Kung Fu Itachi was directly defeated without any effective resistance at all. Points increase. 3,000 points goal reached. This represents Zhang Jing has successfully passed the second level. And this time, the time is fixed at 0:58:3. Also, haven't reached an hour. To be precise, the time it took him to break through the barrier was not even as long as it took to hurry. Now you have passed 2 hurdles. Even, until a month ago, Zhang Jing has not seen other trainers reach the second level. For did not expect, or for trainers who do not have the strength to destroy the mirror labyrinth, the complicated mirror labyrinth will undoubtedly take them a long time. However, this is just the situation in the imperial capital village. Zhang Jing is still unsure whether there will be any freaks in other competition areas. Therefore, he wasn't going to waste time. After successfully completing the second level, Zhang Jing immediately released the fire-breathing dragon. Just leave. Fire-breathing dragon wings, Zun. Soaring into the sky. Go to the third level. The ground. Xie Niu looked at the figure of the fire-breathing dragon gradually receding. She clicked her tongue, recalling Zhang Jing's battle process in her mind, and sighed softly, the future generations are terrible, ___. A fire-breathing dragon gallops through the air. Su Yingshe has completely overcome the fear of flying. Chatting with Zhang Jing, I was in a good mood. For her. This time, the cooperation and breakthrough length completely exceeded her expectations and brought her surprises one by one. Being able to meet my idol and work together is the biggest surprise in itself. And now that she has completed the first 2 levels so quickly, it makes her surprise even further. To know. In the first 2 sessions, although her performance was completely inferior to Zhang Jing. But there was no such thing as a hindrance. The performance is basically acceptable. This represents. Well, she is basically the one who won't be deducted. The success of the face at such a terrifying speed represents itself. She will get a high score uptack. Can act with idols, and able to get excellent grades. Yes, for this girl, it was a double happiness. Of course she was very happy. After a certain amount of time. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe L followed the signs on the map and successfully arrived at the location of the third level uptack. And the light swept across the map. After comparing, Zhang Jing said, L fire-breathing dragon. Landing. Spitfire. The dragon growled and fell from the sky. Zhang Jing's eyes looked down. As the fire-breathing dragon continued to fall, the situation below also quickly entered his line of sight. After seeing the situation here clearly, a trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Jing's eyes. This is of Zhao's. Behind. Su Yingshe also made a shocked cry. See you. Below L. It's a plane. And in the center of the plane, it is a very large venue with a huge area. Super large building that looked like a venue. It was long and wide. High, all quite astonishing L. Literally too, a small city. Silently amazed by Blue Star's technological means, Zhang Jing said in his heart, is this the venue for the third level? I don't know what's going on inside. The thoughts in Zhang Jing's mind, Z-turn. Fire-breathing dragon falls quickly L. Came to the front door of this super large venue and went up again. At the venue. Side of Timon, hanging. An oversized screen. Now, 2. Above shows line writing. The third level comprehensive level Fei. Lu reminds you. Reading 3 things, sharing 1 OHI 9_239066 //ba.fal1u.com. Enjoy reading joy uptack. Chapter 129 Projection World 1. The third level equals, comprehensive day card _. Zhang Jing's eyes swept across this line of writing. Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The first level is a fan level, which does not require battles, while the second level is a battle level with only battles. Could this comprehensive relationship be a fusion of the two? Or rather, has a deeper meaning? Just when Zhang Jing was thinking, the picture flickers on the big screen. Line by line. Traces emerge. Comprehensive level introduction. Contestants, the inside of the venue in front of you is exactly Projection World. Successfully passing Projection World 1 is regarded as a success. Rule 1, in the Projection World, all elves will take the initiative to attack you. You are free to choose to flee or fight. Rule 2, in the Projection World bug, _ cannot ride the elves to fly. Rule 3, in the Projection World bug, contestants can fight each other. The moonlight flashed above, and deep thought appeared in Zhang Jing's eyes. Project the world. Zhang Jing looked at the super large field in front of him. This projection world should refer to this venue. X. It seems that this is another special 457 special field created by Blue Star Technology. Beside, Su Yingshe apparently had never heard of the term, projection world, and now her face is confused. Zhang Jing's eyes are fixed on Rule 3. The contestants can fight each other. That is, if they reach the third level later, they themselves will be more severely affected and have to fight, thus slowing themselves down. Fortunately, he was the first to come here a month ago, but he would not be affected by these. Jing said, let's go in. Su Yingshe nodded again and again. The two came one after the other and came to the front of Timon of Panoramic Projection World 1. On the side of the door, there is a switch button. Zhang Jing flipped the switch. With a slight sound, the machine was opened wide, and the situation inside came into Zhang Jing's eyes. Then, Zhang Jing's eyes flashed, see Jingbao. Because everywhere in sight, it is a lush forest. The trees ahead are vivid and Zhang Jing could even hear the elves cry clearly. Is this the projection world? BFFJ _ next to Su Yingshe muttered. Immediately after, the girl turned her head and looked behind her. Behind him is typing. And in front, inside the venue, there are lush forests. The mechanical gate of the projection world. It's like two worlds. Like a dividing line, completely different before and after L. This wonderful scene is quite strange. Eyes were filled with amazement, and he stepped into his list. Yingshe followed closely behind. Just after they entered it, the mechanical door behind them closed automatically. Will only be opened when the next competitor arrives. Projecting the world. Zhang Jing said softly, and then took 2 steps forward. He reached out his hand and touched the trunk of a big tree. His moonlight froze. Because he felt the real touch on this trunk. Although it seems a little different from touching real trees, it is extremely close. Blue Star's technological means are far more advanced than Earth's. Zhang Jing sighed in his heart. Subsequently, his face froze. Although I am quite curious about the composition of the projection world, Zhang Jing still clearly remembers his purpose. He's going to finish the pass. To be the second person in the second session. To get the gift pack. Although he is quite curious about the projection world of Ziwang, as his strength increases and L reaches a certain status, nature can know the mystery. Zhang Jing turned his head and looked at Su Yingshe beside him. The girl seemed to be in a daze because of shock. Seeing this, Zhang Jing raised his right hand and shook it in front of her face. Huh. Su Yingshe suddenly came back to her senses. Facing the light of the river view. Cheeks flushed red. Let's go. Zhang Jing retracted and the light was E. He didn't spray. The fire dragon retracted into the Pokeball, instead, led it forward. After all. Introduce according to the rules. The elves here will take the initiative to attack, at any time. Su Yingshe nodded, then quickly followed. The two walked briskly on the path in the woods. Just after walking out. And Su Yingshe met the first opponent. That's a frog grass elf. Grass elf. Yingshe, there was a strong hostility in the eyes of this frog grass. Then launched an attack 1. Its eyes focus on the top of the body. Equals all the sharp blades condensed. Flying leaf knife up tack. Instant L. The leaves were condensed, and then whistled towards the location of Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe. The leaves cut across the sky. There was a burst of cracking sounds. Zhang Jing's face was calm and immediately said, Fire-breathing dragon, spray flames. Howler. Zhang, who is ready for battle, has already spit out the scorching flames up tack. The flame meets the flying blade in midair. At the moment of contact L. The leaves containing the energy of grass are burned up by the flames in an instant. Then. Dragon head of fire-breathing dragon, turn. The flame swung, directly hitting the far-flung frog grass L. Under the scorching flames, this frog grass showed a painful expression E. Zhang Jing looked at this calmly, seeing E. The level of the fire-breathing dragon. However, apart from the fangtooth land shark, Zhang Jing's hands are the highest, its strength is quite amazing, and the elves who deal with this kind of attribute restraint are even smaller. A piece of cake. But next second. Zhang Jing's light suddenly condensed. Because. Under the scorching flames. The pained expression of this froggrass intensified. Just when Zhang Jing thought it was about to lose. It's gone. Of thin air, leaving no traces behind. The flame of the fire-breathing dragon stopped abruptly, and it stuck out the seeds and scratched itself, obviously a little puzzled. Beside. Su Yingshe was keeping an eye on the battle and couldn't help revealing. Out of surprise and light. There was also a hint of doubt in Zhang Jing's eyes. But then L. He suddenly thought of something. Here, is the projection world. Could it be, equals? The elves here, they are also shaped by projections, and they are not real. Immediately after. Zhang Jing thought of more things. He once remembered that in the original work of the previous life, there was a special chapter. Described therein, it was Ash and others who were invited to an old castle. Exist. In that castle, within a certain range, phantom Pokemon, appeared. Although the phantom Pokemon is fake and unreal, it can also be battled, and its strength is not bad. Zhang Jing's gaze turned to the location where the frog grass disappeared. Mind moving. Could it be, this projection world, 3 things about reading _ collect, recommend, and share. Joy. Chapter 130 _ Projection Wizard 2. Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. Apparently, phantom Pokemon exists. Only, comparing the area of the two, it is completely insignificant. In the elf exam, using such a super large high-tech building, it seems that Blue Star really attaches great importance to the elf exam. Thoughts flashed in Zhang Jing's heart. Advance by flight is prohibited in the rules. At a certain height, you will encounter a lot less opponents, and the difficulty will naturally be reduced a lot. This is the same as the restriction on superpowers in the Mirror Labyrinth. And Zhang Jing groaned and then looked at Su Ying, Shui beside him. He opened his mouth and said, "Let's release all the elves. Be ready to fight at any time." Huh. Su Yushui was slightly puzzled. See, Zhang Jing explained, the elves here are not real. What actually exists seems to have been created by some technological means. In the rules, L states that the elves in the projection world will take the initiative to attack. The 2 means, 11 when the elves here were created, it is very likely that similar instructions were given to them. See the trainer, take the initiative to attack. As we move forward, it is extremely likely that we will encounter a horde of elves, so we need to prepare early. Hearing Zhang Jing's explanation, Su Yingxie showed a sudden look. Then, she took out her Pokeball L. Festival of Lights flashes 1. 4 figures appeared beside him. Fire Rock Rat L. Gilly Eggs. North-facing Nose L. Flash Ibrahimovic. Zhang Jing did not hesitate to release all his elves up-tack. Glittering Carp Dragon. Glitter Shinado up-tack. Pikachu. Fairy Elf L. Shakira L. And the fire-breathing dragon that appeared from the very beginning. All of Zhang Jing's currently on display. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over all the elves. Pass. Undoubtedly, being the first to enter the projection world has considerable advantages. After all, no need to face possible battles with other trainers, greatly reducing the time spent. But there are also disadvantages. If it is a stage when a large number of participating trainers come, then the projection elves who have been given attack instructions will undoubtedly be distracted, and each person needs to face a limited number of projection elves. Facing the river view, as the first one to arrive in the projection world. Apart from him and Su Yingxie, there is no third trainer here. This means they go all the way, and it is very likely to attract more and more projection elves to attack. You need to resist them all by yourself. Because of this, Zhang Jing released all the elves. It's ready for battle. The Earth Spirit appears. Follow Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui's side. Let's move forward together. Soon, they meet their next opponent. That's a Lizard King L. Grass Elf up-tack. Lizards in general. In sparsely populated tropical rainforests, it is a little strange to appear in such an ordinary forest. However, since everything here is man-made, even if there are only some quasi-god spirits in this forest, Zhang Jing wouldn't be surprised either. Zhang Jing took the opportunity to use his eyesight skills to check it out. It seems that this is because this lizard is not a real elf. His eyesight can't see any information. The Lizard King passed quickly in the forest. After seeing Zhang Jing and Su Yingxie, L's eyes suddenly showed strong hostility. As soon as its right leg stepped on, the speed of its entire body surged. Approaching Zhang Jing and the others quickly. Move fast. Seeing this, Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui's commands sounded almost simultaneously. Fire-breathing dragon, shoot flames. Fire rock rat, fire wheel, horror. Fire-breathing dragon, dragon roar equals sound. Hot flames spew out up-tack. In the hot temperature, the air trembles slightly up-tack. Under the blessing of high-speed movement, the speed of the Lizard King soared to the extreme, facing the shy flames. Its figure flashed quickly and left the place, avoiding the invasion of the flames. But what it is facing now is the attack of 2 elves. while dodging the jet of flames. The other side up tack. Roll into a ball. The fire rock rat, whose body is burning with red flames, has already slammed into it. Banger. The fire rock rat slammed into the body of the Lizard King BL. Under the contact between the flame and the Lizard King's body, black burn marks appeared on its body, and a painful expression appeared on its face. Lifelike _ Take this opportunity. The fire-breathing dragon suddenly turned its direction and sprayed flames outrageously. Hit the lizard jade. Then. It seems to have reached the limit, the Lizard King was defeated and disappeared. The strength of this Lizard King itself is obviously much stronger than that of the frog grass they first encountered. After being hit by 2 skills, it disappeared completely. Defeat it successfully. Beautiful king. Fire-breathing dragon. Zhang Jing praised him for a long time. Beside him, Su Yingshe also encouraged the fire rock rat. The fire rock rat, which fell on the ground, was looking at the fire-breathing dragon. It seems to be quite the same as the elves of the same attribute. Curious. Just then, Shinedo's voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Jing's heart. Master, the sound caused by your battle seems to have attracted some attention. A group of elves are coming here. Elves. Jing's eyes, squinting. Then, his strengthened 5 senses suddenly heard some sounds. He immediately turned his eyes and looked at the source of the sound. It's getting louder. It was the sound of wings flapping rapidly. Su Yingshe also heard the voice and looked over. After a while, they see the comber. That's one. At a glance, there are so many big tit-for-tat losses that it is impossible to determine the number. Recommendations, original works. Chapter 131 _ Group Battle 3. Look around. In the woods. A yellow-black figure flapping its wings rapidly is coming quickly. Big Money BL. Gregarious Spirit. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over, and conservatively saw at least dozens of one. No more. The Big Needle Bee is an elves with strong territorial awareness, not to mention, in this projection world, all projection elves have been instilled with instructions to attack trainers. Wings produced a swarm of large needle bees that were rapidly approaching. Zhang Jing's face, Shentu immediately shouted, prepare to fight. As he guessed. If the trainers enter the projection world at the peak of the 3rd level, the attention of these projection elves will also be scattered. On average, each person will not encounter too many opponents. But 0-0, Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe. This has led to the first attack of all the elves here, and they are all. And, although the rules indicate that it is up to you to decide whether or not to fight, you can choose to escape directly. But the speed of the bee is quite astonishing. Under the premise that the rules stipulated that the flying elves could not be ridden, Zhang Jing did not think that he could use the large needle bees far away. Unavoidable. Only one battle. Looking at the big tit-for-tat group that was getting closer, Zhang Jing decisively issued an order. Fire-breathing dragon. Throwing flames. Tyrannosaurus. Freezing light 1 _ Shinedo, keep your spirit strong. Shakira, on the rock slide. Pikachu, 100,000 yacht 1. Fairy elf, broken blank and deadlight 1 inch. The successive voices of commands are in Zhang Jing's ears. They keep ringing. Time that he had sent these 6 elves together for the first time since he captured them. Beside, Su Yingshui's face was serious, and she immediately gave an order up tack. Next second 1. The elves who received the order suddenly started to act. Accompanied by Dragon Roar, Sound SL Fire-breathing dragon spit out flames up tack. All elves activated their skills. Hot flames. Chilling frozen ray L. Rocks with bursts of cracking sounds. The current that shines with dazzling light. Small but powerful thoughts up tack. L full of destructive aura. The light of skills shines in Lin Wen. All the elves pushed their full strength. See you. The swarm of Taiji bees, brazenly and together. Dao skills impact together. In midair, it is like a dumpling. Under the power of the powerful skills, the big tits fell down one by one. Then it disappeared out of thin air in midair. There are clear marks on their bodies. Burn, frost, arc, etc. Just at the moment of contact, the swarm of stingers was reduced. Beside, Su Yingshe subconsciously looked at Ai Zhang. He secretly swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, Zhang Shen is too fierce, right? But then the elves did their best. Against Hornbees. The group launched a siege. Round skills passed. The number of big tits has dwindled. The remaining bees showed an angry look, their wings flapped rapidly, and they suddenly launched an attack. Go Rangian. Needles emerge in midair and Missile needle. Moreover, a considerable number of large stingers launch L at the same time. In the sky, there appeared a group of thorium missiles that seemed to be densely packed. Then, towards the river view and the place where the elves are set out brazenly invaded. The sound of breaking the air keeps ringing L. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Then suddenly he shouted, Fire-breathing dragon. The tacit understanding between Zhang Jing and the elves is full. The moment the voice fell, the fire-breathing dragon groaned. The flames have spewed out of the mountain. The swarm of missile needles that came in contact with the flames have been burned to ashes up tack. However, a fire-breathing dragon's elf has limited space to take care of. There are still many thorium missiles that have slipped through the net, and one step closer. Su Yingshe beside her reacted quickly. When you see it. That is, commanding his own fire rock rat intercepted the attack. The fire department can restrain the insect department. Under the scorching of Shaoyang, the missile needle can't resist at all. Subsequent, 2. Under the command of Zhang Jing, the second round of attacks suddenly started. Only a large needle bee bush fell in midair and disappeared completely. After lasting period of time. This Taiji colony was completely wiped out by Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe. Zhang Jingchang exhaled. If he had just become a trainer encountering so many stinging bees, I am afraid that the only way to escape. A choice. Even to escape, suffer serious injuries. But go up. Now he is no longer Wu Sha Amen. It already has two certain strengths to protect it. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing looked at his elves. The number of opponents is quite large after all. After the battle, Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui's elves consumed a lot. He could clearly see that his elf showed a tired look. Su Yingshe even had 2 elves suffered some hurt. Seeing that Su Yingshe was preparing to take out the wound medicine from her backpack, Zhang Jing thought, moving his hand out to stop her. What's the matter? Zhang Shen 2 inches. Su Yingshe said in surprise. Zhang Jing's thoughts turned and then came. Su Yingshui's flash before Ibrahimovic. This little guy had just entered the remnant swarm of large needle bees, and was inadvertently injured, and the frown on his now cute face was obviously painful. Zhang Jing stuck out his arm. His palm rested on shining Ibrahimovic's body. Ibrahimovic looked at Zhang Jing with curious eyes and seemed a little puzzled. What did Zhang Jing want to do? What? Beside, Su Yingshe was also full of doubts. Chanian, movement. Viking's power activates. Suddenly, on Zhang Jing's palm, a fluorescent green light appeared. Under the shroud of light, Flash Ibrahimovic only felt a rather comfortable feeling coming from the contact. It couldn't help squinting its eyes. It called out softly. EV tilde. Soon. After treatment L. Ibrahimovic's injuries have recovered. Zhang Jing raised his head. I saw that Su Yingshe was looking at herself with wide eyes at night 5.30 __. Seeing Zhang Jing raised his head, rubbed his eyes, and then said, Zhang Shen, just now, could it be the special ability of the direction of treatment? L. Zhang Jing nodded calmly. Thoughts flashed through his mind. In fact, after obtaining the power of Vibrant, he was ready to show this ability, instead of hiding it. 10 years after the advent of the elves, there have been many famous masters of special power in Blue Star. This matter itself is nothing to do with it. Concealed. Moreover, the ability to assist, the power of Vibrant itself, is not so conspicuous. Most importantly, while giving him more chips, the power of Vibrant can also explain some things in disguise. Now it seems that it is not easy for L to pass through the projection world, and the power of Vibrant can provide a lot of help. That being the case, I just took this opportunity. Let the public know, you are the master of a special power. There are 3 things in reading: makeup. _Joe_Huang 932, support Filu Novel Network BF. A.100.com, original works _ Chapter 132 _ Heavenly King's Brain Replenishing Ability 4. After treating Prism Light Ibrahimovic, Zhang Jing used the power of Vibrant to give the remaining elves a simple reply. The effect of Vibrant's power is amazing. After some treatment, all the elves have recovered their spirits. You must know that special powers are not forbidden to be used in any elf competition, but they can be used in real time during the battle, which is why Zhang Jing chose to expose the power of Vibrant. Then, Zhang Jing looked at Su Yingshe. Open mouth. Let's speed up our journey. When we meet a spirit that can be thrown away, go straight. Pick up and leave quickly. If you encounter something you can't get rid of, we will fight again. The projection elves will not explode the attribute letter box, and it cannot provide the elves with combat experience, so Tu Zhangjing did not carry out every battle. Bai Yi. Breakthrough requires speed. If you encounter any spirits, you will fight with them. Then it will undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Su Yingshe nodded, and the two quickly left the place. Imperial City. Conference room. On the big screen inside the screen, impressively showing Zhang Ying's figure. Zhang Jing's strong performance undoubtedly attracted the attention of the 3 Heavenly King level trainers. In addition to its Super 15 high speed, the 3 chose to pay attention to the whole process. Obviously, there are quite a lot of cameras in the projection world of New Oda, so as to obtain the situation of the level-breaking trainers in real time. After seeing the screen, with Zhang Jing activating the power of Vibrant, after the fluorescent green healing light lit up, the 3 Heavenly King level trainers suddenly showed surprise and light. Yi Xin's eyes immediately turned to Ji Ziri. After seeing Ji Ziyang's surprised expression, she froze slightly, then narrowed her eyes and asked. Said, Ji Ziyang, you should know him very well. Don't you know that he has this special power? Ji Ziyang shook his head. Jing is a potential trainer who was rated S grade by Kyujiya this year. You also know my relationship with Kyujiya, so I got acquainted with him. Because of the fairy elf thing. I have had more contact with him, but I don't know it at all. He even has special powers. Ji Ziyang's Kieguang looked at the screen. Next, the injury on Ibrahimovic's body was quickly healed, showing a comfortable look. A special power in the direction of healing. Jizzy. Yang Shenyin equals sound. Follow then he said, it turns out that he is the owner of a special power, no wonder. Zhang Zheng, who was beside the mail check, came and asked L, what do you want to say? L.R. Cakeson also looked over. Komit said, Zhang Jing and I came from the same background as a common civilian trainer. However, I learned from the Ku family. When the Ku family first came into contact with him, he already has a flashy carp dragon L. Later, before the elf exam, he even subdued only shining Shinado. And Shakira, who has the potential to be a quasi-god. I thought he was just lucky enough to meet these elves. Now it seems, it is because he has awakened a special power. Ji Ziyang looked at the two and said, you all know that the master of special power has a certain attraction to elves in the dark. Yi Xin pouted and shook her head. No, I don't know I'm not like you, Ji Tianwang. I have a special power in itself. Listening to her slightly lemon-like tone, Ji Ziyang. With a smile, his eyes fell on the screen again. Other side, Zhang clicked his tongue. Quieted down. After a while of silence, Yi Xin's voice suddenly sounded again. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui's breakthrough speed is too fast one by one. So far, no second group of trainers has entered the entire projection world. If this continues, they will most likely face it alone. When the time comes. Hearing this, Zhang Jing and Ji Yuyang both showed some thoughtful expressions. In the face of the slow elves, just choose to leave. In the face of fast elves, choose to fight decisively up-tack. Speed up the road along the way. After spending a certain amount of time, Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui finally arrived at the edge of the forest. Zhang Jing let out a long breath. He looked at Su Yingshui beside him. This girl won. The road follows closely. Now the forehead is full of fine wanges. Zhang Jing's own physique has been strengthened by special strength. She also felt a little tired, not to mention a girl with a physique. Thinking about it, Zhang Jing said, let's take a break. Heard, Su. Yingshui shook her head and said, no need, Zhang Shen. We'd better get through the whole level as soon as possible. Su Yingshui is not a stupid girl. This equals on the way. She clearly realized that Zhang Jing's goal was the first place in the whole pass. As a fan of Zhang Jing, she naturally didn't want to drag Zhang Jing down. So although she felt very tired, she still wanted to persevere. Rest. I'll be on my way later. S tone became firmer. There are 070 battles along the way _ a lot, Zhang Jing uses often. Pan Lily helps the elves recover. There will also be a certain amount of physical loss for him. Although Zhang Jing wants to get the first place, but also understand the principle of combining work and rest. An absolute advantage in the previous level, and now I don't know how long the projection world has to go, so it is natural to make a plan. See. Su Yingshui was silent for a while. Then she agreed. The two leaned against the tree and sat down. Then, from the backpack, the elf food was taken out. Eat it for the elves. Hurry up. Battle is also a test for the stamina of the elves. After the body rests equals after a period of time L. Keep going. They had already arrived at the forest. The edge of the area is now suddenly clear after walking a distance forward. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui looked straight ahead. Only see. Like the entrance to the projection world. The outside world is plain. Inside is a forest. Here. There is also a demarcation line. Behind the dividing line is Zhang Jing. The forest where Su Yingshui was before. In front of the dividing line, Zhang Jing and Su Yingshui are now facing the direction L. It turned out to be a magnificent Grand Canyon. Flying Point reminds you. Collection, recommendation and sharing of 3 things in reading. _Joe. Huang 932b. FA 10. Com, and later. Chapter 133 _Rock Canyon 5. Cut in the projection world is quite mysterious. In front of it is a canyon with steep cliffs and dangerous peaks on both sides, and there are only a handful of plants. Behind it is a lush forest. Gap is huge. 2 very different worlds bordering on one another. I don't know, how long will it take to pass through the entire projection world? Thoughts flashed in Zhang Jing's mind. Then. He's ready to move on. Right at this time. Zhang Jing's ears moved, and he turned his head to look not far away. He heard _something L. Look out. I see. Not far away, behind a wide tree. The figure of the figure flapping its wings flew over. That's 1, 2. Hunting Swallowtail. Hunting Swallow Butterfly is the butterfly Pokemon, which looks quite beautiful. Animosity rises in its light. The wings suddenly fluttered and the wind formed a blade, attacking the river view. Air Blade 1. The air blade is extremely fast. Zhang Jing sighed. Seeing this, Shinado, who has telepathy with Zhang Jing, suddenly stimulated her power. High up. Not far in front of Zhang Jing. Shield molding formed by psychic power L. Golden 9 shield up tack. Be precise. This skill is called Super Shield L. This is before the second link. Inside the cave, in order to protect the river view, Shinado exploded power and learned a new skill from the Worm of Crisis. After that day, when Zhongjing used his ice skills to check the attributes of Shinado, I found out that this skill is more than that. This undoubtedly gives Shinado a great enhancement on the weaker defense surface. After the super shield was formed, the air blade bombarded the shield. The dark purple thought force is slightly under the impact. However, until the air blade completely disappeared, the shield was not broken. And Zhongjing's command sound 1 had already sounded as early as when Shinado activated the super shield. Now _ The fire-breathing dragon shot out brazenly, defeating the hunting swallowtail neatly. And light. Watching the hunting swallowtail disappear, Zhongjing is currently walking forward. In front of you is the mighty gorge. 2 people and 10 elves quickly stepped into the canyon bug. Zhongjing's eyes turned to the west. I saw the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. It is hundreds of meters high. However, the interior of the canyon is quite wide. Thinking that this is the only path in the projection world, Zhongjing revealed a clear expression. As the third stage of the Imperial City Division, here, after all, it is necessary to accommodate more than 100,000 players. Newbie trainer. After his eyes were swept away, he was then fixed in one place. There, a sign was erected with 4 Thai characters engraved on it. Rock Canyon. Is that the name of this canyon? Zhongjing Xiaozhong said silently. Soon, Zhongjing met the first group of opponents after stepping into the canyon uptack. That's right, just a bunch of L. It was a group of one-horned rhinos, about a dozen or so. Ground T-Rock attribute. Now in the gorge. Activities in the valley. But, when he noticed Zhongjing and Su Yingxie, he showed a fierce look. Without any hesitation, he sprinted towards Zhongjing. Herds of one-horned rhinos are ferocious. The heavy body stepped on the ground. There was a dull sound. All projection sprites in the projection world, after meeting the trainer, will actively attack. Zhongjing is already used to it. Therefore, the first time I saw this group of single fish rhinos, he has already given the order. Tyrannosaurus, water cannons. Howling Mountain. The giant carp dragon moves forward. Duan. With the sound of roar, the water with a strong impact suddenly spewed out of the mouth uptack. Water cannons are bound to come. Bravely impacted the body of the one-horned rhino sprinting over. At the moment of contact with the single fish rhino. Because of the high damage caused by the water-based skills and the Dijonju of the water cannon, it directly overturned the leading one-fish rhinoceros to the ground. After being overturned to the ground, they disappeared directly above. Water cannon. The high damage of the body is combined with the effect of severe restraint of the attributes. And with the addition of the ability of the tyrannical carp dragon itself, the instant kill is directly completed. There are more than just elves that can be killed in seconds. Seeing this, the remaining one-horned rhinos not only did not mean to retreat, but became more and more fierce. Their speed has increased again, some. Bang! Zhongjing's Qiguang was calm, and he said directly, the tyrannical carp dragon, the water's tail. The tyrannical carp dragon itself has a rather violent temper. Now. So, a group of single fish and rhinos dare to dash against them, then. Let it be dissatisfied. At the moment when Zhongjing's voice fell. In the canyon. The body of the tyrannical carp dragon moved suddenly. Dragon's tail struggles to use L. Above the tail, layers of turbulent water flow around it. Water tail L. Next second. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon's tail slammed fiercely on the one-horned rhino that rushed forward. With a dull sound, the first one was directly pumped away. The power of the tyrannical carp dragon was not diminished, and the tail of the water stream slammed directly at the first single fish rhino. Bang L. Banger. The dull sound of physical contact kept ringing. One by one, the one fish and the rhinoceros were directly defeated and disappeared. Soon, this group of one-horned rhinos has been completely eliminated by the Tyrannosaurus. The water attribute is too severe to restrain the elves of the Jade Rock plus ground attribute. With the strength of the Supreme Carp Dragon itself, there is no pressure at all. He easily defeated more than 10 unicorn rhinos, and the dissatisfaction of the tyrannical carp dragon, Li Qing was obviously released, and its dragon head roared suddenly. Roar. Inside the canyon. The sound is constantly echoing in the distance. Then, 1. The tyrannical carp dragon lowered his head and became quiet. Looking at Zhongjing's ferocious face, there was a hint of kindness. Seeing this, Zhongjing shook his head helplessly. His flashy Tyrannosaurus dragon is like that. He is also not prepared to suppress the other's nature. Right now, in the canyon that had been quiet, suddenly, the elf's anger sounded again. Zhongjing and several elves attracted the attention. Source. Right ahead. Echoes through the canyon, _ Then fire. Shinato's voice suddenly sounded in Zhongjing's heart. Master, there's a big guy coming towards us. Big guy. Zhongjing's eyes looked forward. _ 3 things to read, collection, recommendation, and sharing. Chapter 134 _ projection Bosco Dora 1. Ahead is the winding valley. After Zhongjing's eyes fell, the roar of the elves is getting louder and louder. It seems to be rapidly approaching here. In the canyon, the roar of the elves constantly echoed. Finally, after a moment, corner in front of the canyon, a huge figure stepped out of it. Zhongjing's moonlight looked over for the first time. As Shinito said, that's exactly only huge. Sprite L. Potukadora. Elf of Steel and Rock Uptack. Zhongjing is quite familiar with Potukadora. B. He owns Z only Dora. Potukadora's pre-evolved form. When looking at Potukadora in the river view, the other party also noticed Zhongjing and others. A ferocious light appeared in his eyes. Botu K Minglaw's stride, step, L immediately sprinted towards Zhongjing. The ground. A dull sound. C. Zhongjing didn't hesitate, and the command voice sounded immediately. Tyrannosaurus. Tail with water, you go up and entangle it L. Fire-breathing dragon, find the angle. Use the fire-breathing. Shakira, use the wave of evil. Fairy elf, look for opportunities. Use double kicks on it. Zhongjing calmly gave the order. This Potuka Z is not a good match. Therefore, 293 Zhongjing directed the famous elves to attack at the same time. Howler. The dragon roar of the tyrannical carp dragon sounded. The body suddenly jumped out. Subsequently, another side. Boscodora has no fear. It rushed forward, bringing up a place of smoke and dust. 2 behemoths are charging towards the middle. One hand, it is the glitter Tyrannosaurus L with powerful strength and a ferocious face. On the one hand, it was Potukadora, who was covered in hard armor. This is a heavyweight matchup. Just as the two elves are getting closer, Bosco Dora, covering the head of the hard armor, Blue Ran flashed a faint light. Iron head skills. The other side. The body of the tyrannical carp dragon danced. The dragon's tail suddenly slammed towards Boshike Dora. Above its tail, there are layers of turbulent currents surrounding it. Boss, Kadora has the rock attribute and water-based skills that damage it. A has also been strengthened. Next second. Bang. With the deafening roar, the dragon tail of the tyrannical carp dragon slammed into the head of Boscodora. The two hit L. There was a deafening sound. This is the heavyweight collision L. First time won. Tyrannosaurus did not gain an advantage in the battle of strength. Its tail slammed into Potukadora's body, but it didn't fly away. To know. Potukadora's weight is even more amazing than the Tyrannosaurus. This gives it quite a lot of power. The Tyrannosaurus's tail collided with Potukadora's head. A ferocious look appeared on the face of the flashing carp dragon, and a roar sounded. Suddenly, the power was activated again. The two elves were deadlocked. But one. This is not a 1v1 battle _. At the moment when Tyrannosaurus and Boscorido were at a standoff, Shakira launched operations at the same time. With the dragon's wings unfolding, the fire-breathing dragon rose into the sky and turned around. Then, the target Potukadola, a fire-breathing dragon's mouth, spit out hot flames. Throw flames. Wow _. Blazing flames. Hit Boscodora in the back. Although it has a hard armor as an anti-but under the burning of the flame, it still inevitably reveals a trace of pain. Its face rises right pointing arrow silk anger. While stalemate with the tyrannical carp dragon, the skill suddenly activated. Rock slide. Rocks fall from the sky, pointing directly at the fire-breathing dragon. But he didn't even need Zhongjing to command L's fire-breathing dragon at the moment when he sensed the danger. He accelerated suddenly and avoided the falling rocks. And take this opportunity. The other end. Sand. Kira's skill activated. Waves of evil. A terrifying aura erupted. The target is directed at Boshikadora. Boss Cordola, who is in a stalemate with the Tyrannosaur, has no time to deal with these skills. The wave of evil hit it directly. Then, Zhongjing saw that under the attack of BFBC _, the wave of evil, a hint of flinch flashed in its eyes, and its body was even more out of the wrestling with the Tyrannosaurus, and it stepped back 2 times. This. Zhongjing keenly captured this point, and instantly reacted. I am in a state of flinching. The flinching state of the wave of evil has been triggered. Without any hesitation, Zhongjing's command sounded. Fairy elf, right now 1 inch. Tyrannosaurus, prepare your water cannon skills. Fire-breathing dragon, on the gold melon. The fairy elf was already ready, and at the moment Zhongjing's voice fell, its body turned into a stream of light. And rushed out. In an instant. It has arrived at the front of Bosco Mingla. Back. A step on the leg. The body of the fairy elf has already jumped high. Then. Its legs slammed into Boscodora's body. Double kick L. The fighting skills mastered by fairy spirits during Ibrahimovich's time L. A small body burst out with great power. Under the attack of 2 consecutive kicks, Boshikadora showed a painful expression. His body took a few steps back again. To know. The fighting system has restraint against both the rock and steel systems at the same time. This makes Fairy Ibrahimovic so equals only non-fighting elves. It can also cause quite high damage when using powerful fighting skills against Potukadora. Take this opportunity L. The water flow in the mouth of the tyrannical carp dragon is turbulent, and the water cannon shoots out. The water flow carrying the strong impact force slammed into Potukadora's body _ the pain on its face was even worse, and after another. The fire-breathing dragon flying in midair seizes the opportunity. It glides suddenly and comes L. On its paws, the festival of light flickers. Alloy claw. Swish L. With a faint sound, the fire-breathing dragon was passing through Potukamira. The moment on the side. The melon seeds have already crossed Boscodora's body. Bang! Fire-breathing dragon wings close. Fell to the ground. Behind. Boscodora's body leaned towards, sideways, and then disappeared suddenly. Successfully defeated. Zhang Jingcheng exhaled breath. Without a doubt, equals. The defensive ability of this Potukadora is quite amazing. If it were another elf, it would be bombarded by the skills of the Zhongjing elf in turn. I am afraid that it would have been defeated long ago. Because of being a projection wizard, Zhongjing can't check the attributes of this Potukadora, but he estimates that L can have such an amazing defense. I am afraid that the level of this Potukadora is close to Li 5Q. Zhongjing's eyes looked towards the front of the canyon. This is just not far from the entrance of the canyon, and I encountered such a elf. I don't know what else I will encounter in the future 12. Jin, it is possible to find a way to avoid it, and underscore if the participating trainers enter the projection world too much, elves like Potukadora will probably be besieged. 1 inch. He looked at Su Yingshe and said solemnly. Let's move on. That reading 3 things equals collection, recommendation, Joe_Wang 932b. Original works. Chapter 135 Quasi-God Projection 2. Along the path in the canyon, Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe quickened their pace. Along the way, they encountered a lot of elves. Battles emerged one after another. Just as Zhang Jing guessed. Because there are only 2 of them in the front projection world, the attention of the projection elves here is attracted by them. Road ahead. Fight all the way up tack. Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe are moving quickly in the canyon. Finally, after a certain amount of time, Zhang Jing and his group are approaching the other end of a canyon. His eyes looked forward, only to see in the distance, can already faintly see one side of the stadium, as well as the mechanical gate. Obviously one. Ahead is the exit of the projection world. As long as he leaves here from the exit of the projection world, that means the whole elves will take the second links of the martial arts exam, which is completely over. Yingshe looked at each other. Then, Zhang Jing said, let's go. Just after taking 2 steps, Zhang Jing's steps were abrupt. Pause. His eyes looked forward. I see. Above the originally empty canyon, a sudden wave of waves flickered. Then, under the gazes of Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe, a figure gradually formed in midair. It has a huge body. Solid physique. Ferocious image up tack. Then, body was condensed. This figure suddenly fell to the ground. The huge body stepped on the ground, and there was a dull sound. Zhang Jing's eyes are slightly, squinting. Is this the formation process of the projection wizard? It will condense only such powerful elves. This should be similar to the existence of guard bosses. Only see up tack. The front condensed and formed too. It is a quasi-god spirit. Bangira. Quasi-god projection. In the previous battle, Zhang Jing already had a sufficient understanding of the projection elves. Projection sprites compared to real sprites. Spiritually, the strength may be a little weaker. But, 1. It can also exert some amazing power. You know, Bangira, but Shakira will only produce a powerful spirit that evolves when she reaches LX55. Its level, combined with its own identity as a quasi-god elf, shows its powerful strength. Even if this is just the projection elf of the projection world, it is definitely the most powerful elf that Zhang Jing has ever faced. Zhang Jing's eyes turned to both sides. Front. Canyon narrow. A lot. Although Bangira is not a particularly fast elf, but in such an area of space, the panel has to avoid this projection Bangira. Opening the projection world wide, too, is quite difficult to do. The rules stipulate that it is not allowed to ride Jingyang Sixing to leave. There is no way to avoid it. Weiji fights. Thoughts flashed in Zhang Jing's mind, and his eyes became firmer. He looked at Su Yingshe next to him. Shensheng elf seized the opportunity to attack. Looking at Zhang Jing's firm gaze. Su Yingshe nodded vigorously. Waiting area. Conference room. Looking at the figure of Zhang Jing in the picture, Yixin smacked her tongue and said, projecting the world, the final quasi-god projection of the world checkpoint, in the original plan. It is necessary to cooperate in multiple groups equals to defeat the same. After all, although it is not as good as the real quasi-god Bangira, the strength that the projection wizard can exert is quite good. It's just 11. I didn't expect Zhang Jing's speed to be so fast. So far, except for their group, the fastest second group has just entered the A projection world not long ago. In this case, he has to fight alone. Don't know the final outcome. What will happen? Yixin looked at Jizayang beside him. She coughed lightly and said, Jizayang, what do you think? What else can I see 2 inches? Ji Ziyang paused for a decade, then looked at Ping Tum and said calmly, although Zhang Jing is young, he has already brought me a famous surprise. I believe him. Canyon end. With a dull sound, the projection Bagheera fell to the ground. After a while, its closed eyes suddenly opened. Eyes. Vicious and light, flickering. Bagheera's eyes were fixed on Zhang Jing and others. Right now. Zhang Jing's command sounded out loud. Tyrannosaurus, water cannon. With Zhang Jing's voice falling. Howler. The dragon roar of the tyrannical carp dragon sounded, and the mouth was full. The turbulent water jets burst out. OL. Next second. The water cannon carrying a powerful impact slammed into Bagheera's body. However, even the impact of the water cannon skill failed to make this Bagheera take a half step back. The skill obviously caused some damage to it, and Bagheera's face showed a hint of pain, but it quickly turned into anger. With a low growl L. Its right leg is raised high L. Then L. Fenju stepped down up tack. Boom _. A deafening roar sounded. The moment Bagheera stepped on the ground, the rocks on the ground shattered abruptly, bursting with a bang. Earthquake L. Cracks after cracks take Bongi. Pull to the middle and GT, rapidly spreading L towards the surroundings. When Zhang Jing saw this and the light condensed, his thoughts entered Shinato's heart in an instant. Xanadu, move with the instant smell. Go to the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and then try to use the power of thought to help us float. Shaoling induction, let Zhang Jing and Shinato communicate without obstacles L. The earthquake roared and the ground broke. Shinai Duo's body light art, flash. It has come to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. The 2 elves cooperated tacitly, and the fire-breathing dragon flew in midair. Then, in Shinato eyes, a dazzling deep purple light suddenly bloomed. Mind power activated. In an instant, it was pushed to the extreme. On the ground. Except for the tyrannical carp dragon, which has the second flying attribute, almost all elves, even Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe only felt that a mysterious force was coming. The body involuntarily rose slightly by 1. Just after they floated in the air. On the ground. The exploding rock has spread to them L. Incoming momentum. You know, the earthquake skill is the enemy. My indistinguishable super skills. Amazing power. Especially. Combined with the ability to cast Bagheera itself, the power of the earthquake is undoubtedly even more terrifying. Therefore, Zhang Jing didn't think about hard resistance and directly issued an order. After a while, the earthquake subsided. There was chaos in the canyon. On the ground, one after another cracks open. The bursting rocks are piled up in =1 scene. Zhang Jing let out a long breath. Because of his timely command, he successfully avoided being hit hard in the first place. At this time, it seems that he realizes that his earthquake is not more than the anger in God. Rush forward suddenly. I went out during the day, and today's update will be a little later. That 3 things in reading equals collection, recommendation, and sharing. Joe. Muang 932, support. Filu Novel Network, //b.fa.100. Com, original works. Chapter 136 _ Canyon Final Battle 3. In the canyon. Bagheera's body stepped forward. L. Aggressive. Zhang Jing's command sounded suddenly. Shakira, take advantage of this time. Use Earthquake L. Earthquake. Same skill. Earthquake is a large-scale skill that does not discriminate between enemy and foe, but at this time, Shinato is still trying to maintain his psychic power to help the elves float in the air. Because elves such as fairy elves are lighter in weight, their consumption is not too high. Because of this, Zhang Jing does not have to worry about the effect of using the earthquake skill L. Shakira's eyes narrowed. Then, inner strength pushes. The earthquake skill suddenly activated. At the level of Shakira itself, it is impossible to comprehend the earthquake skills, its earthquake skills. Before the elf exam, pass, 1-time skill machine learning, 760, to uptack. Now, this is the first time to cast L. With the activation of power, the ground suddenly trembled violently. L. The ground, which was already stable, made a loud noise again, and a violent vibration hit L. Shakira's earthquake is less powerful than projection Bangira, someone. But, because of the rock properties of Bangira, the damage of ground-based skills such as Earthquake IL has also been strengthened. A deafening roar sounded. Under the violent shaking of the ground, Bangira showed a trace of pain on her face, and her forward body could not help but slow down. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Seized the opportunity and the command voice blurted out again. One use the voice of enchantment uptack. Fairy elf. The power of the moon. Enchanting voice. 9 of the moon. Same as fairy skill L. Bangira itself has evil attributes. And the fairy system, it is the attribute that restrains the evil system. After the voice fell, Zhang Jing said again without hesitation. The Tyrannosaurus uses freezing rays. Fire-breathing dragon, dragon's fury. The moment an order is given. Several elves of Zhangjing immediately launched action. Meanwhile, Zhangjing's thoughts, the lucky charm has been quietly opened. Chinado's thoughts stopped and put all the elves in the air back to the ground. Then the small mouth opened slightly, and a charming voice sounded in the field L. This is a mental attack. Pain flashed on the face fish that projected Bangira, and even more anger. And the other end. Fairy elf's whole body flashed with light from the fairy energy. The sky suddenly darkened. And the light flickered. Then heavy bombardment hit the projection of Bangira. After all, this is not a real quasi-spiritual taboo, but just a projection spirit. Under the powerful attack of the moon's power that restrains it, the pain on its face is even worse. At this time, the aftermath of the earthquake caused by Shakira has ceased. Bangira's face was full of anger. 8 pairs of claws grabbed a boulder and threw it towards the fire-breathing dragon in midair. Rock slide. Fire-breathing dragon, dodge. Zhang Jing's voice sounded L. The speed of fire-breathing dragons. The dragon wings flap. From. Dodge in place. Rock collapse. Even in the game of the previous life, it is easy to miss the skill L, not to mention that the real battle is not turn-based L. The boulder smashed into the air, brazenly smashed to the ground, and there was a deafening roar. Wei Ju is amazing. If the lifeform fire-breathing dragon, I am afraid it will be directly damaged. But, Zhang Jing's fire-breathing dragon, but he has mastered the electric light equals flash skill by giving skills, and he can speed up at any time. In front of the fire-breathing dragon, dragon's anger is already brewing rapidly. At the same time a frozen light gushing out from the dragon's mouth of the Tyrannosaurus uptack. Bangira's huge body, coupled with the anger at this time, it makes it impossible to escape. Freezing rays hit Bangira's body. Zhang Jing's gaze suddenly froze. I see. The moment the freezing light touched Bangira's body, the ice surface suddenly condensed. Fast. Bangira's movements slowed down and stopped slightly. Jing's eyes suddenly brightened. Frozen state L. The additional effect of freezing ray is triggered. The lucky charm is really powerful. Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. Facing such a formidable opponent, naturally, he will not hold back, and he opens the lucky charm just to give a chance to add effects uptack. Bangira's body stayed in place. It struggled to break free. Too wants to break free from the shackles of freezing. However, Zhang Jing would not give it this chance. At the moment when Bangira fell into a frozen state, Zhang Jing's command sound already sounded. Tyrannosaurus, water cannon L. Fairy elf, the power of the moon. Chinado, the voice of charm. Underscore. Shakira, rockfall L. Paikajin, 100,000 Ute. At the same time L. Su Yingshui's command has also sounded. This girl is quite smart. The strength of the quasi-god projection elf on the other side is much stronger than that of her. Rashly shot. Not only can it not help you, but it may also cause chaos in the battle of the river scene. Therefore, she has been silently watching the battle. Realizing that Bagheera has fallen into a frozen state, she immediately issued the order without any hesitation. Up-tack. Next second L. All elves shot at the same time. Gorgeous light shines in the canyon and vents towards Bagheera. Water flow. Rock. Electro-optic 1. Moonlight L. Shockwave on. One after another attack brazenly hit Bagheera's body. It's a siege. After many skills hit at the same time, the Bagheera suddenly let out a painful whimper. Then, its body minus 0.5 flash, completely disappeared in the projection world. Project Bagheera, defeat. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. L let out a long breath. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Fortunately, this is just a projection elf, not a real quasi-god Bagheera, too. If it is the real quasi-god Bagheera, the difference in level alone will make the battle extremely difficult. There is no easy solution at all. But if you think about it, if the spirits will appear in the exam equals only real quasi-god spirits, then the candidates don't have to play. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing looked forward. After defeating the projection Bagheera, there will be no obstacles in front of you. His eyes fell on the mechanical gate of the distant projection world. Get out there. He has completely completed the stage. Fly. Click to remind you. 3 things about reading. Zuahuang 932, 100. Com, Original Works. Tenten GT. Chapter 137 The first person in the elf test 4. And Su Yingshe looked at each other. The two of them didn't say anything. They walked quickly to the last stage of the canyon. Soon, they still reached the border of the canyon. On both sides, there are walls made of steel. And in the center, in front of them, is the mechanical door L. On the side of the door, there is a red switch button. Zhang Jing reached out and pressed it hard. With a slight sound, machine. The mechanical door slowly opened. The situation outside came into view of Zhang Jing. Equals piece of plane up-tack. This projection world was built on the typing plane. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe stepped out of the projection world. Just as they left the projection world. Freeze time on the time recorder. 2 hours 33 minutes and 23 seconds L. This is exactly what Zhang Jing achieved in the final stage. The projected world is large, and battles are often fought, so it took him a lot of time. But won. This is already an achievement that can be proud of the crowd. Second after the time freezes. 15 time recorder worn by Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe on their wrists sounded the mechanical prompt L almost at the same time. In the Imperial City, someone has already completed the pass. The prompt sound continued for 3 times. There was a slight pause for a moment. The participating trainers in the entire Imperial City, the time recorder all sounded the same prompt tone L. Competing trainers from the entire Imperial City region. They were all silent. But, haven't waited for them to think much. The mechanical prompt sounded again. The first trainer to complete the level, Zhang Jing Su Yingshe. This time, too. Prompt sound, facing the whole country of China. 5 major divisions. More than 500,000 people participated in the second session. At the same time, I heard a beep. A time. Inside the mirror maze. In the battle level. Even in the projection world where very few people have arrived. Shocked. The second part only took more than 2 hours. Someone has already completed the pass. Riverview. 2. A very familiar name The official live broadcast room of the wizard exam. At this time, a battle is being displayed on the live broadcast screen. Just then, above the screen of the live broadcast room, a line of traces suddenly appeared. Number 1 in the 5 major competition areas. After this line of information appears, the barrage in the value broadcast room suddenly increased its name. Who is 3 inches? Fuck it, it's too fast, isn't it? It's over 3 hurdles. What a god. 6666. The battle in the screen is not over yet. But just then, a screen suddenly switches L. Wherever the lens reaches, it is the exit of the projection world. Then, 2 figures appeared on the screen. River view. Su Yingshe L. A time. The screen is encrypted. Mama's barrage is covered. 6 inches 6661. Zhongshen is awesome, horse voice _ Meow. I said Zhongshen Hui was the first, right? Is there anyone still arguing with me that Zhang Jing is the first in the division championship? Kai2 for Zhongshen, __. I envy this girl for being able to team up with Zhongshen. Zhongshen's speed is too fast. It doesn't seem to last long enough. At the same time, with the results of the first place announced, various news media, articles of news swiped various news channels in a very short period of time. The 5 major divisions equals people decide uptack. Riverview 1 inch. 2 hours and 33 minutes. Section equals link record. Close double angle bracket. The first person of the liberal arts. No, I am the first person of the martial arts. Is greater than or equal to. Because of the performance of liberal arts exams and points competition, Zhang Jing was the most talked about trainer in this year's Wagwo Spirit Association exam. As ordered. After identifying his group, the first. After completing the pass. A piece of related news, like a tsunami eruption equals like, one after another. At the same time, although the ELF exam is in progress, there has been a discussion about Zhang Jing on the internet again. He is the first person in the liberal arts. Pejorative, first person. Later, with the strength of the regional champion, he broke everyone's doubts. And now L. In the 5 major regions and among the more than 500,000 newcomer trainers selected through the points competition, he once again stand out. Place in 5 major divisions. Completed the crossing stage. First person's name L. It was placed on Zhang Jing's body again. Even L. Some people already think that Zhang Jing is the second in this year's ELF test, person L. A time. The entire network boiled over. Projection world exit 4. The mechanical door at the rear slowly closed. S eyes narrowed slightly. Because. Just after the time recorder's beep disappeared. In his ear, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! It is detected that the host has won the first place in the Imperial Capital District and won the event championship gift L1. Ding! It is detected that the host has won the second place in the 5 major divisions and won the championship of the competition Tai Li. 2 consecutive system beeps sound. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up slightly. Double the surprise. The event championship package was already an enhanced package, but now I have won 2 897s in one fell swoop. Zhang Yingxin. Thoughts flashed across. Duo. You can master the exclusive skills that can only be understood by the beasts and spirits. Quote. Think of it in a flash. Front. Suddenly there was a cry. Riverview. Zhang Jing looked up. Scene. It was a middle-aged man who called him. At this time, outside the exit of the projection world, there are still a large number of staff. The Alliance undoubtedly attaches great importance to Elven members. Therefore, in places like Projection World Export, I have not seen any media. Journalists exist. After shouting Zhang Jing twice, the middle-aged man walked over quickly. When he came to Zhang Jing and Su Yingshe, he looked at Fan Zhongjing. Then he shook his head and said with emotion, a hero is a boy. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. He asked, who are you? Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and replied, introduce myself, my name is Guanzhou. president of the Chinese Empire branch of the Blue Star Elf Alliance. After Guanzhou finished speaking, looking at Zhang Jing, he said with joy, "I saw you rushing in. Performance at the relevant stage. I didn't expect that a miraculous natural trainer like you would appear in our country in the second term of the reform of the elf exam. It's the luck of my country." 2-2. Let's take a look at the next plot. Today is the 4th update. Fei. Lu reminds you, there are 3 things in reading: collection, recommendation, and sharing. Zhou Huang 932 support. Fei. Dian Novel Network //b.fa1u.com Original Works. Chapter 138 Unpack. Give 1. Hearing the compliment from the other party, Zhang Jing smiled slightly. Not much to say. Then, in front of him, Guanzhou's tone changed and he showed a smile. He said, "Student Zhang Jing, which elf academy do you want to go to? Would you like to consider the Lower Imperial City Elf Academy?" Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Undoubtedly, after the elf academies emerged in the Blue Star, each elf academy was a combination of interests. The other party estimates and the Imperial City Elf Academy have some relationships, so I invite myself. And 11. It can be expected that his performance in the breakthrough link, I'm afraid it will cause more colleges to chase L. Pondering after the sound, Zhang Jing said, "I will consider it." He's not going to be sure right now. And so far, in his heart, the one with the highest score is the Magic City Elf Academy. Sincerity of the other party is enough. Next, also look at the specific conditions provided by each college. After chatting with Guanzhou again, the staff, under the leadership of Zhang Jing and Su Yingxie, they arrived in their separate restrooms. When the level-breaking link is completely over, there will be an award ceremony. Zhang Jing stepped into the breathing room. As for him, the first trainer to complete the stage, has undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. The environment in the lounge is quite nice. On the coffee table, desserts and fruits are also displayed. However, although the experience in the projection world made him feel a little tired, but his current mind has no thoughts of resting at all. Sitting on the sofa, river view. Little thought. Open the championship package. Zhang Ying silently said in his heart. After a while. The system beeps sound continuously. You get a chance to draw random skill fragments x2 You get a chance to extract special power fragments x2 You got lucky recharge agent x2. You got the experience pack x1l. You got the glitter elf attractor x1l Zhang Jing's eyes. 2. Squeezing immediately noticed the difference. When the event champion package was last opened, what he got is the lucky charm control. And now, he got the glitter elf attractor. Xiaonian, Shenyu's role in this installation has been reflected in Zhang Jing's heart. As the name suggests, the glitter elf attractor is a machine L that can attract the glitter fine disc after it is turned on. According to the introduction of the system, the duration of this machine, it is until the first flash is encountered. After the light wizard, it works quite well. Zhang Ying said silently in the small middle school. The flashing elves are elves that have mutated from ordinary elves. Compared to dry ordinary elves, the attributes of the flash elves, the qualifications, are often better. After learning about the new things that appeared, Zhang Jing's face turned straight. Lucky Recharger Recharge L. In the previous individual battles, Zhang Jing activated the Lucky Charm, which took a certain amount of time. Now 2 refills are used. The use time of the Lucky Charm is too long, directly reaching 55 minutes. To know, he still has a tournament championship package that has not been opened yet. Then this time will be more. After charging the Lucky Charm, Zhang Jing's thoughts moved. After the Lucky Charm is turned on, he will transform into the Emperor of Europe, and his luck will be greatly increased. And after the Flash Elf attractor is turned on, it will attract the Flash Elf. So, what will be the result if the Westerners use it together? Zhang Shinshin was looking forward to it, ready to try it in the future. Next, he started drawing. Random skill fragments, lock the spiritual charge, skill L. After 2 consecutive draws, the skill fragments of spiritual advance reached 3 digits. Came to $100. And at this time, the system beep finally sounded. Detected that the host has acquired the psychic skill Tellurium X100. Automatically synthesize psychic skills. Spiritual breakthrough. Synthetic. The exclusive skill L ruling, which is exclusive to the divine beast elf Deoxys, can already be mastered by the elf of Zhongjing. Zhang Jingping recovered the excitement in his heart and started shooting special power fragments. Lock the power of Vibrant. Before possessing skill fragments before they were synthesized, it is possible to lock the extraction target. After 2 extractions, the system prompt sounds. Detected that the host has obtained the power of Vibrant Fragment X15. Automatically synthesize Vibrance_all. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing said in his heart, fuzzy me 1 inch. Next second L. On his body, the festival of light that only he can see lights up. Zhang Jing only felt a warm current pouring into him. In vivo. Equals the feeling of exhaustion left by Lu Chuangguan completely disappeared. Warm currents reverberated in Zhang Jing's body. Zhang Jing raised his right hand and recited 2 vibrant Panju started L. On the right hand, a dazzling healing light suddenly bloomed. Much stronger than before. 1. The power of Vibrance healing and recovery ability to the elves has been improved. Zhang Yang silently experienced the enhanced Vitorium's strength and Shen Shen said, and, compared to the need to contact before. Now, when I have a certain distance from the elves, can already feel. Know its idea 2 inches. My physique has improved again. Zhang Jing showed a satisfied look. Of Vibrant. This is an ability that can be used at will in the future. An increase in the power of Vibrant 2 will undoubtedly have a lot of benefits for him in the future. The power of Yulong was regarded as a trump card by Zhang Jing and was not exposed. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Jing's palm, closed, was on the Pokeball on Y's waist. Dao's graceful figure appeared in front of him L. Shinado. After the debut, Shinado looked at Zhang Jing. A soft voice sounded in the small room of Zhongjing. Master. Zhang Jing smiled slightly at it. Then he said in his heart, turn on the lucky charm. Spiritual Leap is an exclusive skill that can only be mastered by divine beasts and elves. Zhang Jing is also not sure will there be any accident when it is given. Therefore, he naturally has to make adequate preparations to prevent accidents from happening. Lucky charm is on. Then apply. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart, Jing Jing. God rushes in. Give Shinado on. The system prompt sounded in Zhang Jing's ear. Zhang Jing chose, confirm. Next second. On Shinado's body, a deep purple thought power suddenly burst out. Collect, recommend, share 1, Zuahuang 932, 1U. Com, Original Works, L. Chapter 139_Metamorphosis caused by Divine Beast Skills, 2. Zhang Jing's eyes looked directly at Shinado. Only see. At the moment when the skills are given. On Shinado's body, an abnormality suddenly bloomed, a rich dark purple thought power. The thought power shrouded around it has condensed into the substance, and it has become more and more intense as time goes by. Shinado's eyes were closed. The entire room was enveloped in a deep purple light. Because he has mastered 2 special powers, Zhang Jing can also faintly sense the power of thought. Now. In his opinion, Shinado is like a gold power production machine at this time, creating a rather terrifying rich power of thought. In his eyes, Zhang Jingxin Worm's thoughts flashed. As expected of a divine beast's exclusive skill. The effect it imparts cannot be compared with other skills at all. A flash of memory flashed across his face, and then he said in his heart, the effect of a mental dash is to use all of his strength to attack the opponent. So, this is Shineido's potential being tapped. And ordinary elves and divine beasts have a difference of 413 distances, so in the process of mastering the spiritual advance, Shineido will also have a certain improvement in itself. Various thoughts flashed in Zhang Jing's mind. The golden power shrouded around Shineido will not go away for a long time. After lasting for a good few minutes, Zhang Jing was keenly aware. Mind power finally weakened a little. Then, the thought power that enveloped Shineido gradually disappeared, incorporated into Shineido's body. Shineido's closed eyes slowly opened. Kai lowered his head curiously, and looked at himself now. Its appearance has not changed, but its strength is bound to be much higher than before. Thinking of his guess, Zhang Jing didn't hesitate at all. Launched directly eyesight. The attributes of shining Shineido appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Shineido, Flash. Attribute, Superpower, Goblin. Trait, Synchronization, Telepathy. Level, LV38__. Qualification, Excellent Championship Plus. Current Mastery of Skills, and Bright 9 Auxiliary Power. Misty Field BFCG_. Healing Wish. Lucky Spell. The Voice of the Voice, the Shadow Clone, and the Voice of Enchantment Teleportation. Pray. Magic Leaf. Healing Fluctuation. Draining Kiss. Meditation. Spiritual Power Shield. Spiritual Charge. Zhang Jing's eyes swept across, and the light suddenly condensed on. Shineido successfully mastered the spiritual dash skill L. And Shineido's qualification L. Boosted up tack. Because of the skill of the eye. Zhang Jing but pay attention to his essence in real time. Spiritual information. He is naturally quite aware of his elf's aptitude. You know, Shining Shineido's own aptitude is pretty good, and it has reached the level of Heavenly King Plus. But now L. But it has reached the championship level. This means that as long as Shineido continues to grow steadily, it is expected to reach the strength of champion level or above. Is simply a transformation. A thought flashed in Zhang Jing's eyes. Without a doubt. Mastering the spiritual dash skill. The thoughts flashed in his mind, and a guess was faintly born. The strength of the beast spirit is quite amazing uptack. Deoxys. As a mythical beast spirit living in the universe, it has its own uniqueness. If you want to master the exclusive skills of spiritual beasts, you must naturally improve the elves themselves. In Zhang Jing's view, this is the reason why Spirit Rush requires 100 skill shards to synthesize. Obviously. Spiritual advancement skills, like a key, equals greater than a key that opens the way to a stronger L. After mastering the spiritual breakthrough skills, Shineido has directly transformed. The ultimate transformation. As his thoughts changed, Zhang Jing thought of more. The exclusive skills of divine beasts. The improvement of elves is so great. If I open up the fragments of other exclusive skills of divine beasts and successfully synthesize them, then my elf lineup will be generated as a whole equals greater than Wave Big Promotion A Mountain. Zhang Jing's eyes showed a trace of anticipation. In front of you. Shineido is still curiously measuring himself. As a super elf, it's feeling. G is quite keen, obviously aware of his own changes. Although the appearance has not changed. The level has not been raised, but the strength it is now able to exert, compared with before dry, undoubtedly improved a lot too uptack. Zhang Jing looked at Shineido, couldn't help shaking his head. He really wanted to try out Shineido's current strength, especially to see the power of spiritual breakthrough. But now the pass-through is over. He couldn't find an opponent at all. I can only temporarily suppress the expectations in my heart. Let Shineido cook by herself. Knowing equals the strength after the transformation, Zhang Jing leaned on the sofa and opened the second gift package. The system beep keeps ringing. You get a chance to draw random skill fragments x2. You get a chance to extract special power fragments x2 _. You got lucky recharge agent x2. You got the experience pack x1l. You got the partner elf booster. 2 beeps sounded in Zhang Jing's ears. Zhang Jing revealed a hint of comprehension and said, the rewards of the event champions gift package are fixed, but is there one item that is random? Thada's turn, Zhang Jing's mind, Shen already understands the role of the new reward. Partner Elf Ascension L. After checking its function, Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Partner Elf Ascension L. Just like its name. Simply put, this is a Pikachu I6 capable of promoted to the machine of the partner spirit. Partner spirit. Zhang Jing, who was a veteran fan of elves in his previous life, naturally knew what this meant. There are 2 types of partner spirits. Partner with Ibrahimovic, partner with Pikachu L. Able to become a partner spirit. It not only represents the improvement of attribute qualifications, but also, one can also master equals some exclusive moves that only partner elves can learn. The strength that each partner spirit can exert is quite amazing. Xiao Nian, move. The light flashes in front of Zhang Jing. A lovely figure had already appeared in front of him. Paikajin. After the debut, Pikachu looked at Zhang Jing with ignorant eyes. Pika, that there are 3 things to read. ERNV Tibetan, recommend, share. Joe Huang 932, support-fei.dianxiao.com/b.fa1u.com, original works, L. Chapter 140 Partner Pikachu 3. Hearing Pikachu's voice, Zhang Jing's moonlight looked at it. To know. Paikajin is Zhang Jing's second sperm. To conquer after he received the initial elf Ibrahimovic. It can be said that Paikajin also accompanied him for quite a long time. However, not every Pikachu after all, can be like Xiaoji's skin god, like. It burst out with inestimable strength. The low racial value of ordinary Pikachu itself allows it to send. The power that can be wielded is really limited. And, 1. Because of the low level of the elves that Zhang Jing and the previous contact, Pikachu's core electrical skills have not been strengthened. This leads to, as the opponent Shirju encountered by Zhang Jing became stronger and stronger, Pikachu's appearance opportunities inevitably decreased equals on. But now, he got his partner elf booster. Partner elf whatever potential, or the strength, are quite amazing. As a senior fan of elves, Zhang Jing is quite clear. Partner elves can not only master exclusive skills. Its own attributes and qualifications have reached the full value of 6 VL. The partner elf booster can be used for 2 kinds of elves. Ibrahimovic, Pikachu. If he had obtained this Daoshan a few days ago, Zhang Jing might have hesitated. Bai Yi, his initial elf is Ibrahimovic. But Zhang Jing's Ibrahimovic has successfully evolved into a fairy spirit. This made Zhang Jing not need to think too much now, to directly determine the object of their use. It's Pikachu. I don't know, after using the partner spirit Jin. After the Ascender, what will Pikachu transform into? The thoughts in my mind, turn. Zhang Jing's thoughts equals move down, the partner elf booster has already appeared in his hands. This is a jewel-like device. Exudes a faint light. Zhang Jing leaned down and handed the booster in his hand to Pikachu. Pikachu, try it. Zhang Jing whispered. Paikajin curiously weighed his partner's elf booster, and there was a hint of desire in the light. The perceptual ability of the elves themselves is good, in the dark, Pikachu. Feeling the jewel-like thing in front of you will be of great benefit to it. After taking 2 steps forward, Pikachu stood up straight. Sticking out his claws, he touched his partner's elf booster. Moment it touches. The dazzling light suddenly the partner spirit ascension device flashes up L. Guangyi quickly spread, covering Pikachu's body in an instant. Zhang Jing watched this scene quietly. Under the shroud of light, Pikachu closed his eyes. Lasted equals after a period of time. Light festival gradually converges. After the book, he opened his eyes late. LBN. It was 9% puzzled and looked down at its body. And then jumped vigorously twice. Zhang Jinglehai's eye-moving skills are enhanced. Name, Pikachu, partner spirit. Property, electricity. Properties, static, lightning rod. Level, LV32_. Qualification, need, championship. Current mastery of skills. Impact, electric shock. Cry wagging tail, electric light, flash. Shadow clone, electric ball. 100,000 electricity. Accelerate L surfing, fluttering and falling, flashing thunder. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over the information. The Long Yi let out a sigh of relief. Just as he expected. After being promoted to partner elf, Pikachu's attributes have been improved in all aspects. Steel quality improvement. After becoming a partner elf, the partner Pikachu and the ordinary Pikachu already have the same qualitative gap, and its qualifications have soared directly, successfully reaching the championship level. This upper limit can already be said to be terrifying. And successfully mastered the skills that can only be mastered by partner spirits. 4 new skills. Electric acceleration L. Surfing _. Fluttering and falling up tack. Sparkling lightning L. This is a skill unique to partner Pikachu. Every skill has a rather terrifying effect. Among them, surfing is a water skill up tack. Fluttering and falling is a flying skill. This undoubtedly greatly increases Pikachu's attack surface. And what makes Zhang Jing the most important is the last skill. Lightning Flash 1. After becoming a partner elf, Pikachu itself has a mysterious connection with its partner trainer. Flashing lightning is an electric-type move, which is Pikachu's primary skill. What is special about it is that it is almost a skill with no upper limit of power. Lightning flashes do exactly that. The more Pikachu likes the trainer, the more powerful the electric shock will be. Hit. Required skills L. And the better the trainer and partner Pikachu's relationship is, the more powerful L. For Zhang Jing, this simply fits 1. To know. Because of the power of Vivian, he has a very harmonious relationship with his spirit. B-1. Being able to perceive the thoughts and emotions of the elves avoids many problems. Zhang Jing believes. With his relationship with Pikachu, the power that can burst out when using this skill is bound to be quite amazing. The things that come out of the big gift package really work together. Zhang Jing sighed in his heart. Become. Successfully won the first place in the stage. Received 2 tournament championship packages. This made his strength soar again. Mastered the skill of spiritual advancement. Shinado, who has transformed himself. And become a partner spirit, the strength is far superior to the previous Pikachu. Zhang Jing believes. They will bring themselves quite famous. Pai Chengqiu has just been promoted to partner elf L. He also needs to be familiar with the strength of the skyrocketing equals pan up tack. Zhang Jing simply did not take it back into the elf ball. His little read, move, ready to start pumping. To know. Opportunity to extract the skill fragments Nishiji special power fragment, on both sides and has not been used. Because the power of Vibrant and the spiritual advance have been combined, the extraction this time cannot be locked. The turntable for the extraction of skill fragments appeared in front of him. Think about it. Zhang Jing chose to activate the lucky charm. There are high and low skill fragments, and opening the lucky charm will undoubtedly increase the chance of extracting advanced skills. Then, he whispered 1 inch go. The big turntable is flying and spinning rapidly. After about half a minute, the turntable slowly stopped. Looking at the icons on the big turntable, Zhang Jing's eyes were stunned, condensed. This is. Haven't waited for him to think about it, ear. The system beep sounds. You got the Sword of Cliff Fragment 11. 3 things in reading equals collection, recommendation, Joe, Huang 932, Wanu Com, Original Works, 1. Chapter 141 Sword of the Cliff 4. Tell me, who else can't fly 3. Cliff Sword Warning. Quote. In an instant, Zhang Jing's mind flashed one after another, 10 style. The Sword of the Cliff. Divine Beast Elf, the exclusive skill of Ji Yu Liming. Without a doubt. The Sword of the Cliff is Groudon's exclusive skill. Has a terrifying power. And X2. Zhang Jing has successfully endowed the spirit of Shinado. Dash skill. Take Shinado as an example. Once you can synthesize the Sword of the Cliff skill and give it to the elves, there must be a considerable improvement to the spirit itself. The lucky charm is really powerful enough to directly draw the exclusive skills of the beasts. But, in this case, the next road to win the spree. Can't slack off at all. Thoughts flashed in Zhang Ying's mind. With the paragraph. His brows frowned slightly. You must know that the elves will take the test. After the completion of the level, there is only one last link left. Battle segment. In other words, the gift package he could win in the elf exam seemed to be extremely limited. The rewards provided by the event champion package are quite precious. If you can't get too much in the elf meeting, then after entering the elf academy, actively participate in various elf events. I just don't know what level of competition can trigger the championship package instead of the ordinary package, 0.2 inches. Thinking of flashing E in my heart. Zhang Jing never thought about it. By Yi, the car must have a way to the front of the mountain. Because the fragments of the Sword of the Cliff were extracted, Zhang Jing did not hesitate. Another chance to draw, he directly chose to lock. Locking the Sword of the Cliff. Twice drawn, he got 15 Cliff Sword fragments L. Then, draw special power. This time, he got the Super Power Crusher. Superpower. Undoubtedly, the representative of superpowers. No more than Nazi, the owner of the Golden City Gym in the elf world. Because of her superpowers, she is a trainer of superpower spirits. And point 1. The superpowers mastered by themselves can be matched with the mind power of superpower elves. Zhang Jing's second draw. Direct lock. Drawn twice, he got 10 superpower fragments L. Because there is not enough quantity to directly synthesize it, Zhang Jing is still not sure about the specific role of superpowers. However, he was quite satisfied with the solution. Nazi's superpowers could undoubtedly be used in elves' battles. Help her super elf show more powerful strength. Zhang Jing has now mastered the Ba Jing. The power of the dragon has significantly improved the strength of his Flash Award, Lu Shark. And once you can master superpowers, he has just undergone a transformation, and the strength of Shinado, who has made great progress, will undoubtedly increase again in the strength that he can burst out in battle equals B uptack. It can be said that the harvest this time is quite amazing uptack. Next, Zhang Jing did not turn off the lucky charm, but turned on the experience pack. This time, he got 2 experience packs. The system prompt sounded in my ear. _experience. Package is opening X. You gain 7015 experience points. Experience pack is opening X1. You have gained 8139 experience points. System beep flashes L. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. You know, before the start of the second session, after many days of hard work day and night, his Flashfang Land Shark has reached 451 _. Now point 1. The large amount of experience obtained by opening the experience pack this time will definitely allow the Fangtooth Land Shark to complete the evolution. Fangs. After the evolution of the Land Shark. Exactly. 2. Biting the Land Shark fiercely. Flash bites the Land Shark. True Quasi-God Spirit L. It will be a real slew. Before and after evolution, there is an earth-shaking general gap. When the time comes, biting Lu Shark can be called my real trump card. Its own strength is already quite amazing. With my 9 dragons, it's unimaginable. As his thoughts changed, Zhang Jing thought of more. Experience from the experience pack is estimated to be completed in the fierce bite of the land shark. After evolution, 2 will be left over. The rest, choose to give it to Shakira, XC. The next goal is to make Shakira evolve as soon as possible. Evolve in one day. The quasi-god Bangira, known as the Desert Tyrant, is not inferior at all uptack. Many thoughts flashed through my mind. Zhang Jing's mouth had a smile. He successfully won the first place in the pass, his harvest is extremely famous, and good things are coming. Obviously. He is already with this class of rookie trainers. Open a gap that is hard to catch up. In the next time, __. Zhang Jing simply stayed in the lounge. Browse the news. Without a doubt. His name. It has once again become the top of the hot search list in China. Wonderful performance in the pass. Let countless people remember. More and more people have admitted the title of, the elf will test the first person, L. Because. Deserved first person. The second end of the liberal arts exam. Integral. Competition division champion. The 5th competition area in the pass-through link equals. The real record is here. No one can refute it. Especially in the just concluded stage, after Zhang Jing and Su Yingxie passed the 3 major stages. After a full hour, the second group of customs clearance appeared in the 5 major competition areas. The gap between this, as long as you are not blind, can be seen. Zhang Jing could stand the loneliness and stayed in the lounge, quietly browsing the news and browsing the forum. A few hours, L passed by in a flash. Just read in Zhang Jing. While reading the news, outside the lounge, there was a sudden knock on the door. Dong dong 1. Huh. Brow wrinkled. Zhang Jing said, please come in. Then, 2 figures pushed the door and one of them, Zhang Jing is familiar with, his classmate in Liucheng No. 3 Middle School. Lu 1.9 Kai, L_. After coming in, Lu Qin saw Zhang Jing. Wei Wei smiled and said, I asked specifically to know that your lounge is here. Zhang Jing, congratulations, the first person in the 5 major competition areas. And then looked at the other person. The other person is also a girl. After seeing her face clearly, Zhang Jing had a guess in his heart. If he guessed right, the girl. It should be Lu Qin's teammate in the breakthrough link, the champion of the number 312 division of the points competition _ district champion. Zhang Ya. Just then, Zhang Ya looked at Zhang Jing curiously, and then said, hello. Zhang Jing L, my name is Zhang Ya. Her voice was soft and weak. It does sound nice. Hesitated. After getting off, Zhang Ya said again, Zhang Jing, can you have an elf battle with me? 5 more updates tomorrow. That the 3 things in reading are to collect, recommend and share L. Zuahuang 932, 2p. FA 100 com, and Chapter 142 Invitation 1. Hearing Zhang Ya's question, Zhang Jing's eyes brightened slightly. To know. Point 1. His Shinado and Pikachu have both undergone a kind of transformation, but he is looking for an opponent to test their current strength. Zhang Ya is also a rookie trainer at the championship level in the competition area. Among the participating trainers, it can also be regarded as a top-ranked existence. Because of this, Zhang Jingpo felt as if someone gave him a pillow when he was dozing off. Opposite. Did Zhang Ya see Zhang Jing? The first time he answered, his tone became weak, and then he quickly said, I have no other intentions, I just want to discuss with you. Down. A look of respect flashed in her eyes. Your performance in the elf exam is 1 level ahead of everyone else. I want to see how far apart I am from a trainer of your level. It doesn't matter if you don't want to fight. Heard. Zhang Jing smiled slightly, shook his head. You think too much. If I can have a chance to fight, I naturally won't miss it. He went out first. Restroom. Lu Qin and Zhang Ya looked at each other with a smile, and quickly followed. Zhang Jing walked in front, Lu Zhang and Zhang Ya followed. Now, several hours have passed since Zhang Jing finished the level. During this time, some trainers have already completed the stage. Obviously, they can be regarded as the leaders of the entire imperial city. Now outside the lounge, many trainers are talking. At this time, someone suddenly, exclamation, Riverview, 1 inch. With his voice sounded, the trainers around, Jinping was the first time to be noticed. Noisy voice sounded Where is Zhang Jing, _. It's really Zhang Jing. Damn, how did he get through the level so quickly? People are more mad than people. Near the eyes of everyone. For the first time, I focused on, looking at Zhang Jing. They are all contestants in the pass. Therefore, they know more about the difficulty of the level. It makes them even more incredible. You know, as Zhang Jing completes the stage, the time recorder broadcasts an announcement. The fastest among them has just entered the projection world not long ago. This undoubtedly brought quite a shock to them who were breaking through. Now, all the Kieguang who entered Zhangjing were a little weird, and they felt like they were looking at the big devil. When someone's grades are a bit ahead of you, you may be dissatisfied. Will be jealous. But when his grades are ahead of you, times or even several times after any of your thoughts, all can only be rendered powerless. Soon, they saw Lu Qin and Zhang Ya behind Zhang Jing. That's Zhang Ya, it's also the division champion of the points competition. Her results in the second session were also very strong. Looking at this situation, are they going to have an elves battle? After guessing Zhang Jing and Zhang Ya's intentions, everyone's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, they followed Zhang Jing in their training. Of the 5 demons, although Zhang Ya can't be compared with him, but after all, he is also a champion-level player in the competition area, and his strength is extraordinary. The battle between them is bound to be exciting. Without any hesitation, almost everyone moved closer. Stepping on one end of the temporary battlefield, Zhang Jing's light swept around, surrounded by trainers watching the battle. To this, Zhang Jing has long been used to it. The yearning for the strong is innate to everyone. If you tell Zhang Jingyu now, a heavenly king, level trainer, the battle is going on in front of him, and he will not miss it. Zhang Jing's eyes turned to his own. Zhang Ya. This girl looked soft and weak just now, but after stepping on the battlefield, Zhang Jing keenly felt that her aura had undergone some changes. Her eyes were much firmer. His eyes became more serious. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on Lu Qin, who was temporarily acting as the referee next to equals, and nodded his head. Seeing this, Lu Qin coughed twice, and then said, "Please let both sides release their own spirits." After her voice fell, Zhang Jing's palm covered the Pokeball H in an instant. Before the battle started, he had already confirmed the elves to fight. Pokeball is thrown. Light, after the flash, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Pick up. Pikachu. It was Pikachu that Zhang Jing sent. To be precise, his partner Pickup Uptack. Pikachu didn't get many fighting opportunities here in Zhangjing. Now he has been promoted to partner elf. His own strength has been turned upside down. Change. Zhang Jing naturally wanted to test its strength first. After the debut, Pikachu greeted Zhang Jing, then turned his head and looked sharply at the other side of the battlefield. Zhang Ya has released her elf. The one who appeared in front of her was astonishingly equals. Thunder Beast Uptack. Electric Elf Uptack. Lesser evolution type of Thunder Beast. After seeing the two elves clearly, there was an uproar from the surrounding trainers watching the battle. It turned out to be Pika 867 Chu and Thunder Beast. Battle of the Electric Spirits 1. Wouldn't it have no attributes at all? I can't say that. After all, there is a big gap between Pikachu's own racial value and Thunder Beast. I don't know how Zhongjing's Pikachu has been trained. Although Zhongjing's other elves are really strong. But after all, those are either flash elves, or quasi-god elves. In contrast, I'm not very optimistic about this Paikajin. No, my sixth sense tells me that Zhongshen's Pikachu must be very strong. Loud discussions rang out. Zhongjing's eyes fell on Thunder Beast's eyes. _narrow. Wisdom skill activated. Name, Thunderbolt. Attributes. Electricity. Characteristic. Static electricity, negative electricity. Level, JV37_. Qualification, top grade, elite level. Current mastery of skills. Electrical sight. Flaming teeth. Impact, iron tail, crushing. Electromagnetic waves, staring, howling, flashes of electric light. Electric light, lightning teeth. Bite, discharge electric shock, 100,000 volts. After his eyes pass the information of this Thunderbolt beast. Zhongjing's eyes are a little weird. There are two possibilities for the characteristics of Thunderbolts. Is static electricity. The second is the lightning rod. This Thunderbolt, its electrostatic property, not a lightning rod. Then in the Civil War, Pikachu's advantage is too great, equals. 3 things in reading equals collection, recommendation, and sharing. Joe_Huang 9321b. FA1U, Com, and Chapter 143_Electric Battle 2. On the battlefield. Zhongjing and Zhongya are separated into 2 sections. Surrounding are the trainers who came to watch. Aside, Lu Qin's eyes swept across the western elves in the field. After confirming that both sprites are ready, immediately picked up the arm. Next second, the arm falls, and the sound follows. Battle, start L. The moment her voice fell, Zhongya's commanding voice suddenly sounded S. This girl is always. It looks soft and weak. But in the elf battle. But it showed a completely different style. Thunder Beast, use 100,000 volts. With her voice falling in front of him, a dazzling arc suddenly flashed on the body of Thunderman. The next second, Lei Lin vented out. And the mark points directly at Pikachu. Jing's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. He has discerning skills. You can view the attributes of the other party's sprite. But Zhongya did not. Looking at the posture, Zhongya obviously did not expect it. Your own Pikachu has the hidden feature of lightning rods. Of 1. Lightning flashed across the air. Zhongjing's calm commanding voice sounded. Pikachu, don't care about the opponent's attack, seize the opportunity to use 100,000 volts. Pikachu and Zhongjing are quite tacit. After hearing Zhongjing's command voice, he immediately understood Zhongjing's thoughts. Facing the incoming 100,000 volts. It doesn't respond at all L. Next second. The 100,000 volts of the Thunder Beast hit Pikachu fiercely. Lightning flashes. In the surrounding crowd, there was a burst of exclamation. Only see. Under the shroud of electric light, Pikachu's body did not show any injuries. It even showed a hint of comfort L. Lightning rod features. Pokémon with this ability are not affected by electric-type moves, and when hit by electric-type moves, their special attack is increased by 1 level. Elves with lightning rod characteristics are not only unaffected by electricity skills. It can even strengthen its special attack. Zhongya can become the champion of the points competition. The mastery of elf knowledge is obviously quite critical. Depend on. After seeing Pikachu's state, she reacted instantly. This is a lightning rod feature. This Pikachu has hidden properties. You know, not every elves have hidden characteristics. Pity. It's too late for her to react. Raiden's 100,000 volts disappeared. No trace of scars left on Paikajin's body. It was full of energy, and at the moment when the Thunder Beast's attack disappeared, it launched a counterattack. Electric arcs flicker wildly on both sides of the cheeks. Pikachu's special attack has been improved because of the lightning rod feature, which makes its skills more powerful than before. Next second. Pick up. Jin 1. Underscore. With the cry of Pikachu. Electric light is driving straight in midair. Blatantly bombarded the body of the Thunder Beast. Up-tack. A turbulent electric arc burst out around the body of the Thunder Beast 1. 15 volts. Same skill. But it brought a different result. After 100,000 volts bombarded the Thunder Beast's body, the Thunder Beast's face could not help showing a trace of pain. Is also an electric spirit. The damage of electric skills has been weakened to a certain extent. But it doesn't have lightning rod properties after all. Not completely immune to electricity skills. Today's Pikachu, but the partner Pikachu with high qualifications. This makes it at the same level. The power of attribute skills is greatly improved. And because the lightning rod, the special attack of Pikachu has been improved, and the attack power of 100,000 volts has been improved to a higher level. This makes the damage suffered by the Thunder Beast not low. Thunder Beast. Zhangya bit her lip, frowning. After guessing that Riverview's Pikachu has the characteristics of a lightning rod, she realized that this battle, is over. The one who is also an electric spirit and has the characteristics of a lightning rod must have an absolute advantage. After all, the skills of your own department that you are best at have no effect on the opponent. And even make it stronger. This. How to fight. But, underscore. Zhangya is not a girl who easily admits defeat. With a hint of firmness in his eyes, Zhangya opened his mouth and shouted, Thunder Beast. Electrolyte, prisoner, approach this Pikachu. Then use the Iron Tail. Since the electrical skills can't play a role, just don't use it. The moment his voice fell, the Thunder Beast kicked its hind legs. The whole body rushes out. Turned into an electric light L. Its body quickly crossed most of the soup ground. Get close to Pikachu. 2. Want to fight in close quarters. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, his thoughts flashed. In that case, it will satisfy you. Pikachu, we take the initiative to meet. The main reason Zhang Jing agreed to fight is to see the strength that Pikachu can play now. If the opponent is easily defeated by the lightning rod characteristics, it will undoubtedly make Pikachu's own strength impossible to play. Therefore, he doesn't resist close combat. After all, after being promoted to partner Paikajin, Pikachu's own attributes have been improved in all aspects, otherwise he would not have reached the qualification of champion, Chanos. Paikajin couldn't hold it anymore. At the moment Zhang Jing's voice fell. Suddenly rushed out up-tack. Facing the lightning beast rushing forward, it has no fear. The distance between the two elves is rapidly narrowing. Just when the two elves were about to touch, Zhang Jing's command sounded again. Pikachu, use shadow clones. In an instant, Pikachu activated his skills, and the shadows of Pikachu appeared around Xion. The shape of the Thunderbolt beast suddenly froze. Eyes vigilantly looked at the surrounding, Pikachu. Thunder Beast, pay attention to vigilance. Zhang Ya's eyes swept over the effect of the shadow clone, and she couldn't tell which one was the real body for a while, so she could only ask Wang Ko to say yes. Zhang Jing's voice sounded again. Pikachu L saw the opportunity to use the strike, and then flashed the lightning L. Philo reminds you. 2 to collect. Zuahuang 932, support Fei Lu's novels. net/b.fa_1u.com, original works, L. Chapter 144 Sparkling Thunder 3. Thunderbolt stood in the opposing battlefield. Its eyes patrolled back and forth, warily looking at the shadows of Pikachu around. Just when its eyes looked straight ahead, the real Pikachu, who was hiding in the back, suddenly shot L. Zhangya has been paying close attention to the battlefield L. Now the voice sounded immediately. Thunder Beast _it, S on the back. The Thunder Beast responded quickly and turned around immediately. But it's already a step behind. Paikajin's body vertical. Leaping up, his body rushed forward in midair. Bravely hit the Thunder Beast's body 1. To know, on. The elf in Zhang Jing's hands. Not to mention other skills, impact skills have been given many times as one of the most basic skills. Power up. Let alone one soil. Today's Pikachu has undergone a great transformation, and its attributes have improved. Let the power of impact be even higher. Equals under the collision, the Thunder Beast only felt an indescribable force hit. Its body involuntarily flew backwards. Just as it flew out. Moment. Paikajin's body fell to the ground. Then, on both sides of the cheeks, the arc flashes. Sparkle _ Partner Pikachu's exclusive skills. This is a skill that the more you like the trainer, the stronger the power that can be exerted by 263L. The arc spread across both sides of Pikachu's cheeks in an instant, and it has spread to its entire length. Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on this scene. The relationship between myself and Paikajin. It can be fully embodied in this hit. Electric arcs rage around Pikachu. Next second L. The dazzling Riho brazenly vented out with Pikachu as the starting point. 1. Electric light cuts through the sky. Under the action of strong light, the surrounding world seems to be darkened. Only the equals electric light up tack. Thunderbolt Beast, which was knocked into the air by the impact and had not yet got up, was too late to make any response, and was slammed by the electric light. Roar. Burst. Electric light is rampant. The Thunder Beast's body crooked and fell to the ground. It has lost its combat capability. Battle 1 is over. There was silence all around. Needle drop can be heard. After about a few seconds of silence, 1. Lu Qin, who was temporarily acting as a temporary referee, suddenly sounded his duty and said softly, "The battle is over, Riverview wins." Her eyes subconsciously turned to Zhang Efa. This is not the first time she has watched Zhang A's battle. But every €3 battle will bring her an unimaginable shock. Shocked beyond words. Willow. Qin's voice seemed to open the gate valve. Around. The originally quiet spectator trainers spoke quickly, and the fierce and noisy discussions rang out. Fuck 1 inch. How come I have a low culture? Fuck, Jin. This is Pika Jin. Is this Pikachu? As expected of Zhang Jing, this Pikachu is too strong. The power of that electrical skill just now. It's terrifying. I didn't expect it to be among the contestants in a fairy's exam at all. I saw such a terrifying electrical skill. This Pikachu's aptitude must be quite terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible to unleash such a powerful skill. The battle of national attributes. Zhang Ya's Thunder and Lightning Beasts are not opponents at all. This Pikachu from Zhangjing should have the ability to hide lightning rods. The result of the battle is actually doomed, but it's just 11 meows. I still have to say something awesome. Noisy discussions continued. In the field. After Paikajin defeated his opponent, he immediately ran in front of Zhang Jing. Take a leap. Came to Zhang Jing's shoulder. Pick up. It called out softly, rubbed Zhang Jing's cheek. Zhang Jing showed a smile. A doubt. He is quite satisfied with his partner Pikachu. The power of the flashing light is determined by how much Pikachu likes his master BFEA. Just this time. That's it, Pikachu's relationship with him has been confirmed. This is a real transformation. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart, after becoming partner Pikachu, after having the crown. After military qualification, it is not inferior to any elves at all. If you can get elf items like electric beads that enhance the power of your skills in the future, then Pikachu's strength will be even more terrifying. Mindworm thoughts flashing, Zhang Jing turned his head to look at Pikachu on his shoulder. He praised, Pikachu, nice job. Pick up. Paikajin let out a cry, and then rubbed Zhang Jing's cheek with his cheek. Zhang Jing turned to look at the other end of the battlefield. Zhang Ya is staying beside the Thunderbolt Beast, doing emergency treatment for the comatose Thunderbolt Beast. Of Pikachu's attack just now was too amazing. Even though he was an electric spirit, The damage to electric skills was weakened to a certain extent, but the Thunder Beast was still severely damaged. After thinking about it, Zhang Jing quickly walked towards Zhang Zun. Before coming to Zhang Ya, Zhang Jing said, "Leave it to me." Huh? Zhang Ya raised her head and looked at him for unknown reasons. Zhang Jing leaned down. Aside, Lu Qin also came over. To some places. Zhang Jing raised his palm. Covered the body of the Thunder Beast. Then, Viking's power activates. The glowing green healing light suddenly lit up on Zhang Jing's palm. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ya and Lu Qin almost opened their eyes when they returned. 1. This. Lu Wei looked at Zhang Jing subconsciously. Is this a special ability in healing? Zhang Jing used the power of Vibrant when he passed the level. He's leading the way. Therefore, their trainers, who are also competitors, are completely unaware of the special power he possesses. Now, the surrounding trainers also noticed the change here, and the light immediately looked over. After seeing the situation here, immediately, I couldn't help but open my eyes too much. Special power. Uptack. It's still 3_1_ in terms of healing. It's really maddening that people are better than people. Zhang Jing is already so strong. He is still the master of special power. Do you want other people to live? No, brother, I think you have reversed the causal relationship. I'm afraid Zhang Jing can be so strong. It is because of his special power. Well, you were right. The surrounding discussion sounded into Zhang Jing's ears. Zhang Jing's mouthfish tilted slightly. He chose to expose the power of Vibrant. In addition to using it in the battle, he also wanted to use this to give the outside world, reasons. 2. He was an ordinary trainer. Why is there such a strong reason to fly to remind you? Recommendations. Zhou, Huang 932, 1 Original Works, L. Chapter 145_Challenge to Shinado 4. According to Blue Star's records about special power, trainers with special powers often have a different attraction to elves. This undoubtedly explains why his elf lineup is so terrifying. When you don't understand why a person is so strong, you will be curious about everything about him, questioning. And when there is a suitable reason, then pay attention to him. It will drop a lot. This is exactly one of Zhang Jing's plans. Now look at. His plan is clearly. It worked. A trainer who masters special nines. Most of them have become powerful trainers with good strength. With these seniors as role models, others will naturally have more understanding of Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing pushes with all his strength, moving the power of victory. You know, his current vibrant power has been strengthened once. Compared to before, the healing power of vibrant power is stronger. Under the shroud of healing light, the charred black mark left by the electric shock on the Thunder Beast's body is rapidly recovering. Its injuries are rapidly recovering. Soon, Thunderbolt opened its eyes. It opened its eyes late and saw the river scene. This thunder and lightning beast showed a stunned look. But then immediately, it showed a comfortable look. Soon _1_. Zhang Jing has been completely treated. The healing light produced by the power of victory disappeared. Zhang Jing looked at Lu Wei, nodded and replied. Well, this is a special power in healing. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect it. Willow. Qin looked at Zhang Jing, shook his head and said, we are still old classmates. I didn't even know you had this special power. I also just woke up not long ago. Zhang Jing responded. The awakening of special powers has no age limit and there is no trace. Lu Qin didn't care, just showed an envious look and said, no wonder you are so strong. The special power in healing, although it has nothing to do with the elves' own combat power. Improve, but X can play a great supporting role. Zhang Jing smiled slightly, he didn't speak. What Lu Qin thought was exactly what Zhang Jing wanted everyone to think. Thinking direction. Beside. Zhang Ya looked at the Thunder Beast who had completely recovered, got up and said seriously to Zhang Jing, thank you. No thanks. Zhang Jing waved his hand and said, after all, it was originally the injury caused by Pikachu. The use of special power is also a kind of exercise for me. Zhang Ya bit her lip. After hesitating for a while, she said, can you leave a contact information? If there is a chance in the future, I would like to discuss with you again equals next. Of course you can. Zhang Jing readily agreed. Yu Gongya exchanged the communication numbers, and Zhang Jing silently chose to pick it up. One in the battle between Pikachu and the Thunder Beast just now, the 100,000-volt shard exploded. The battle is over. Several people did not stay too much and were ready to return to rest treasure. Just after they had just taken a few steps. The figure took the initiative to greet him. It was a man wearing a black trench coat with a stern face. After approaching, he said directly to Zhang Jing, Zhang Jing, I know you have a flashing Shinado. Can you send it to fight me? Huh. Zhang Jing looked at him. Looks weird. Find him a lot of challenges. But this designation will challenge him to a certain elf. This is still the first. Just then, the voices of the surrounding trainers entered Zhang Jing's ears. It's Yi Jian. If I remember correctly, Yi Jian is the champion of Division 132, and also the second place in the second link of our Imperial Capital Division. That's right, he was the first to clear the level after Zhang Jing. It sounds nice. The actual speed of customs clearance is not a star and a half from Zhang Jing. Look at this posture. Are you going to fight again? Is it so powerful? Not many BBs. No brains support me Zhang Shen. Ever since I watched Zhang Shen's battle, I've become his brainless fan. Second place. Zhang Jing's eyes turned to the man in front of him. To be able to complete the customs clearance in the second place among all the people in the Imperial Capital Division is enough to reflect the extraordinariness of the person in front of him. And one. Zhang Jing also wanted to see the transformed Shinado. How strong is the strength? So, he nodded and said, of course. Then, he turned to look at Lu Shane. Before he could speak, Lu Qin had already reacted, and shook his head helplessly, okay, I'll be the referee. She paused and said jokingly. Zhang University trainer, you haven't entered the Elf Academy yet, there are only so many challengers, and there will be more in the future 2 inches. Yuqi, you pay me a salary. I'll be your exclusive referee. Zhang Jing smiled. The group returned to the battlefield. After arriving at one end of the venue, Zhang Jing's mind moved. A figure has already appeared in front of him. Since the other party indicated that he wanted to challenge Shinado, Zhang Jing would not refuse. After all, Shinado's strength has happened equals wave of ultimate transformation. Shinado, who has superpower plus fairy attributes, does not seriously restrain it. Attribute E with 4x damage. Since it is so oral. In the current state of Shinado, even if the opponent sends an elf with attributes to restrain him Zhang Jing still has the confidence to fight against the attributes. Today's Shinado has transformed itself. He has mastered the exclusive skills of divine beasts. Master. After appearing on the stage, Shinado called out to Zhang Jing softly. Zhang Jing smiled slightly at it, then looked at the other end. Yi Jian in a windbreaker is standing there. His palm was over the Pokeball. Then Guangyi flashes 1. The figure of Dao has already appeared in front of it. After seeing the figure clearly, Zhang Jing's moonlight condensed. Appeared in front of Yi Jian. Impressively an R. Gengar. Ghost plus poison elemental. It is quite powerful. After Gengar appeared, Yi Jian's voice sounded E. This Gengar is an elf that I have carefully cultivated, and I have always wanted to find a decent opponent for it. The ghost type restrains the super energy type, but the super energy type restrains the poison type. I'm not taking advantage of you. Zhang Jing's brow. Pick. There is nothing wrong with what Yi Jian said. But say a little less. Poison attribute. Also restrained Shinado's fairy attribute. However, Shinado and Gengar. Indeed, it can be regarded as the spirit of mutual restraint. Zhang Jing mainly wanted to see Shinado's good opponent. He didn't bother to care about these and said directly, "It doesn't matter. I'm not pacifying that either." Looking at Yi Jian, Zhang Jing continued. "Let's start fighting. Flying Point reminds you. Zuahuang 932b. FA1U. Com, and 1. Chapter 146-1 Hit 5. On the battlefield. Two sprites at separate ends. Gengar. Shinado. Zhang Ghost's eyes flashed with evil K-Mang, and his eyes were staring at Shinado. Shinado's moonlight is calm, quietly waiting for Zhang Jing's command. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on Zhang Gui, and his wisdom eye skill was activated quietly. Name, Gengar. Characteristic, Cursed Body. Level, IV36__. Qualification, Top Grade Tianyu Level. Currently mastered skills 1 Immobilization Method Black Light, Dark Night Shadow Poison Gas, Ghost Fire. Raid, Poison, Shadow Ball, Evil Wave. Tianwang Level Qualifications. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Be able to be apart from him. The first candidate to pass the test in the Imperial Capital Division, this Yi Jian really has something special about him. Elf with a 3/2/3 quality of the Heavenly King. You can already stand out from the crowd. Of course. For others. Sidelines. Lu Qin's eyes swept across the two elves. After confirming that everything is ready, he immediately said, "The battle begins." 1. As soon as her voice fell, Yi Jian's command sounded immediately. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball. Ghost Skills. Gengar's right claw was raised, and the ghost energy was condensed in an instant. The Shadow Ball was condensed. Then, its right claw hurls out. The Shadow Ball is coming straight towards Shinado. Zhang Jing's eyes watched this scene, and he immediately prepared to command Shinai. Do shot. However, just as he was about to speak, Zhang Jing's eyes flashed for a moment of thought. Seems to have thought of something. Then showed a strong interest. And just looking at Zhang Gui opposite, Zhang Jing didn't speak. He just said silently in his heart, "Xanaduo, use your spirit to dash forward." He's going to give it a try. Zhang Jing is quite curious about the power of the exclusive skills of the beasts. The super energy system itself can restrain Gengar's poison system and cause higher damage. Use the super energy system skill of spiritual dash. Also fit. Reasonable L. Through telepathy, there is no need for Zhang Jing to speak. Shinado already understands what Zhang Jing means. Its eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling deep purple light blooms. Shadow Ball is extremely fast L. Hit Shinado's body. However, Shinado only showed a slight pain. Calm was restored immediately. To know. Shinado, after mastering the Divine Beast exclusive skill of spiritual advancement, has undergone an ultimate transformation. It has amazing properties in all aspects. Upgrade. Special defense also has a significant mention on the book. This Gengar's talent is not bad, but it's not as good as Shining Shinado. But it's nothing to see Xiao Li Tang. After all, today's Chaonai duo has reached the qualification of Champion Soil Ioao. Its potential even exceeds that of Champion B Uptak. Another side. Yi Jian saw Shinado who did not respond to the attack. His brows furrowed slightly. A bad premonition in his heart. He didn't hesitate. Immediately, he gave the order again, and said, "Gengar, use Raid." Raid. When the opponent uses an offensive skill, S will always attack before it. Zhang Gui's reaction was quick, and his body rushed out. And just in the time it rushes forward. CL. The festival of light in Shinado's eyes is getting brighter. The strong and almost substantial psychic power surged out of its body, like an L-shaped psychic power production machine. It produced a lot of gold power. The role of spiritual advancement is to use all the power. Next second. Zhang. The ghost appeared in front of Shinado, and his body slammed into Shinado. It worked. The effect of the raid skill is activated. Just when it finished attacking, Shinado's originally squinted eyes suddenly opened. Waving arms shrouded around Shinado's body, the dark purple terrifying thought force is like a space reversal. Lu Ran appeared in Jangghost's body attack. The dark purple psychic group enveloped Gengar. Zhang Gui looked at this scene in horror. Then, Nianju exploded. Open L. The explosion of the mind force was silent. But everyone around can see this scene clearly. This is a silent, shocking picture. A terrifying thought force that was almost condensed into reality enveloped Gengar's body. Then, with it as the center, it burst open. Zhang Gui's body flew upside down under the blast of psychic power, and fell to the ground mercilessly. Not moving at all. It didn't struggle at all. Just went silent. The surroundings were completely quiet. Everyone stared blankly at this equals. For a while, I couldn't express my feelings in words at all. Because it's a one-hit kill battle. Gengar launches 2 attacks, but appears to be dealing limited damage to Shinado. In contrast, Shinado is just a blow. Under a real skill attack, he has already defeated Gengar. This is completely beyond everyone's imagination. To know. The battle between Pikachu and Raiden Beast just now took place for many rounds. And now, the battle between Zhang Jing's first place in this stage and Yi Jian's second place in this stage has ended in an instant. After being quiet for a few seconds, a loud noise suddenly sounded up. Fuck, what kind of skill is this? I haven't seen it at all. It seems that the technical director of the superpower system is Shinado's own understanding. It's very possible that Zhang Jing's Shinado is a one-day flash Shinado. It is quite possible to comprehend new skills by itself. Meow, 1 hit, just 1_ hit. I just blinked. Who told me what happened? If I were Yi Jian, I'd be autistic now. 33_ Zhang Jing's eyes showed such a look as expected. After walking to Shinado's side, he activated the power of Vibrant to help it heal. 1-hit kills. It can be said, this result, it was within Zhang Jing's expectations. If not, he also won't let Shinado use this skill that will lower his special attack at the beginning of the battle. Through the eyesight skill, he knew each other's Gengar quite well. A Gengar with Heavenly King level qualifications. Undoubtedly strong. But either grade L. Qualification. Property. In every aspect, this Gengar is clearly different from the transformed Shaluduo. Combined with the spiritual breakthrough, this unique skill of divine beasts with extraordinary power. In addition, the restraint of the superpower against the poisonous Gengar itself. 2-hit kills. As already doomed. That there are 3 things to read _collect. Zuabua. Ing 932b. FA 100 com, and Chapter 147 Aftermath 1. There was a lot of chatter around. After all, 2 battles in a row gave them a considerable shock. 1. If the battle between Pikachu and Thunder Beast, they can still blame Pikachu's lightning rod characteristics, and they have a considerable advantage in the same attribute Civil War bug. Then, the battle between Gengar and Shinado. It completely represented Zhang Jing's flash Shinado. In terms of strength, he has been crushed. This Gengar on the opposite side. Zhang Jing mobilized the power of victory, and his hand. In Healing Light Festival flashes. Treating Xanadu. After the strengthening of the power of Vibrant, the effect is awe-inspiring, and it is very fast. Shashanai Duo has completely recovered to health. Zhang Jing's eyes turned to the other end. Only see. Yi Jian lowered his head slightly at this time, staring blankly at Zhang Gui who was lying on the ground, still in a coma. He didn't expect it at all. This time I took the initiative to challenge. Would get this result. Gengar. Killed in 1 hit. 15. No resistance at all. The dazzling and terrifying thought power was deeply imprinted in his heart. Unforgettable for a long time. Zhang Jing shook his head and lifted the pokeball in his hand. Shining Xanadu turned into a ray of light and returned to the pokeball. The transformed Shinado, the power that can be unleashed by this divine beast's exclusive skill, Spiritual Rush, is completely limitless. Gengar was instantly killed by a single blow. It's still impossible to prove the true attack power of Shinado after performing Spiritual Charge. A thought flashed through Zhang Jing's mind. Gengar was killed by a single strike. It can only be said that the injury caused by Shinado's spiritual dash can only be said. Harm has exceeded the upper limit of Gengar's tolerance. It cannot be said that the power of the spiritual advancement skill only stops there. This made Zhang Jing have more expectations in his heart. At the same level, undoubtedly, the higher the aptitude of the elves, the stronger the strength they exert. Because of this, some highly qualified elves can often complete the leapfrog battle, hidden by opponents with a higher level than you. Now, after the first experiment, Zhang Jing became even more curious, and now his qualifications have transformed into a champion level plus Shinado, combined with the spiritual breakthrough skills. What kind of spirit can L beat? Then, Zhang Jing's eyes fell on Zheng Gui, who was still paralyzed on the ground. After the battle, the Gengar successfully popped the attribute information box L. Shadow Ball skill fragment L after choosing to pick it up. Zhang Jing, Lu Qin and others returned to Shuzaibin. No more challenges. Maybe before the battle between Yi Jian and Zhang Jing among the trainers in, I am afraid there are still many S90 who want to fight Zhang Jing to see how strong he is. After all, it can be here. After completing the level in a period of time, those who came to the rest area were completely considered the leaders of the Imperial Capital Division, and they were all pretentious. But, after the battle with Yi Jian, after seeing Shinado kill Gengar with one blow, everyone's thoughts of challenge were suppressed. There is a gap in strength, but the gap is not T. That's called a challenge. And when the strength gap is too big, if you also take the initiative to send it up, it is called looking for abuse. Time is gradually passing. Next, after a few more hours, the participating trainers who were going through the level began to come to the rest area in batches. The lounge area gradually became lively. Until noon the next day, the pass-through is completely over. Most of the participating trainers have successfully reached the rest area L. Of course, there are also a small number of participating trainers. They failed to complete the pass. Their score in this segment will undoubtedly be quite low. And this time, there are also clipped videos about Zhang Jing's performance in the pass, which are also on the internet. Appear. Many related keywords appear on the internet. Healing to special power. Solo battle quasi-god level projection. The elves will test the first person. Wait. In the exclusive lounge, Zhang Jing leaned on the sofa and browsed the news. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, a smile. As he expected after he actively exposed the power of victory, the public's attention was really attracted and led by him to the aspect he wanted to see. Online now. Most people already felt that Zhang Jing was able to be so tyrannical because he had awakened a special power, and that he had formed such a terrifying elf lineup. This made Zhang Jing quite satisfied. While he was browsing the news in the lounge, the radio suddenly sounded. All participating trainers, please go to the rest area square to gather. The broadcast sounded 3 times. Zhang Jing's expression equals positive. Collection. It means that the second link is completely over. All entries, trainer results, will also be revealed. Zhang Jing did not hesitate, took 250 steps and left the rest area. Rest area square. Now, surrounded by crowds of competing trainers. And in the middle of the square, it is a high platform. Behind the high platform, there is a super large screen for every trainer to watch. At this time, the surrounding noise, peace. Just then, the radio sounded a "Everyone be quiet" rest area that would have been noisy after hearing this. Quiet soon. Because, with the sound, two figures have appeared on the high platform. Now, her figure is also projected on the big screen at the back. The person in charge of the Imperial City Division. Heavenly King Trainer. Yi Xin. Their generation of rookie trainers has been subjected to various shocks after the arrival of the elves since they were children. They respect the powerful Heavenly King level trainers themselves. Place. After seeing Yi Xin's figure, the scene quickly quieted down, too. Then, on the high platform, then slowly walked up to the West Road figure. Typing, tomb, and was clearly seen by every trainer. Suddenly sounded in the square. Collection, recommendation, Zhou_Huang 932b. FA1U com, and Chapter 148_ Final Grade 2. Fuck, it's Jizayang Tianwang Mountain. Zhang Zhengshanwang Uptak. My idol Zhang Zhengjui is said to be the best at fighting elves. Long live the muscles. Jizayang Tianwang is the initiator of this year's elf test. I didn't expect it to be in our imperial capital competition area. After all, the imperial capital is the capital of China, so there is nothing strange here. The three heavenly kings, they really have cards. I don't know when I will be able to become a heavenly king level trainer. Brother, wake up. Don't do it. Chew. A series of exclamations sounded. Zhang Jing's eyes turned to the high platform. His position is quite advanced. As the best-known contestant in the fairy tournament, the participating trainers here basically knew Zhang Jing. After seeing him coming, he voluntarily gave up his position. Five senses strengthened by special power, he clearly saw the three figures on the high platform. Yi Xin. Ji Ziyang. Zhang Zheng. Three heavenly king trainers. No doubt. In today's environment they are in the whole of China, and even the world. Have their own right to speak. This is the privilege of strong trainers. Just then. In the broadcast, Yi Xin's voice sounded. The point competition is completely over. In addition to the basic bonus of less than 100 points in the time to pass the level, you will also get 1-1000 points plus or minus according to the specific performance in the level. Yi Xin's eyes swept across the audience, looked at the densely packed trainers below, and then said, "Next, let's see first. Look at this pass, the total score is in the top 1000 players." As her voice fell, at the rear, the screen flickers. 1000, __. Numbers from 1 to 1000 are listed. Then, the 1000th place, a name appeared first. After seeing this scene, the scene suddenly became restless. It's actually showing from the 100th to the front of __, 1Y. It is estimated that these 1000 people have already entered the recruitment list of various elf academies. Should. As it should be. I don't care about that. I just want to know, where is Zhang Jing's number 1 and how many points does he have? It's still worth thinking about. Zhang Jing must be the first. As for the score, then I don't know. On the big screen. One by one the names quickly emerged. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on the screen, but he quickly saw two familiar names. 273. Lu Qin L. Lu Wei. His classmates. Lu Qin teamed up with Zhang Ya, the champion of the division. The time difference between the two is very fast _. It seems that Lu Qin also played a good role in chasing the bug, and directly broke into the top 1000. Soon. One by one the rankings have been announced. Is ranked 53rd, _. And Zhang Jing's own teammates. Su Yingshe _ directly ranked 50th, even better than Zhang _Ya 1. The reason is simple. She and Zhang Jing completed the level 2 fast uptack. So I got a pretty scary base score uptack. Plus, although Su Yingshe did not. There is Zhang Jing so carry. But he has done everything he can do without holding him back. There are some wonderful performances. Because of this She got a pretty high ranking. Soon. On the big screen, only the back of the first place is left, and there is still an empty L. Zhang Jing can clearly feel. Around him, the eyes of many trainers are focused on him. Such as 1,000 places in the Imperial Capital Division, only Zhang Jing's score remained. Undisclosed L. At once. At this time. On the stage, Yi Xin suddenly spoke up. Her voice was broadcast to every trainer present. Zhang Zheng and I, Ji Ziyang, two heavenly kings. I paid attention to the progress of the Imperial Capital Division throughout the whole process. Among them, there was one trainer who impressed me and the other two kings quite a lot. More and more light gathered on Zhang Jing. On the high platform. Yi Xin paused, then said loudly, "He is, this time the elves will pass the level. The Imperial Capital Competition Area, and even the 5th Jade Competition Area." 1. Riverview 1 inch. The moment the voice fell L. The big screen behind him suddenly flashed. The figure of Zhang Jing standing in the square was reflected in the picture. Next to him, 4 lines of information appeared. Riverview. The first place in the stage Didu Division _ 5 divisions. Basic points, 1000 _. Performance bonus, 1000. The square was quiet for a moment. Then, uproar sounded. L. Fuck. Double full marks. Fraud. As expected of God Zhang. You may not believe it, but I actually found a trainer who showed dominance in the elf exam. Spicy is really too strong. Although the double full score is unexpected. But it is reasonable. Domination Spirit Exam 1. On the high platform. Yi Xin's voice sounded again. Zhang Jing's speed in completing the level is the fastest among all participating trainers. His performance in the level is even more amazing. 4. To watch. Because of this, after discussing with the jury, we unanimously decided to give Zhang Jing double full marks. Only in this way can he be worthy of his performance in the pass-through link. Now, let's invite Zhang Jing to come on stage. Screen, OK, shows Zhang Jing's figure. And the light condensed, Zhang Jing walked to the high platform without any accident. After each session, there is an award ceremony. This time is no exception. Of course, on the screen too, showing the success of the top 1000 players. After the score, everyone at this time, you can already check your grades online. Soon, Zhang Jing came to the stage. His eyes swept downwards. Around the high platform, there is a dense crowd of people. Zhang Jing suddenly felt in his heart _ silk sense as an elite selected from the points competition. Among them, there are many people will enter the Elf Academy and become a trainer. After many years have passed, there will inevitably be many powerful trainers among them. And now, he was already ahead of them. 1. Zibuo _ Huang 932, //ba.fa_1u.com, and uptack. Chapter 149 _ badges and third link 3. With thoughts in his mind, Zhang Jing turned his head and looked to his side. 3 heavenly king trainers. All of them are strong players. Eyes swept over the thoughts in the minds of the 3 Zhang Jing, turned. It's a pity. Last time when I saw the battle between Jiziyang and Ku Yuan in the Ku family, I had not mastered the ice skills. Otherwise, I can watch it. Look at the king level trainer. How strong is it? Thoughts flashed in my mind. Beside, Yi Xin's voice sounded. Student Zhang Jing. Yi Xin looked at him with a smile. He opened his mouth and said, "You won the 3rd place in the stage, how do you feel about it?" Feeling, _ Thoughts flashed in Zhang Ying's mind. He suddenly thought of the projection Bangira he encountered when he left the projection world. There is no doubt that it is the most powerful Jingxian he has ever encountered in the entire projection world. At that time, he also imagined that if it was only the real quasi-god Bangira, then he was most likely not an opponent at that time. Pondering, Zhang Jing said, the difficulty of the 3 levels is not low. I still need 170 to continue to work hard to improve my strength, so that I can face these more calmly in the future. Huh. Hearing this, Yi Xin glanced at him with interest. Then, she said again, in the 3rd level, in the projection world, you once helped the elves to heal. Is that your special power? Yes. Zhang Jing nodded and added. That's the special power that I awakened shortly after I became a trainer. Now about his mastery. The information about the special power has spread all over the internet. This is exactly what he wants to see, and naturally he will not hide it. Yi Xin is, after all, a kingless trainer, not a real reporter. After 2 interviews, she opened her mouth and said, the reward for the 1st place finisher in the level. It will be awarded to you later. And now point 1, it will be the day King Jizayang. An announcement will be made. Beside, Jizayang took a step. The trainers below are somewhat inexplicable. Showed a suspicious look. Jizayang coughed lightly. The sound rang through the audience through the loudspeaker equipment. Trainer Zhang Jing, during the Jade Fairy exam, found BFFC Ibrahimovich's new evolutionary direction, Fairy Elf L. Approved by the Blue Star Elf Alliance. In order to reward Zhang Jing's contribution to the Alliance's completion of the Elves' information, the Zhangjing Pioneer Badge will be awarded. After his voice fell, too. Hostess walked slowly with her hands on the tray. And below. Competing trainers. Already agitated. Pioneer Badge. Zhang Jing actually won the Pioneer Badge. He is a rookie trainer. He hasn't had a trainer test yet. Can anyone tell me what the Pioneer Badge is? You don't know this. 3. The Pioneer Badge is provided by the Alliance for the trainers who have contributed. Wearing the Pioneer Badge, in any elf center in the world, will get various discounts and help. The badge is also a status symbol. After all, it is Ibrahimovich's new evolutionary direction, one of the topics that the Alliance has been studying. This kind of reward is also normal. I think this is also an incentive. Let more trainers actively explore the information of elves. The discussion continued. On the high platform, Jizayang smiled at Zhang Jing. Yi Xin, the person in charge of the Imperial City Division, took out the Pioneer Badge. Then he personally put it on Zhang Jing's chest. She looked at Zhang Jing and introduced, the Pioneer Badge uses the latest technology of Blue Star. It has a special identity authentication system. You can wear it, get help at any elf center in Blue Star. Convenient. She seems to have thought of something. Wei smiled. When you go to the Z-Seat Spirit Center to try, you will know its specific function. Zhang Jing nodded, then looked down at the Pioneer Badge on his chest. The pattern engraved on the Pioneer Badge is a brightly colored Pokeball. Now 2-2. On the badge, flickering faint halo. Next. Zhang Jing's reward was issued, and he left the high platform. Yi Xin, Zhang Jing and Jizayang, the 3 heavenly kings stood on the high platform. Then, Yi Xin spoke again. The elf will tell you, it will come to an end for the time being. Enrollment season officially begins. In the next month, according to your performance in the points competition and the pass-through, the Elves Academies at home and abroad will send you an invitation. When the time comes, it's up to you to make your own choices. After her voice fell, the whole square was in an uproar. Many people showed doubts and light. Yi Xin's eyes swept across the audience. She included everyone's changes in it. She smiled slightly and said, "You must be very suspicious, right?" Bai Yi. In the reform document bug of the elf exam, it is clearly mentioned that the elves will take the martial arts exam, and there are 3 links. Now, only the points competition, the pass-through link, and the 3rd link has not been carried out. Why did it come to an end? Heard. The trainers quieted down and waited quietly for Yi Xin's explanation. She pondered, and then said, "This year's elf exam is not so much to select new students for the Elf Academy. It is a test for all new trainers uptack. Yixin's eyes squinted and said solemnly, the third stage of the ELF exam. It's the battle stage. You have all seen the reform document for the ELF exam. You should all know that this year's ELF exam is based on the elimination system. And in the past, it just lists everyone's final scores. S2 does not eliminate the participating trainers. It will start in the admissions season. The new trainer who was selected by the ELF Academy to receive the admission notice automatically enter the third link. The third link is exactly Academy too much 1 inch. Yixin's moonlight swept across the audience. All participating trainers. As long as they can become freshmen of the ELF Academy, you can enter the third stage of the competition. When the time comes, the major ELF Academies, there will be competitions inside. Each ELF Academy has 10 qualifying places. The so-called Academy competition means all the ELF Academies in the world send out players for a real contest. Those who perform well in it will receive massive resource rewards, and will receive a training plan specially created for them by the Blue Star ELF Alliance. Uptack Joe. Hulong 932 Ba. Foul 10. Com. 1. Chapter 150 Evolution and Anticipation, 2 chapters in 1. College too much. Toyota System. The world's major ELF Academies. Massive resource rewards uptack. Training program. A series of keywords were quickly captured by all the rookie trainers present. On the whole rest area square. Piece of uproar. Many people looked shocked. You need to know, 1 is a platform for recruiting new trainers for each tailing academy. But this year uptack. ELF Club. After the reform of the examination, it was not just for recruiting freshmen in the colleges. Can be selected and admitted to the ELF Academy. It turned out to be one of the elimination items of the elves and L. The third part. College is too much. Within the range of the Blue Star, all the genius trainers in the ELF Academy held 2 competitions. Compete with talented trainers from all over the world. It was undoubtedly an invitation after being charged. Battle 1. Of course. The premise is that you don't just have to successfully enter the ELF Academy. And needs to be within the academy. In the freshman competition, won the top 10. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to represent. Finished playing L. No doubt, this one alone. The difficulty is already quite high. Zhang Jing stood in the square listening to Yixin's story. Eyes slightly greater than squint. Rules of each link of this year's wizard exam will be revealed after the previous session is over. Therefore, Zhang Jing had no idea about the third link before. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. If the third link is such a rule, then, well, maybe it will attract a lot of ELF Academies. After all, the top Elven Academies. The trainers who choose to go there must be very talented. Under this premise, under the condition that the qualifying places of each ELF Academy are equal, it is naturally in some smaller ELF schools. After the thoughts flashed, Zhang Jing no longer considered the performance of this plus test, which will inevitably lead to the pursuit of many ELF Academies. B. Today's ELF exam involves colleges around the world. This is for all ELF colleges. Also, is a great honor. Their pursuit of talented trainers. 3 more eager L. Zhang Jing has long determined his position. House has the best conditions, he chooses which B_house. And in his heart rank the most in the lead. Nothing is more than the Magic City ELF Academy. For him, there is no competition at all, no matter which academy the husband goes to study for a place in the competition. This comes from confidence in strength. After the announcement of the third part of the news, the ELF exam has come to an end. The trainers in the rest area also have opened high. Each home, for every contestant, it is a considerable pressure and burden. After all the rookie trainers who took the ELF exam were actually teenage boys and girls. Now finally paragraph. All 2 are relieved. Take the special car that Xiaochujia has already prepared. Zhang Jing left the rest area E. He's going to rest in the imperial capital, late. Then return to Luzhou L. Next, equals. For a long period of time. This is also the recruiting season for the major elf colleges. Erdaodao admission notices will be issued from major elf academies to new A trainers. Spirit examination. It's never the end, but a new beginning. Especially. Next, after entering the elf academy. Intra-college competition, the third session of the college. Kay is waiting for their son. Inside the hotel, Pikachu, Ibrahimovic and others. Small elves were released, and they were fed special elf food. Seeing a few elves enjoying their food happily, Zhang Jing's mind moved. A blue and white Pokeball appeared in Zhang Jing's hand. Glitter-fanged Shark's Pokeball. The Pokeball of the Tyrannosaurus was temporarily put into the dimensional pocket. Carrying a little spirit. It's just that every time you take it out, you need to make some changes. Earnian equals move, and the body of the flashing dust-toothed blue shark has already appeared beside Zhang Jing. After the debut, one Zhang Jing, there is a kindness in his eyes. Light. Because of the relationship between the power of the royal dragon and the continuous fighting that day and night, the relationship between Zhang Jing and the Fanglu shark has completely reached a peak. The mind moved slightly. Silently in his heart. Give experience to Chenya Lu Shark L. Give experience L. You know, when opening the experience pack, he opened a lot of experience L. It's just that the rest area is full of people, and Yi Zhangjing did not choose to do it there. After Zhang Jing's voice fell. Sighed. System beep. Keep ringing. The level of the dust-toothed land shark has been increased. The dust-toothed land shark's level has been increased. A few beeps in succession. In front of Zhang Jing up tack. On the body of the flashing-toothed land shark, a bright festival of light suddenly bloomed. Light of evolution. Festival of lights will flash fangtooth land shark all over. Cover up tack. The fangtooth shark is rapidly increasing in size. Widening, changing 1. Zhang Jing's eyes equals watching without blinking. Curtain. In the moonlight. Some excitement. After a while. The light in front of you is gone. 2 brand new figures have appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Bite the land shark. Flash bite land shark L. After the evolution was completed, the flash bites the land shark lowly equals sound and then looked at Zhang. Zhang Jing was also looking at it. Quasi-God Spirit. This is a pad that has truly evolved to do it all. Dragon-type flashing quasi-God, light is the name, it represents the powerful Shiju. The flash bites the land shark, it can be regarded as my trump card. Cooperating with the powerful Shinado and his partner Pikachu 1. If anyone wants to go against me. What? Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. After the arrival of the elves, the blue star has never been. In a world where the earth is peaceful, there are not many elf dealers who live on elves, and black market merchants who sell elves. Although the Blue Star Elf Alliance has always been committed to combating the dark side. But it cannot be completely eradicated. River View. The elf lineup is quite beautiful. It will undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. In the event of the world's attention like the elf meeting, Zhang Jing's fame and attention are placed here, and no one dares to do it. But now the elf exam has come to an end for the time being. It's inevitable that some people will have some careful thoughts. If someone really dared to hit him, then Zhang Jing will definitely let him experience what horror is. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Zhang Jing's Qiaguang fell to lie bite Lu Shark, and then looked down at his pioneer badge. The Alliance gets the Mega Evolution Keystone, and the Super Evolutionary Stone. After he won the first place in the 5 major divisions of the Customs Clearance Link. In addition to getting rich cash rewards and resource rewards, he also got the promise made by King Jizayong. He can take the initiative to propose to the Alliance equals. Requirement L within a certain range. This is also one of the rewards for him. Obviously, this is also because he has obtained the badge of the left drive, otherwise ordinary people will not get this kind of reward at all. Zhang Jing's Qiguang fell on Lai Bite Lu Shark. He said silently in his heart, Lai Bite Lu Shark is because of the unloading. Dragon 9. I have a very close relationship with myself. Full of tacit understanding, I am afraid that it will soon meet the requirements of MGA evolution. However, Lian Lu Shark is my hidden trump card, and the flashing quasi-god is really too impressive. If you propose its super evolution stone, it will inevitably cause a lot of. It doesn't match my original purpose. In that case. Zhang Jing's eyes shifted. I looked at some glittering Xanadus who were holding energy cubes in both hands and savoring them carefully. Flash Xanaduo's aptitude after metamorphosis is even more terrifying than that of a flash column biting a land shark. Because of telepathy, our tacit understanding is already full. The tacit understanding of Meg_evolution is not a problem at all, Shinado, and what kind of effect will be caused by performing spiritual breakthrough. There was a hint of hope in Zhang Jing's eyes. He quickly made a decision. I'm going to contact Ji Ziyang later, put forward my own requirements, and see if I can get the Keystone and Super Evolution Stone. Now that he is rewarded for his ranking, he is not short of money. There is also a considerable amount of Pokemon deposits. Such things as Mega Evolution Keystone and Super Entry Stone are completely available in Blue Star. Priceless, and that's why, 1. He chose to ask the League for it. If you can enter the elf world, then it may be easier to obtain the Evolution Stone. Thoughts equals turn. Zhang Jing looked at the flashing column biting Lu Shark. Wisdom skill activates L. Name, Bite Land Shark, Flash. Attribute, Dragon. Ground. Ability, Sand Hidden, Rough Skin. Level, IV49_. Qualifications, Excellent Championship. Current Mastery of Skills, Double Hits, Sand, Dragon Fury, Sandstorm. Hit_Quicksand Hell, Wall Open, Dragon Melon Crushing L Flame Music, Dragon Wave, Earthquake. Dragon Star Cluster, Dragon God Dive. The river scene and the lights swept across. Have you reached 1v49? The higher the level, the more experience you need. After evolution, I have developed a number of new skills, and there are many more attack methods. But the most important thing, after becoming a quasi-elf, the basic attributes of oneself will be improved. The Dust-Tooth Land Shark and the Columbite Land Shark are completely incomparable. Zhang Jing said in his heart. Just then. Outside the door, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Jing glanced at it. Afterwards, she put the elf girl back into the elf ball and pushed open the door. One outside. Is Ku Yuyu. After seeing Zhang Jing, Ku Yuyu showed a kind smile, and then opened his mouth and said, Zhang Jing Xian Niu, many admissions officers of the Elf Academy have come to find you. Director Qian Ying, of the Magic City Fairy Academy, is here again. She said there's a good pastime to tell.